instrumental in developing really cutting-edge research on the economics of management, for example, as co-leader of the World Management Surveys. And her research has uncovered the huge variation in management practices across firms and countries, and how much they matter for productivity, particularly in the context of new technologies. Today, Rafaela will speak on management and reskilling in the age of AI. So over to you, Rafaela.
Wonderful. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me. I am sorry we cannot meet in person, but I'm very excited to be spending the day with you virtually. So let me just start with a little bit of a premise for what I'm going to say today, what I'm going to share with you. And it really starts from, I would say, a deep sense of confusion that I feel, and I don't know if other people in the audience feel about generative AI. I think on the one hand, it's palpable that we are in presence of a technology that has massive potential. I spent my life at Harvard Business School, so a lot of the potential I get is filtered, the excitement I get is filtered through the perspective of managers. And, this is a pretty extreme view, the one that Sebastian Siemiatkowski expressed a few months ago, but it's also something that has been reiterated by other CEOs, having really the impression that we are in presence of a technology that can potentially substitute even the most skilled and the most professions where we really could have not believed that technology could play such a massive role. And so, this is really the second reason for excitement is not just the capabilities of artificial intelligence, but it's also what we are seeing as an incredible diffusion among the population. This is data that was developed by the Project on the Workforce at Harvard University. You will see different versions of these statistics. They use a representative sample of individuals in the United States. And what you can see here is this, orange dots are the take-up of generative AI by, in the population. And you can see that both the trajectory and the level are really not only comparable, but they go well beyond what we have seen with the internet and with ICTs. Now, on the other hand, and that's the source of this profound sense of confusion, or if you like, the source of the way in which this generative AI paradox gets materializes, at least for me, is the fact that if we go beyond the anecdotes and we look at the adoption in the aggregate, and again, using high quality data that represent the economy, not just selected or very large organizations, for example, the data that our beloved US Census produces, we can see that only 10% of US firms are using AI to produce goods and services today. Now, of course, this is an aggregation, so there is a lot of heterogeneity across industries, and we will think very carefully about this heterogeneity in the course of the talk. But even when it comes to labor market impact, which is something I'm not going to discuss today, but there are several great papers that will touch on this point later in the day, we are not yet in presence of a massive displacement or even changes in the labor market that can directly be attributable to AI. And even work behaviors, whenever we can look at rigorous examples of adoption of co-pilots, for example, across multiple firms, we still see very limited impact in the aggregate. We see across firms 31% reduction in time spent writing emails, great, but not a lot in terms of time spent in meetings, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. And so when I look at this conflicting evidence, I really ask myself, are we in the presence of another bubble, another hype cycle? For those of you who are young enough to remember the Segway, at some point, believe it or not, but the Segway was defined to be as big as big a deal as the PC, and this is not just by anyone, by Steve Jobs in 2001. Somebody told me that the reason why he said that is because he thought that the PCs, he had very low esteem for the PCs. That's an interpretation. But I really do believe that, sometimes it happens that we are caught in this hype. Or, and this is the line that I will explore with you today, it's probably where we are now, it's probably right in the middle of what organizational economists and productivity experts have witnessed also with other general purpose technology, which is this very non-linear way of productivity and adoption to evolve. And it's the J curve, where when you are in the middle of a new technological paradigm, it takes a while for organizations to adjust, and it takes a while for the impacts of these new technologies to really show up in the data. And so what I want to do today is really make two claims and then give you some emerging evidence of what's behind these two claims. The first one is that a lot of the discussion now is about technology, and that's great. Of course, that's the reason why we are all together today. But if we want to really think about generative AI, I think that the way to think about it is that technology creates an opportunity, creates capacity, but at the end of the day, it's organizations that determine value and how much this new technology can really do for firms, for workers, and for society. And then the second piece is, because we have this messy organizational layer in the middle, things will not go as linearly as sometimes we hear in the press. And, it's going to take time. And I want to discuss with you adoption frictions that I'm seeing and trying to document systematically going inside organizations, which are not noise, but they're actually, we can understand them as being systematic and, more importantly, manageable. And so I think that that's the plan of where I want to go today with you. And in particular, my talk will be divided in three parts. The first one will be a very, very quick review of what GenAI means for organizations. The second one will be going a little bit deeper into these adoption frictions, again, within firms. And then finally, some ideas on what we can do about it. And when I get to this point, the prescriptions or the ideas are both for managers, but also researchers and policymakers. So let's get started with this. And, the premise is this is not going to be technical at all. But I just want to make sure that we start from what I think is a powerful premise. And in fact, this article by David Autor was one of the articles that got me most excited about studying generative AI. And David makes this very interesting statement in an essay that was recently published on the Journal of Economic Perspective, which is basically why are we so hopeful for generative AI? Why is this technology capturing our imagination? Well, because for the first time, we are dealing with a technology that can, rather than just executing hard-coded procedures, which is already good enough, that's great. We know that there is a lot that we can get from that. But what's really exciting is this idea that we have a technology that can learn by example, that can gain mastery without explicit instruction. It can acquire capabilities that were not explicitly engineered to possess. Now, this is something that honestly blows my mind. For those of you that are playing around with these technologies, when, for example, you play around with procedures that automatically learn how you think, one example would be Claude Skills. Just recently, there was a wave of enthusiasm for Claude Skills. This is basically this. So we are not just coding, but we are creating effectively a form of what seems to be a thinking partner sometimes. And so what's really interesting is this possibility that generative AI gives us the ability to scale knowledge across all layers of the organization at a fraction of the cost of human experts. And now I'm an organizational economist, and I'm used to think about knowledge and time as the limiting factor for organizations to grow. And so you see, when you start playing around with the idea that knowledge could be scalable, it is indeed quite exciting. And the examples that we have from randomized control trials, or in any case, rigorous studies such as Generative AI at Work by Bryn Jobson, Lee, and Raymond, this is an exercise where they could rigorously demonstrate, working within an organization, that the introduction of generative AI among call agents could really have a very strong impact, not only on the productivity of the agents, allowing them to deal with clients in a much more rapid fashion, but also, and this is really the startling point emerging from this research, the fact that the impacts on productivity were especially concentrated among workers with limited knowledge and deployment. And so that's the idea of knowledge being available to everybody, and at the margin being especially valuable for workers that don't have a ton of experience. We have many examples of experiments and studies that are working at the task level and showing promise. I've been part of one. I know that Charles Ayub is in the audience, so I'm gonna give a shout out to him. But this is, for example, a study that we did with Procter and Gamble, where we looked at whether generative AI could help could help very skilled individuals. In this case, it's R&D workers within Procter & Gamble come up with innovations. And this is a sample of about 800 people. It's a lab in the field, so you want to take it for, we don't want to overclaim. This is one task, one experiment in a controlled environment. But what we did with this study was to say, let's mimic the R&D process, and in particular, the initial stages of the R&D process. And this is something that at Procter & Gamble typically happens, putting individuals from different functions together. In this case, it's R&D and marketing. I have to say that these meetings are they don't always go very smoothly, and there are frictions in the interactions between these functions. And so the idea was to say, okay, let's see if instead of having a process for innovation that is based on human teams, what happens if instead we put individuals co-working, if you like, with generative AI, and using generative AI to come up with new innovation ideas. And the bottom line of this study is that the combination of individuals plus generative AI gave within this experiment results that were very similar in terms of quality to what teams of humans would do, but at a fraction of the time. So these are also, this is telling us there is suggestive evidence that not only generative AI could help attenuate differences in knowledge across the hierarchy between less experienced and more experienced individuals, but also across different sources, different domain expertise. And in this case, what we see is that generative AI helps this helps innovations become less of a reflection of individual expertise and more of a mix between the R&D and marketing expertise. Now, of course, another application, which is a continuation of this idea, is AI agents, which are instead much more independent and could take completely tasks, much more complete tasks in autonomy. And here, thanks to the work of Eden Telemas, whom I know will present today as well, we can also start understanding a little bit more about the impact that this technology could have on the labor market and the potential substitution effect, which at the end depend on the level of autonomy and the capacity that AI has in replicating human expertise. Now, I think we have examples that agents as well I will not go deep into this rabbit hole, but clearly agents present very different types of considerations for the labor market, much more of a threat, if you like, of substitution. And we are seeing some evidence of this happening. For example, a case study that represents this massive substitution is one by Klarna, where our friends in the customer call centers were completely substituted by an AI-based technology. And so we can see the bottom line is what we are observing and what we're estimating in case studies, experiments, and so forth, shows really a tremendous potential, tremendous opportunity of leveraging knowledge and potentially in a complementary way as well with humans. Now, the point is, if you go beyond these specific applications, actually the scaling of these applications turns out to be infinitely much more complex, especially in incumbent organizations. And the argument that I will present now can be summarized as follows. The first one is starting from the premise that generative AI is a general purpose technology, which, as we know, its impact depends on technological and organizational complements. And so here is where weak links really come into play. It's not just technology that needs to be there for this organizational impacts to be seen, but it's also all the organizational and managerial complements that need to support it. Don't worry, I will go deeper into what this means in practice. The second step in the argument is that these organizational complements are far from trivial to, it's not something that you buy at the supermarket. Often you have to, unfortunately, create from scratch within the firm. Discovering these complements is not easy. Leveraging the complements is even harder. So this means changing processes, for example, or management practices. And this is the costly adjustment pattern that is, if you like, underlying the J-curve dynamics that we were just discussing. And then the last bit is that these adjustment costs are highly heterogeneous across firms. Which is, in part a reflection of the capabilities and the processes of firms, and in part, I think, something that potentially can be also managed. So some of it might be fixed, hard to change, and some of it might be managed. And so why this argument? Well, I know that many people in this virtual room are familiar with the great work of Paul David on the industrial, what happens when electricity came to manufacturing. And, this is a reflection that basically told us it took about 40 years for electricity to show up in the productivity data. Why is that the case? Well, because it was not just an instance where you could simply substitute the source of energy and productivity would materialize. You really had to see a ton of adjustment, a ton of changes in the manufacturing production and the specialization that happened on the manufacturing plant for electricity to show up in productivity. And this is something that our Ajay Agrawal shows very nicely in a recent presentation, where if we look at the adoption or adaptation, if you like, to electricity, really follows this very interesting and slow evolution, which reflects, first of all, we start with point solutions, electricity, just changing the source of energy. Gradually, the discovery of application solutions, for example, moving machines away from the central shaft, which is the main source of energy, and redesigning machines themselves. And then finally, what I think is the ultimate transformation that we've seen in the previous images, really rethinking the factory completely. And so these are things that take time and don't happen linearly, and often require a ton of experimentation and discovery in the front line. And as you know, Paul David came to this conclusion in a comparison with what was happening about 20 years ago with ICT, where, of course, nobody was seeing the results, the impact of ICT on productivity, Robert Solow in particular. And that started, a discussion of what are the organizational complements of ICT and why they're hard to achieve, and really how long it takes for organizations to get there. So I want to say that there is, I think, a simple way to think about this adoption delays, which is, I call here the org perspective, but it's really rooted in a very, an abundant literature in labor economics that shows things about occupations as bundles of tasks that are allocated between labor and capital. So at the end of the day, underlying all these changes, that's sort of the production function. And as we know from this very established literature, when a technology improves, opportunities for task reallocation emerge, and there will be some displacement, which implies that some tasks are getting absorbed or done by the machines, but also reinstatement effects, where we have new tasks that emerge when workers have competitive advantage. Now, I want to say the labor economics basically helps us understand comparisons between steady states and looks at equilibrium outcomes. If you look at this production function through the perspectives of organizational economics, instead of taking this process as instantaneous and costless, as I said, comparing steady state, you really start worrying about the transition dynamic. And so how does the transition from one state to the next happen inside firms? And more importantly, you start obsessing about the potential endogeneity of this transition path, and the decisions and the organizational factors that may be behind different speeds and different depth of transformation. And being an organizational economist, this is what I'm obsessed about. And I have to say, this is something that started many years ago for me. In fact, in the first chapter of my PhD dissertation, where I had the opportunity to look at differences in this adjustment or adoption of ICTs at the firm level, so looking across firms, and finding that there was tremendous heterogeneity in the adoption and the productivity benefits of ICTs between US firms and European firms, both based in the UK. This is a study that was published many years ago, and the bottom line was we found that there were complementary organizational practices, in particular on the HR practices, that implied that the same amount of investment in ICTs delivered very different productivity benefits to US firms compared to European firms, despite having the same location. And so the implication was that the binding constraint was not technology access, not just plugging computers or buying software, but organizational adaptation. So this is 20 years ago. This is what we could do 20 years ago. Where we are today, and where I think this is a very, very exciting moment for economists interested in technology adoption and organizations, we have an opportunity to now look at these questions inside firms. With my partner in crime, Jorge Tamayo, but as well as other co-authors, we are doing right now a ton of this inside the firm work when it comes to focus in particular on generative AI. And I'm going to share a little bit of what we are discovering. In a nutshell, what we are seeing, and notice that many of the organizations that we work with, and this is just a partial list, are really organizations that are quite convinced already and invest quite a bit in technology. So we're not talking about companies that have to be convinced about the benefit of generative AI. We are studying the rollout of this technology within firms that are already quite advanced. And despite the enthusiasm, despite the investments, we are finding tremendous adjustment costs in generative AI adoption. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time thinking about 3 adjustments that, if you like, follow the trajectory of adoption inside a firm. And what they have in common is that they all depend on the fact that the technology requires some adaptation on the part of workers and managers, and that this is really the bottleneck, how quickly that adaptation happens and how productively. So what are these three adjustment costs? The first one is for every organization that we work with, what we're seeing is that generative AI requires a ton of experimentation. It's really not something that comes ready out of the box. Companies need to learn what the technology do, but more importantly, this experimentation is often local. It's workers that need to understand how the technology, whether and how the technology can work for them. This is a very messy process. The second type of adjustment cost is about task switching. And so even when the technology is sort of demonstrated in terms of a use case, you can think of the task experiments that I showed you at the very beginning of this talk. Reallocating effort is not automatic. And there are all sorts of reasons why that's the case. Part are related to the inertia in updating or leaving behind specialized human capital, task-specific human capital, and part of it is really political economy-like. So we'll talk about this in a moment. And then finally, the most extreme, which I have not seen within organizations yet, or there is maybe a couple, but I think it's going to be actually a very important one to think about, even if it's not in our immediate future, is occupational mobility. So this is the extreme version of changing tasks when all the tasks in an occupation change, we're actually talking and asking people to take on a completely different job. And again, this transition from old jobs to new jobs is very, very tricky. And it's not just for, it's something that I don't believe can be just pushed through economic incentives. There are sort of deeper considerations that we should take into account. And so I'll show you about how I'm thinking about this adjustment cost and some early evidence that these are real. I want to really insist on the point that this is early evidence, and I look forward to your comments and to your suggestions. And I think that these are areas that need to be researched much more. But just some ideas that I think are interesting. Each of these adjustments is costly. And as I said, these adjustments will have very different impacts across workers. But also, and that's maybe the more optimistic side of things, and maybe even the more interesting one, what we're seeing is that these adjustment costs can be significantly reduced by targeted managerial intervention. So that's where I expect a lot of the heterogeneity to come from. Not so much the decision to adopt generative AI, but it's really the ability to learn quickly and adjust the organization to allow the productive use of generative AI. So let me start with experimentation. I think there is, this is probably the people who are listening to this talk are probably very self-selected, but I would guess that many of you have been engaging with a lot of individual experimentation with generative AI. My Twitter feed is exploding with suggestions on what to do. This is all a community of experimenters that is sharing how to use the technology. But it's also clear that when the analog of this inside organizations is happening too. And when you talk with these companies, you will see that there are often communities of people who are actively experimenting with the use of generative AI for their own workflows. Now, the issue is that for as many enthusiasts, there are also many workers for whom experimentation is prohibitively costly. And part of the reason is organizations are typically not built with experimentation as part of the job description. Google is famous for having included the 20% time for free exploration, but I think it's rare to find organizations where experimentation is something that is part of the usual work allocation. It's experimentation, so clearly has uncertain returns. But the other piece that I find fascinating is the amount of companies where there has been real resistance to experimentation with the concern that showing that a generative application could do good job was perceived as a possibility that showing that workers' expertise is automatable. And so I think that that's actually that's where the political economy considerations, we should take them very seriously. I don't know if this has been documented yet in large samples, but I can tell you that this is a real issue. And in particular, these high expertise workers are the ones that face the greatest experimentation costs, in part because the opportunity cost of their time is higher, in part because they have the most to lose. So I want to share very quickly, this is a case study that we just wrote with Microsoft, a company that is clearly very invested in generative AI. This is the pattern of adoption of Copilot in the sales function at Microsoft. You can see massive increase and excitement, followed by a pretty depressing decline only a few weeks into the deployment of Copilot. What was happening here is that people discovered that this was not a perfect technology, but it was actually more like a trainee, somebody that you had to spend time with and teach and make sure that it was not hallucinating. And this is not what the majority, I have to say, this was a generalized rollout of the technology. And clearly what Microsoft observed was tremendous unwillingness to spend time training this very imperfect technology or finding out the right way of using it. We document in the case studies what happened afterwards. You can see that after this immediate drop, there was a very consistent rebound and then increase in adoption. They're still working on this. But what's interesting is what they did. How did they get to these numbers? This was a fundamental reorganization of the process of exploration, where they chose, first of all, they reset expectations for everybody. They created communities of champions. These are the tinkerers within the firm. Those are the people who were expected to find new applications. They even played around with influencers. So once the tinkerers were done, they had influencers going out and diffusing the benefits of these new applications. And then finally, they got into compliance and management. But this was a very intentional process of managing experimentation. The second piece is that even when you have found a good use case, what we're seeing is that there is an expectation and that there would be a reallocation of effort across tasks. And we hear this all the time, for example, in consulting firms, in law partnerships, and so forth. Of course, now you have a generative AI that can take on a lot of the work that a lawyer would have to do. You can spend time doing other stuff. I think that's actually a real possibility. For example, going from writing something to verifying that the writing of a generative AI is effective is something that has been already documented in an RCT. But the point is, once you think about this task and allocation inside firms, this is very, very costly. And I think in particular, it's because workers have accumulated task-specific human capital that depreciates when they switch tasks. So in this case, I want to show you results of work in progress that we're doing with a bank. This is a case of a large Colombian bank, about 10,000 employees, that adopted a new digital strategy. So not generative AI, but a precursor of generative AI. Basically apps that could take on tasks like opening a bank account or simple transactions. And this bank had a very strong culture of not really laying off people. So they said, look, we are not going to make a lot of changes in terms of personnel, but we expect you, as your time frees up, because the app takes on a lot of these simpler transactions, we expect the employees at the branches to move on and do more high value added, more complex transactions. In this case, they were very interested in the loans for small and medium enterprises. We have the opportunity to study this implementation across branches. It's a staggered implementation. And what we see is the following. First of all, the app does its job. And we see this massive increase in automated transactions for the same amount of employees. So on the surface, very large productivity improvements. However, and this is the dark side of this change, very little change in very little task upgrading. And in fact, I'm going to show you, let me show it here. This is, the contrasting evidence. On the one hand, this large increase in the automatable tasks, this is the machines doing their jobs. But then on the other hand, the organization is completely static, if you like, on the take-up of these more complex tasks. So this is happening within a firm that tried its best to communicate how important it was for workers to switch tasks. Now, something interesting that you can observe going deeper in the data is that the inertia, it was not random. And in fact, it was generated in particular by workers with long tenure. This is just breaking down the change in complex tasks according to the tenure in the job of the branch employees. And so our friends that are new between 0 and 1 years, 2 to 3 years, these guys, up to maybe 2 to 3 years, even a little bit below, they actually switched. They changed. They took on the mandate that was coming from the central headquarters, but you can see massive differences for high tenured individuals. And part of what's going on here, at least our interpretation of what's going on here, is really an exemplification of the fact that high tenure employees had probably developed some task-specific human capital that was getting completely depreciated by the app. And making that switch automatically was really tough. Interestingly, incentives worked in this case when the company introduced specific incentives for and key performance indicators for the task that they wanted to see increased. The high tenure employees woke up and these differences leveled up. But you can see that the point I'm trying to make is that the change and the task reallocation is not automatic, and it's something that needs to be managed. In this case, incentives is what did the trick. Now, I'm expecting something quite similar for task reallocation that is induced by generative AI. And I think, similarly for shifting to new jobs, this is a very costly, it's an extreme, but this is going to be a very costly change. This is recent work that we did in Italy with unemployed workers. And what we see is we actually did a discrete choice experiment with a large sample of unemployed workers in Italy and tried to estimate the willingness to reskill for in-demand occupations. These are occupations where the probability of finding a job quite high wages. And I will not go into the methodological details, but the beauty of this approach is that you can actually get estimates of willingness to pay for training, and in particular for reskilling. And the bottom line is that there is, on average, quite low interest in reskilling. This is due in part it depends on individual characteristics, as you would expect. Age plays again a very important role, skills and background. But the most interesting thing, and something that I think we should really try to understand much better, is the notion that the most important factor is the identity fit, the extent to which people saw themselves doing another job, and the targeted jobs that were part of our interventions. These are not economic reasons. These are much deeper reasons of who you are and how you see yourself. And I think we should already start thinking about how to motivate, if indeed generative AI will generate these massive changes in jobs, in tasks, and ultimately jobs. These are things that we should start worrying about. So I conclude just by a few words on what can we do about it. At the end of the day, this is about shaping the J-curve, not taking it as technologically determined, but take it as an endogenous choice that depends on what happens inside organizations. Clearly, this means that the process of adoption will be slower, but we know why, and it's not a surprise. On the other hand, we also know that there is movement, and this is movement that is coming both from incumbent organizations that are experimenting with new organizational forms, as well as native firms My colleague Graham Koning is doing a lot of work on AI native startups and showing how different they are, both in terms of expertise, headcounts, and that's because they are born with AI at the center rather than having to retrofit the organization for AI. So give me 2 seconds to go again through a case study. This is JP Morgan Chase, a pretty established company in a regulated industry. This is their wealth advisory unit, started in 2023 just with a simple chat interface. In 2024, introducing agents to help the human advisors prepare for in-person meetings, providing all the information about the client, what they did, their investments, and so forth. And now in 2025, already having agent orchestrators that help manage the AI agents. So this is an example of organizational change that is happening in a very established organization. I want to say training is going to be a very important part of this adjustment. It's both, I think, an opportunity because a lot of the adjustment will require some pretty deep firm-specific knowledge. And so finding ways to retrain incumbent workers would give access to this incredible wealth of expertise and understanding of the firm. But also, I think for opportunistic reasons, counting and investing on the internal workforce may actually make economic sense. Now, of course, if that's the route that companies want to take, I don't think this will be a matter of putting people in a Zoom room or just having them go through compliance training, but there will need to be a pretty significant change in how training is implemented and how it's even conceived as strategic lever rather than just a compliance or CSR type of investment. I think the one piece that is emerging again from our research is that these investments, and in particular investments in human capital, are moderated in their effectiveness by middle managers. In part because middle managers are effectively translators of what's happening in the central headquarters. I think, again, we're talking about incentives and making commitments more credible. For example, if central headquarters says that they're investing in training because the organization is going in a certain direction and there will be returns from changing and taking up these training opportunities, with a middle manager that is able to make that commitment credible, the take-up is probably much higher than with a middle manager that is skeptical or not supportive of human capital investments in their team. And in fact, we have a recent paper where we looked specifically at this point, again, leveraging very granular data inside organizations. And we can see that first of all, there are managerial fixed effects in training, meaning some managers are really great coaches, others much less so. And the arrival of what we call a high training manager shows up with very large increases in training take-up among their direct reports. The magnitudes are really quite high. These are 3 very different organizations in retail, quick service restaurants, and manufacturing, a car manufacturer. And across all 3 settings, we see middle managers really playing a good role, an important role. So summing up, 5 points to summarize what I've said so far. First of all, sharing the excitement for generative AI, but also sharing the reality that the scaling and the adoption will be incredibly messy. And this is, I think, our role is to think about systematically what these adjustments costs are and how they can be moderated. And I want to emphasize here that I think that the choice is in the hands of firms, of managers, and policymakers can play an important role. What this means for us as researchers, I think, is really doubling down on studying not just the technology itself, but the organizational adoption of generative AI. If there are experiments, I think this is the time to think about different conditions for adoptions that can be manipulated by organizations. We have a very important role to play because at this moment, the narrative is being shaped by either super enthusiasts or people who predict immediate substitution of humans and investing in UBIs and so forth, and on the other hand the sort of the resistors. But clearly there is something in the middle, and our role is to provide this evidence. And I think that the most important one, for me at least, is to really understand the incentives to change and to learn. This is not about technology, this is about humans, and it's about, in particular, adults. How do we learn, and how do we change? What is the importance of both economic and non-economic factors? And I think, in particular, I'm certainly biased in this way, but I think that looking at the role of managers as the channel could be a very promising avenue for research. I think we can. I think this is the time to look inside firms. We can do it rigorously, but this is also where policymakers can make a big difference, because in a sense, if we shift from a deterministic view of generative AI and a technological view of generative AI to something that is much more about learning and organizations, this has implications. It means that for policymakers, it's experimentation that needs to be boosted, but also there will be a ton of heterogeneity across firms, and we should think about subsidies, for example, or training subsidies that are highly targeted towards companies that are in the process of discovering complementarities rather than just having generic subsidies. So I want to leave at least 10 minutes for discussion. So I'm going to close here, and I hope I conveyed both my enthusiasm for what type of research is possible here, as well as some of the learnings that are emerging so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Raffaella, for a great presentation and an excellent talk. I think you definitely gave everybody in the audience a lot to think about, and I think policymakers have a lot to consider as they go forward, considering how they think about regulating AI. So we'd now like to transition to the question and answer session of this session. So we've taken a couple questions from online, and those that have participated in registering for the conference. We'd like to start with Sukhchara Jistabanga from Thailand, and they asked the question: if AI systems increasingly guide decisions, does that amplify or reduce the role of management? And what might this mean for inequality or for developing countries where managers are scarce?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think, thankfully, we have a way to think about this question carefully, thanks to IDE and Thalamus. That's the paper that I was mentioning before. And I think that the key point is, how smart is AI and how far can it encroach on managerial decision making? The effects will be very different depending on the specific applications. I think that's one is it really depends on how close we are to replicating in autonomy decision making. Very different impact. I think it's for example, what I am seeing in organizations is that often the applications are very complementary to managerial decision making, and in particular, I'm going to give you one specific case of a sales engineer that created his own agent because there was a lot of complexity and technical aspects in his job, and he made this sales agent available to all his team. So we asked him, why is it that you've made yourself redundant? And his point is, that's how I increase my leverage. Because I would need to spend a lot of time with people anyways, but this is how I make my team more productive, but that's also how I spend more time on the complex products. So this is, you can see that's like a very complementary way to think about AI and managers. So my sense is it very much depends on the ability of the AI, symmetrically the ability of managers, and third, how much this is something that is going to increase leverage of managers versus just substituting for mundane decisions.
That's very insightful. Thanks for that, Raffaella. Another question that we got from Maria from Kazakhstan says, As we know, there's many economies that are facing an aging workforce. Indeed, in the United States, many countries in Europe, Japan, South Korea, China, the workforce is aging. How will Gen AI affect workers 55 years plus? And is reskilling even possible for those workers, or will they be left behind?
I think this is actually a great question. In a sense, the aging of the population is what should make us all very interested in accelerating AI, because we are actually running out of people in some parts of the world, and so that's a motivation. Now, the issue is, I think the concern of how do we convince older workers to change. I think this should be a first order concern for policymakers, in part because we have models that have looked at the impact of age and training from 40 years ago, right? So it's something that it's quite intuitive, right? The benefit of learning a new thing decline as we get closer to retirement. But I want to say it's not just an economic incentive issue for workers and for older workers, it's the professional identity of older workers. I mean, Tim, think about yourself. If they asked you to change completely your field of specialization within economics today, how would you feel about it? I know you can do it technically, but would you want to do it? Would you want to go to another tribe?
No.
Exactly. So, and this is, again, hard to, I never want to extrapolate from economists, but based on what I'm seeing, I think that these are real frictions. So how do we change the narrative of AI for these older workers? I think that's an exciting question to think about.
Thank you very much, Rafaela. The next question touches on reskilling, and this is from Nida Adelina from Indonesia, and they ask, if you had to prioritize reskilling investment, which skill should come first in AI-driven economies and why?
I think this is a very hard question to answer in general, because what is coming out from the research is that you need to think about reskilling investments with a very specific application and job in mind. And in fact, we're doing some work with a very large company that put a lot of effort in reskilling its blue-collar workers. And within the company, we see that blue-collar workers varied, that lots of people took this training, lots of people really liked that training, but those who benefited from this training were the ones that were immediately reallocated to a new job, and others sort of stayed in the bench. So I think it's important. Of course, I can tell you the platitudes that, which are true. Actually, we need to have self-reliance, problem solving, very, very important. But at the end of the day, if you want people to reskill, you have to really know what they're reskilling for. You have to understand what type of jobs you're asking them to prepare for, and it has to be real.
Thank you very much. One other question from Tim Ayers from the United States asks, how is AI changing how firms are managed? And how should organizations think about keeping workers on board with these changes, for example, through governance or disclosure?
I wish I can tell you. I mean, I think in part we are getting a sense of what's happening, but I don't want to say I have aggregate evidence on how management practices are changing. I believe that right now what I'm seeing is that companies need to have a good way to deal with the uncertain steps of internal experimentation. And so, I'm a big fan of structured management practices. I think they're very important, having KPIs, being able to monitor performance. But what I'm realizing and what I heard from companies is that the rollout of generative AI inside firms is not like the rollout of any other type of software. Because we have this initial stage of local adaptation and experimentation, I think two things change. The first one is we need to have processes for experimentation. So we need to understand what we want to experiment on, what are the hypotheses that we're testing, how do we learn, and how do we kill projects. In effect, I think managers are becoming a little bit scientists in this process. But the second one is not everybody, how do we choose who in the organization is a good experimenter becomes a managerial question. Clearly, it's not everybody. And actually, I would say that doing a rollout that doesn't take into account these differences in attitudes and skills across workers is something that could potentially backfire because it creates a lot of distrust in the technology. This is a technology that needs to be adapted locally. And then later on, once you figured out, you've solved that uncertainty, you can think about compliance, but that's a different story.
Thank you very much. I think we got time for one last question, and I'm going to choose this from the group chat that we have. And this is more about a historical question in comparing Gen AI to traditional ICTs. Is the process of adopting Gen AI materially different from other digital technologies that we've seen in the past?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. That's exactly what I was mentioning a moment ago. It's probably also the case that, you know, I was not there, or at least maybe I was there, but I wasn't studying when Excel came through. I think in part, you know, if you read the narratives of the Industrial Revolution or electricity as well, the very early stages of our technology always have this local experimentation, this tinkering, and so forth. So that's what makes it very, very exciting for me from a research perspective. I think we are in that stage. I guess the piece that makes it different, however, is the fact that we are looking at something that touches much more directly to expertise. And so once you go there, expertise and knowledge being the limiting factors of organizations, that's where I think potentially we could see more radical changes. In part, we're seeing them already in AI native firms, but also that's where we might see much more resistance because we are actually going to the heart of meaning of work for people and identity.
Rafaela, thank you again for your time and the great talk. We've truly enjoyed having you on, and thank you so much for sharing your expertise to the audience today.
Thank you so much. And any comment or suggestion is most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, everyone. So we'd now like to transition to the next part of the conference, which is on AI and skills. And this will be a session of academic presentations. And this will be moderated by Xu Yu from the World Bank. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Tim. So good morning, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining us for this session on AI and skills. We have an excellent lineup of papers today, each offering a very distinct perspective on how AI is reshaping jobs and skills. We will begin with Dr. Chen from Stanford University. She will present Canaries in a Coal Mine, 6 facts about the recent deployment effects of artificial intelligence. Our second paper will be from Professor Khanna of Northeastern University on the effects of artificial intelligence on jobs, evidence from an AI subsidy program. And the last paper of the session comes from Professor Hausman from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, presenting generative AI's impact on student achievement and the implication for worker productivity. Each presenter will have about 15 minutes for their talk. After all 3 presentations, we will open the floor for 15 minutes Q&A. So audience online, please enter your question in the Q&A. And given the time constraints, please keep your questions short. And if you want to direct a question specific to one or more presenters, please also indicate in the chat. With that, I'm not going to steal more time from our presenters. Let's get started. So Dr. Chen, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me? Cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Rui Chen from Stanford. Thanks for the introduction. I'll start our session on AI and skills with the paper Canaries in the Coal Mine, co-authored with Eric and Brad. So we are going to present 6 empirical facts about recent changes in employment patterns during the rapid diffusion of generative AI. Our goal is more on the measurement side. We are not going to make a causal claim. So if early shifts are emerging, where do we see them show up first and for whom? AI in jobs have been one of the most asked questions. Not only early career workers worry about the entry-level opportunities, The more experienced workers also care about the long-run career path and the task reallocation, skill upgrading and retraining, and the potential changes in firm structure. The public discussion often jumps to dramatic conclusions about the massive displacement. Our goal today will be start with the observable facts. So what is already moving in the market, where and where isn't? Then test key alternative explanations and discuss the mechanisms consistent with the pattern. So to do this, we need high frequency evidence. So here is the data. We use the administrative payroll records from ADP, which is one of the largest payroll processing companies in the world. It provides the payroll services for firms, covering over 25 million workers in the US, which is about 1/4 of the private workforce. So we observe the workers monthly, including job titles, occupation code, demographic information, and wages. So for the month sample, we keep firms present in every month from January 2021 through November 2025, leaving roughly 3.5 to 6 million workers per month after the restriction. We also use alternative samples. So this monthly panel lets us see where the earliest movement show up by age group and occupation. With the setup, here is fact one. So we start with software developers. This figure shows the normalized headcount over time, split by age group. We can see the youngest cohort, the 22 to 25-year-old software developers, are down roughly 20% since late 2022 with the launch of ChatGPT 3.5, while the older cohorts are much flatter. So I want to be careful here. This is more of a descriptive evidence, and it could reflect multiple forces happening in the same time period. So I'm going to test the alternatives and not making a causal claim in this paper. The point is simply that the age gradient is striking, and it motivates looking more systematically across different occupations and exposure measures. Here is customer service as discussed in our keynote speech. So we see a similar pattern where the younger cohorts experienced a sharp decline in employment. This aligns with our intuition that AI tools can substitute for parts of the customer interaction and the routine support work. If this were purely a young worker story, we would expect to see it everywhere. So now we show an occupation with the opposite pattern. For health aides, the pattern is much less consistent with the young cohort decline. It's closer to the opposite, where we see the growth rate even stronger among the youngest cohort. So this is important because it suggests we are not just picking up a universal macro effect on young workers. These patterns appear to be related to the nature of work and AI exposure. So next, we step back from individual occupations and look across the distribution of AI exposure. This figure groups the over 900 occupations by exposure, with the darker lines indicating more exposure, using the measures from Yulander's paper. So in the 22 to 25 age group, the more exposed trajectories see sharper decline relative to the less exposed. Now, as you look at the other charts for older groups, this gap disappears. This effect is uniquely concentrated among the youngest workers. So this sets up the factor 2. At the aggregate level, we see a relative slowdown in entry-level hiring when we track headcount over time by age group. Of course, this could reflect other changes. So we just decompose the growth by exposure. The message in this chart is very simple. So the slowdown is driven entirely by jobs exposed to AI among the youngest age group. Now we refine the exposure and splits it into where AI is used to automate work versus augment work. This slide shows automation exposure based on Anthropic cloud usage. So in their taxonomy, automation refers to the interactions primarily aimed at task completion. For example, directive use where the model executes a task with minimal back and forth and feedback loop, where the users automate a task. And occupations with higher automation exposure, like software, accounting and auditing, and information clerks. We see that familiar pattern, a drop in employment for young workers in the most exposed roles. Now, let's look at the augmentation exposure. In the same taxonomy, augmentation refers to the collaborative patterns, including learning, task iteration, and validation. In these occupations, we actually see a slight increase in employment for young workers in exposed roles, consistent with AI functioning more as a co-pilot rather than a one-time executor. This suggests the impact of AI is not monolithic. It actually differs based on how it interacts with job tasks. So a potential criticism is that we are just picking on aggregate shocks that coincide with the sorting by age and occupation. For example, maybe the rising interest rate hit the tech sector, which happens to hire a lot of young software developers. So to address this, our fourth fact used an event study where we include the firm time fixed effects and firm quintile fixed effects. This allows us to look within a single firm and see if it's changing hiring patterns for young exposed workers relative to other workers in that same company. We run this separately for each age group. So for the 22 to 25 age group, the coefficients for most exposed jobs, like the quintiles 4 and 5, drop significantly. This amounts to a 16% relative decline in employment for these young exposed workers, even after controlling for firm-wide shocks. For all other age groups, the lines are essentially flat. The effect is real and it's concentrated. And to be noted, the results was 13% back in August when we had data till July in our first draft. And now we expand our data till the November 2025, and we actually see a larger decline. And then the natural question is, if we say, if employment is shifting, do we see wages driving too, diverging too? So we see no clear divergence in compensation between more exposed versus less exposed groups. One interpretation is timing and the adjustment margins. So firms can easily adjust the hiring, and it is the lowest margin, and especially at the entry level. But the wages are typically stickier, and often the adjustment adjust more slowly through the pay cycles and renegotiation. So wages may respond later if this employment patterns persists, or maybe we will see the opposite pattern. The firms just realized they can continue hiring the new entrants. So we will be we will continue monitoring the data. And finally, we ask whether these patterns survive alternative explanations. So we test under alternative analysis by excluding the software and coding roles, or excluding firms in information technologies or computer design industries. When we considering only non-teleworkable roles as measured by Dingle and Neiman 2022 paper to test the impacts of outsourcing and return to office. And we show the trends separately for roles that require college degree versus those not. We show the results separately for men and women, considering alternative samples constructions by including the part-time and temporary workers. Here I want to focus on the occupational interest rate exposure. So we use the occupational level interest rate exposure measured by Zenz and his co-authors. As discussed, so to make sure this isn't just a high interest rate, slow hiring, we control for the interest rate exposure. And actually, we see a negative correlation between interest rate and the AI exposure. Some of the high interest rate exposure jobs, including housing and construction, etc. And the key point is that AI exposure and interest rate are not, so we rerun the main patterns within low and high exposure occupations, and the results look similar in both groups, suggesting that this differential sensitivity to interest rate is unlikely to be driving the AI exposure patterns we highlighted. Of course, and here's a new evidence from other countries consistent with our story. And of course, there are so many things we do not know, and that awaits our further exploration. I just want to mention that, so we are building the employment trackers using the high quality data, not only in ADP, but also merging some other data source. And maybe we need more on the firm level adoption. And also the job level occupational AI exposure measures. So there are new papers coming out to revise this. And also for the entry-level worker labor market, there are interesting facts going on because we already see an increase in inequality. So we are doing some papers to further examine that. I know I'm running out of time, and thank you so much for everything. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chen. So given you are actually perfect on time. But given the time constraint, let's move to the second presenter, Professor Kanal. Professor Kanal.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just hopefully you guys see my slides now. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, organizers, for well, first for organizing such a wonderful conference, for selecting this paper on the program, and also for taking this online at such short notice. It's been wonderful. So this is a paper on the impact of AI on jobs, but we're going to approach this a little bit differently. We're actually focusing on a particular AI subsidy program in Sweden that incentivizes small and medium enterprises to adopt AI. This is joint work with Mark Helston, Magnus Lodefalk, and Jaroslav Jakimovic, who are at the University of Tübingen, Örebro, and Uppsala. I'm at Northeastern University. So, the speakers before me set me up perfectly. We are obviously expecting AI to, reshape labor markets very rapidly. We've already talked about the fact that it could, either displace, reinstate, or complement labor. As far as the firm level evidence goes, I think we've heard a lot about that today also. It is true that AI adoption is endogenous. So, maybe large firms adopt AI, and I think studying exactly which firms can adopt AI and how quickly they can adopt AI are super interesting questions. It does make it a little difficult to disentangle the impacts that it has. And what we do have excellent evidence on, specific experiments of particular technologies being given to firms, and also the exposure or survey-based evidence that, there's a lot of excellent papers on that. I'll tell you exactly how how our paper and experiment is a little different from this. And then there's this open question on, there is a large industrial policy literature on subsidies and, tax incentives, etc., technology subsidies, R&D subsidies. What about AI subsidies, right? And should firms be encouraging or shaping AI adoption through certain kinds of subsidies? So that's, where we are going to leverage some quasi-experimental variation that's generated by a targeted AI subsidy program in Sweden. I'll tell you more about this program, what sort of firms I'm talking about in a minute. What are we going to look at in this particular paper? In this particular project, we are looking at labor demand. So we are going to be able to link these firms to exactly which vacancies they post on job portals. So we can talk about how many vacancies are posted. And then we can also link these firms to employment registers. And so we can see impacts on employment, overall firm size, of course, but also exactly what's happening to hirings and separations, right? So to get at the question of whether this is impacting turnover at all. Again, depending on the time, I'll tell you a little bit more about, how is this different for white and blue collar vacancies, AI and non-AI occupation. We've heard Rui talk very well about job experience of workers, right? And how that can be very important. And also, other metrics. So let me get straight to the program. This is a Swedish government innovation agency called Vinnova, and they had initiated an AI subsidy program for small and medium enterprises in 2019. Here, AI is very broadly defined, okay? And this is firm specific, which is also slightly interesting. So this is not about generative AI or LLMs. This is just, firms that want to adopt AI and they have a firm specific use case to adopt AI, they can apply for this grant. So here it's very broadly defined as machines mimicking human behavior. At the time, this was very ML focused. And this was targeted to firms that didn't have any previous AI exposure. So this was for their first practical AI project. Now, this could be to improve production processes or internal processes, or to actually integrate AI into their product, right? So this could be customer facing or it could be fully internal. All of that was allowed. We have something like 190 applicants. Okay, so this is a fairly small sample. And this award was quite competitive. So I'll tell you a little bit more about the selection criteria, but you had program administrators going through these 11-page applications for each applicant, thinking about, feasibility, budget, which product, the quality of the project, whether this can, how beneficial this is going to be for the firm and so on. And out of 190 applicants, there were about 53 awardees. This was not a huge amount, okay? This was something like 500,000 Swedish kroner, which corresponds roughly to 50,000 US dollars. So as such, this is not even enough to, hire one full-time employee, if you want to think about it like that. Okay, I'll give you some examples, right? So, these firms, some of these firms got these AI subsidies, and then the next question is, well, did they do something with the money? Did they actually launch their projects? So here are a couple of examples of firms and the sort of things that they did. So here is Monitor ERP Systems, which has an enterprise resource planning software. And they built a tool, a predictive analytics tool for their B2B clients. And, they used historical order data, and they were able to predict 40% of production delays out of samples. So this was their sort of version of their AI project. And here's another example from another firm, Portal Plus, that developed an AI-based traffic planning module for bus operators, and this helped them, optimize fleet scheduling, get a lot of savings in fuel. So these are a couple of examples. There were others that I can talk about if I have time. But, the first question is, so the Vinnova, the government agency, actually went to these firms, right, and did a bunch of follow-up surveys with them and asked them, like, what did you do with the money? How were your projects successful? And most firms said that these projects were successfully deployed. And then we have independent survey evidence from Statistics Sweden on whether these firms actually spent on AI. And we can see that the firms that actually got these awards had higher expenditures on AI and did indeed, adopt AI because of this subsidy. But, that's sort of a first stage that we've established here. I want to tell you a little bit about these other outcomes like job vacancy, which you can link these firms to the Swedish Public Employment Service, which effectively has the universe of all job postings in Sweden, and population-wide administrative registers for employment, hiring, and separations. And sort of ongoing work, we are going to explore productivity. We are going to talk about revenues and profits of firms, but I'm not going to show you any evidence on that today. And so we end up with a balanced panel of firms between 2017 and 2024. Okay, so think of this as 3 years before this application happened up to 4 or 5 years after. That's going to be the window of time. So these are not going to be very short run effects, something like medium run, I guess. But again, we are still in the early stages of this. So, that's an important caveat. The other thing I want to mention, and I have mentioned this already, these are small and medium enterprises. Okay, so the average firm size here was something like 30 employees. They were mostly from the information and communication technology space, law, econ, science and tech, wholesale and manufacturing. This is also important when we think about, the findings of this paper. Like, for instance, we don't have any construction firms that applied to this particular subsidy program, and we should keep that context in mind. Over half these applicants were from urban areas, the 3 largest cities in Sweden, which is, Stockholm, Gothenburg, and Malmö. Okay, so how are we going to evaluate this? Well, we have these 190 applicants. Essentially, we are going to look at, the natural thing to do here would be to compare these firms that got these awards to those that are non-awarded. Importantly, our estimator, is a within firm estimator. I think that's just some important context, but we are going to use a difference in differences design. And, whether we use a difference in differences design or a synthetic difference in difference design, which is what I'm going to show you today. Essentially, I'm going to show you that the pre-exposure trends of these firms, the trajectories that they were on, these applicants and the awardees, they are very similar. But effectively, this particular method is just optimally choosing weights to create a nice, credible counterfactual from the donor pool of control firms, okay, who are the applicants who did not end up winning awards or getting the subsidy. And so, let me just show you now the first set of results, okay, which is on labor demand, which is vacancy posting. And so here, think of this as the extensive margin vacancy posting, which is the probability that a particular firm posts a job in a given year. And this is, on the x-axis, you see this is 3 years leading up to the subsidy. This method works, and you can see that these are very similar trends. And as time passes, you see an increase in the probability for the treated firms, the firms that got these subsidies, to post vacancies. And, again, we have small samples, so these are slightly imprecisely estimated, but noticed by year 5, the treated firms are 24 percentage points more likely to post a vacancy. Okay, so it seems like there was an increase in labor demand induced by this subsidy. And then we can break this down by occupation codes and think about white collar work and blue collar work. And this was increasingly or mostly concentrated in white collar work where there were strong positive effects. In blue collar work, you see a slight downturn and then an uptake. But again, these are all, no significant changes when it comes to blue collar labor demand. And then, so that was labor demand. That is just posting a job. And then the question is, what happened to firm size, right? Were firms able to, they wanted workers, were they able to hire workers? Employment can also mask sort of other things going on in hirings and separations. So maybe you hire more workers, but you fire other workers, and then you don't change firm size. But first, here we don't see any impacts on net employment changes. These are very small impacts and fairly flat. Our sort of average treatment effect here is something like 1.4 employees. Okay, so this is a small increase, but this is not significant. And to unpack this a little bit further, I'm going to show you hiring and separations. Okay, so hiring trending upwards, again, not significant. Separation, if anything, trending downwards, but again, these impacts are not significant. But this is just sort of opening the black box a little bit of what's happening to overall firm size in terms of hires and separations. So that's it. To be on time at 10:30, I thought this is where I can finish stuff, right? But I would love to take questions and discuss this a little bit more. We do see that treated firms post more vacancies, okay, indicating some labor complementarities, but employment impacts are fairly muted. Note that, we've talked a fair bit about the US. This is Sweden, okay? And there's a lot of talk there, lots of literature on the fact that there are quite acute skill shortages. So maybe pairing this adoption support with skill pipelines might be the way to go if firms are trying to increase, want to get more workers but aren't able to. That might be important. But at least in the medium runs, we can sort of show that it's not sort of leading to, again, in this context, any major job losses that we can detect. And it's also important to note here that, this is not one particular AI technology. This is whatever the firms wanted to do and how they wanted to use AI. They were sort of proposing those applications and then implementing them on the back of these subsidies. We had this imprecise estimate of how many jobs were created from this. So this is a slightly dangerous thing to do, but people want to know, okay, if it did create 1.5 more jobs and you got something like $50,000, what was the cost per job calculation? And so we get something like $38,000 per job created, which is within the range of estimates for other sorts of firm subsidies that people have studied. So I'm going to finish there. I'd love to take questions if you want to email me, that's my email. And you can please feel free to ask me any questions on this. Like I said, this is a work in progress. We are looking at other firm outcomes that we are interested in. So we would love to hear from you. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Kanal. I'm sorry. So we sort of have to apologize given the limited constraint of the time constraints we're facing. So we sort of have to have all the questions at the end of the session. But at the same time, I would like to share with the audience online. So all the 3 papers the presenters are presenting here, they also have links online, so you can download them and read in more details. So given the constraints, so the floor is yours, Professor Hausman.
Great, thanks so much. I'm just gonna make this full screen. I'm sure that I have enough slides to fill up all the extra time that my colleagues here have left for me. So thank you guys. Thanks for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. Unfortunately not in DC, but this is a great second best. This is joint work with my colleagues Oren Rigby and Sarit Weisberg, and it's about generative AI's effect on student achievement and the implications for workforce productivity. So AI is changing not only how we work, but also how we learn. We know that more and more jobs and tasks are affected by AI. One estimate is that at least 10% of tasks for the vast majority, 80% of workers, is affected. As of 2024, nearly 40% of the US working age population was using generative AI. By now it's more like 55%, with about 20% of the working age population using it specifically for job tasks. So research has focused thus far on productivity gains for current workers, trying to measure the extent to which AI is used in each occupation, tons in coding, less in others, and showing that the productivity boost tends to be largest for the less skilled workers. We also saw some of that evidence from Rafaela. Of course, we're still in transition, and today's workers were originally educated without AI, such that they still have whatever basic skills the education system provided them with before AI entered schools. Now, student use of AI is redefining the skills and knowledge of future workers. So there are many open questions, There are many open questions regarding future workers, not only which jobs will still exist and what skills will be needed, but also how to actually teach those skills when AI is available to students. The dog ate my homework has become AI did my homework, but it's the same basic idea. I haven't done what I needed to do in order to learn. And then even if I, as a student, somehow managed to acquire some human capital in school, how will I signal that to employers when other students are using AI to get grades just like mine? All right. So specifically, AI use among students can have multiple types of effects on skill development. It can help improve AI-related skills, since practice with AI presumably helps students learn the various ways in which they can use the tool and how to edit or iterate on its output. This kind of practice presumably increases their future workforce productivity, at least to the extent they'll have access to or even be encouraged to use AI on the job. But on the other side, students may rely on the tool for tasks they needed to do themselves in order to learn, undermining some of that basic human capital development that they're in school for. So these questions are enough for an entire research agenda, but today I'm going to focus on the smaller question of how AI availability affects student performance and signaling. We used for this project a large administrative data set on courses and grades from a top Israeli university, along with naturally occurring quasi-random variation in AI availability over time, after versus before ChatGPT is released, and across courses more and less amenable to AI use to identify the effect. We find that AI generates an increase in average grades and a compression of the distribution in a way that raises concern for students' basic human capital development and the signal value of grades. So this question is certainly relevant to the design of educational programs and student assessments, for which we have to balance competing objectives. So we want to train students in a technology they're likely to use on the job and to take advantage of any complementarities between human capital and AI, but we also want to prevent over-reliance on AI tools, which may substitute for learning. The research question is also clearly relevant to the productivity of tomorrow's workforce through both the signaling and human capital channels. Reduced signal value of grades imposes a cost on employers who need to develop alternative screening devices and or may suffer reduced job match quality and associated lower productivity. And while we know that AI use is productive in the labor market and could jumpstart further innovation, most job tasks still rely on basic skills. At the firm level, obviously implementing new AI technologies, and of course we just heard about this a lot from Rafaela, implementing new AI technologies well also requires skilled management to complement the big data and computing technology that the AI requires. And of course, managerial human capital requires basic skills. Okay, so for concreteness, I'll say just a word about the various ways AI is used in education. Okay, so students can and do obviously use publicly available tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude. In some contexts, students are actually given tools like these, but with restrictions, like you can't copy paste, or there's no solution giving, so you can only talk through ideas. That's feasible in very controlled settings and in RCTs, but ultimately students doing work at home will have access to the unrestricted tools. So we have to assume that's what they're going to have at the end of the day. There's also various specialized AI tools designed specifically to improve learning. Those can be custom-made chatbots tailored to a certain purpose. So for example, Hebrew University's medical school is about to implement chatbots large scale for teaching and hopes to use that to be able to double cohort size. Or these kind of specialized tools could be personalized learning platforms tailored to the student and adjusting to the individual student's pace and needs as he learns. Okay, does AI help students? Before we talk about the evidence we have so far, we should note the complexity of this question. So if students perform better on schoolwork, is AI helping? Well, when AI is available, performance reflects some combination of AI and human capital, which highlights a key difference between productivity in the labor market and productivity in education. In the labor market, we often don't care much about what combination of AI and human capital produced an output, as long as we get that output. An exception might be on the job training, which raises some interesting questions about where to draw the line exactly between education and the labor market. And we heard hints of this in Rafaela's talk as well, thinking about on the job training. In education, though, we care about human capital developed in the process of producing the output. And we care much less, if at all, about the output itself. Maybe we care about student output per se if we're looking specifically at tasks that resemble job tasks. But what are the job tasks now that AI is available on the job? And even worse, who knows what those job tasks will be 10 or 20 years from now? So obviously, with changing jobs and tasks, we can't rely on teaching to the task, and students need to have those basic skills, at least to be able to complement AI. Sorry. Okay. Helping students is really about helping them develop both basic and AI specific human capital. And it's a challenge to isolate and measure those. Okay, so there's a small body of existing work on AI use in educational contexts, mostly RCTs. They fall into two main categories. The first sort of randomizes access to general AI tools, and the second category tries to distinguish between the effects of different types of tools. They tend to find that unrestricted AI tools harm learning. They sort of improve performance temporarily as long as you have access to the tool, but then when AI is removed, students do worse. In contrast, the specialized tools that are built to augment student human capital tend to improve both performance and learning. We take a complementary approach with a novel empirical strategy that uses natural quasi-random variation to see how AI is affecting students in a real-world setting. Our large administrative data set covers many students at multiple degree levels across a wide swath of subjects. And despite our very different approach, our results are actually entirely consistent with the RCTs. Okay, so what is our strategy? Our strategy to identify causal effects of AI availability is a simple difference in difference design, comparing student grades after relative to before ChatGPT's release for widespread use in November 2022, and AI compatible versus AI incompatible courses, where AI incompatible courses are those in which most of the graded work is done in person so that AI just isn't available. Because the treatment is defined at the course level, we can compare a student's own grades in his AI compatible and AI incompatible courses in the same semester. And that removes a great deal of noise that comes from unobserved student ability. And of course, the key diff and diff assumption is that grades in AI compatible and incompatible courses would have followed parallel trends in the absence of treatment with new widespread AI availability. Okay, so we have data for 4 years prior to ChatGPT's rollout, and that'll help us provide suggestive evidence in support of those parallel trends. We use administrative data on grades, we scrape syllabi, and we conduct surveys of faculty and students. So in the end, we have about 37,000 students and 5,700 courses. We calculate an AI compatibility index based on the fraction of the grade determined by AI compatible components. So home exams or assignments, for example. And you can see here, I have to move this bar. You can see here that this index has a significant mass both at 100% and at 0% AI compatible. Here it's, of course, all in-class exams or work. So we define treatment and control based on this AI compatibility index. And of course, there are many, many robustness checks to show that it doesn't, our results don't depend in any way on these specific cutoffs. Okay, so formally what we're doing in the estimation is to regress grades for student I in course C and semester T on the interactions of a full set of year dummies and an indicator for being treated or in an AI compatible course, controlling for all the main effects, course characteristics, and student fixed effects. These delta coefficients here on the interaction terms are then treatment effects we can plot in a standard event study, and we expect them to be positive after the rollout of ChatGPT if grades rise differentially in AI compatible courses once AI is available. So here's what the results look like. You can see that indeed AI compatible and incompatible courses follow parallel grade trends before the rollout of ChatGPT, with coefficients hovering around 0. But after the rollout, grades rise differentially in AI compatible courses, indicating an improvement in performance when AI is available for graded work. The effects are even larger here in the second year after rollout. These magnitudes are about 1 to 1.5 points on a 100-point scale. And I'll show you in a bit that effects are larger at the bottom of the distribution. And that effect is enough to push a B+ student into the A range. Okay. Now, here you can see that the effect is no different for men than for women, though we often think that men are better at technology adoption on average. And the AI effect seems to be driven specifically by advanced, non-STEM, non-business courses that don't grade on a curve. The effect is also much larger at the bottom of the grade distribution. In other words, for the weaker students. This graph is one of a bunch of ways we show this in the paper, but here we're graphing treatment effects on the probability of scoring in a given grade range. So there's a significant reduction in the probability of failing or receiving a D grade. Overall, AI is pulling the bottom of the distribution up to pool with the higher performing students. So this compression of the distribution effectively weakens the signal value of grades, imposing a cost on employers who, of course, want to distinguish between higher and lower ability students. And as we saw on the previous slide, standardized grading or grading on a curve might be one simple policy tool to limit the inflationary and distribution compression effects of AI. So that could limit the reduction in grade signal value, but it's not going to do anything for the underlying human capital effects. Okay. It's important to note that 1 to 1.3 point effect we saw before, that's an AI availability or intent to treat effect. Of course, not all students use AI even when it's available. So this effect of making AI available, this is the effect of making AI available given that students make their own take-up decisions. We may also want to know the effects of actually using AI on grades. And those, of course, have to be larger. Okay, so we can estimate those use effects using a simple Wald estimator, a back-of-the-envelope calculation using estimates from different samples. Our estimate from our main administrative grade data, along with these survey estimates that we have of student take-up rates. That estimate suggests that students who use AI for graded work increase their grades by an average of 3.5 points in the first year after rollout. That's enough to move grades from a B to an A-. So that's really quite big. Okay. The question we're all interested in, of course, is whether these grade increases actually reflect more learning. Because as we said, AI use in university may replace key learning processes, or it may serve as important practice with a tool that students will need to know how to use when they join the labor force and how to use well. Of course, it's hard to measure underlying human capital accumulation because when AI is available, grades reflect the combination of human capital and AI. Moreover, in addition to targeting basic human capital accumulation, we now also want students to develop AI-specific human capital. We want them to be good at using the tool. To get at this human capital accumulation, when we only observe grades, we estimate the effects of AI experience on subsequent performance with and without AI. So consider comparing two students. One entered university and took their first year AI-compatible intro courses in the year before ChatGPT's release. So in principle, this course was AI-compatible, but they couldn't use AI because AI hadn't rolled out yet. The second student entered university just a year later and took their intro courses when AI was already available. So that guy gets AI experience in his first year intro courses. We can then follow both of those students into their second year courses And effects of AI experience on performance in AI-compatible second-year courses tells us something about development of AI-specific human capital. Meanwhile, effects on performance in AI-incompatible classes in the second year inform us on development of basic human capital in the AI regime. Okay, so as you may have anticipated, what we see is a positive effect here of AI experience on grades in AI-compatible second-year courses, and like a 0 or negative effect on grades in AI-incompatible courses, suggesting that while students do seem to be accumulating AI-specific human capital when they use AI in school, their basic human capital development may be at least to some extent undermined. Okay. I'm going to skip a little bit fast through these next few slides for the sake of time. We have another piece of suggestive evidence on human capital acquisition that comes from comparing student ranks across AI-compatible and incompatible courses. I'll just say that the evidence suggests sort of a weakening link between human capital and grades after the rollout of ChatGPT, and you can see that in the flattening of these slopes over time. Okay. I want to share one more analysis real quick that I think invites some reflection on the need for changes in higher education, and frankly, probably also middle and high school education. We surveyed university students and faculty at the same university, and I'll limit myself to sharing 2 or 3 informative results. First, students have adopted AI for coursework quickly. We see 100% adoption by the fall of 2024 or 25. Meanwhile, faculty have barely adjusted. They're slower to adopt AI for use in their courses, and they've barely adjusted the composition of their assignments or course material to fit the AI regime. Okay, so this mass at 0 change in assignment composition is from year to year is what you're seeing here. Faculty do, some courses adjust a tiny bit, but it's in the minority relative to that huge mass at 0. So faculty are barely adjusting. Okay. Second, faculty anticipate substantially lower AI productivity gains for students entering the labor market than students do. Students are clearly far more bullish. That could be because students know better how much they can do with AI than faculty do, or it could be that faculty know better how much basic human capital students are not acquiring in their studies. Or it could be somewhere in the middle, but the imbalance hints at a potential problem that will probably need to be addressed with some sort of educational change. Okay. So I'll conclude. Student access to AI during their university studies is likely to change the skill set and productivity of future workers. This paper provides early causal evidence that AI availability in higher education improves average performance, but it has a bifurcated learning effect in which students develop more AI-specific human capital at the expense of some basic human capital, which obviously is what's going to drive performance when AI is absent, and which is also surely an important complement to AI when AI is present. In addition to the increase in average grades we measure, the grade distribution is compressed, reducing the signal value of grades and potential job match quality. Employers will, as a result, have to develop alternative screening mechanisms at some cost. And the fact that faculty have so far mustered little response to students' speedy adoption of AI has implications for universities. Universities and faculty will have to consider redesigning coursework to improve learning with AI. When there are things you want to be sure students can do on their own without the tool, assessments will have to be in person without computers. And surely faculty will have to be incentivized to make these substantial investments in adjusting their courses to the AI regime. As I said previously, this paper is just the beginning of a research agenda. We're working currently on using tax data in Israel to connect what happens at the university to labor market outcomes. And I'd be more than happy to talk to anyone offline about this or other potential work. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I think we should give a round of applause to our 3 distinct presenters for their thought-provoking presentations. So I see there are 2 common themes of the 3 papers. First of all, it's all about jobs, skills, and education, human capital formation. Another theme is that they are all ongoing progress. So they are the first papers to talk about these topics through the different angles, but at the same time, they are also evolving projects. So once again, let's give a round of applause to the speakers, and please check out their papers online. I'm sure they will update it periodically to reflect new results and new discoveries. So now I just asked the organizers whether we can still, we are a little bit short on time. We were supposed to have a 15 minutes Q&A, but I just asked the organizers whether it is possible that we cut a little bit to the coffee time session. So we still have like 10 minutes to answer a few questions online. So the first question is from Joy Ling in the United States. The question, I think everybody is having it on their mind. What kind of skills do we still need nowadays? Which skills matter most in an AI amplified workplace for workers, managers, and teams? So I feel like this question cuts through all three papers, and maybe we can take turns from the three presenters to answer this question. Dr. Chen, would you like to be the first?
Yeah, thanks. I think if I were a new grad or like a senior person with tacit knowledge, but worrying about AI is going to take part of my job, I may work on my creativity is a key thing for human, and also the ability to work with others, the teamwork, and how to learn fast and equip myself with the most cutting edge AI tools. Yeah, I think I will work on the three parts. That is creativity, working with others, and keep up with the latest tools and how to use the tools efficiently. Yeah.
Professor Kunal and Professor Hausman, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is a hard question to answer, but I would echo what Ruyu is saying. Partly, I mean, I feel like it's also just being and learn quickly. And I think Naomi wrote in her or like showed how changing their code at all, and that hit home when it comes to not changing assignments from year to year. So I think it's mostly making sure that you're actually that you're just adaptable in terms of sort of predicting what kind of skills will be needed later. That's so I would just say openness to new ideas and technologies, and just trying your hand at them and experiment. Even though, again, we've discussed the costs of doing something like that, and it's very hard to return sometimes, right? So it's not easy, but that's what I would.
So I think that logic skills are probably pretty important. When I talk to people that advise computer science departments in the US, they seem to think, don't have your kids go to coding classes in this day and age, have them do math, logic, economics, philosophy, something where they have to proofs, learn how to logic their way through problems. And I can see the sense in that. I also think that communication skills are still important, and they're probably part of managerial skills. I think it's, if you're a good communicator, it's also partially soft skills and interacting between people. I think my casual use of ChatGPT and the other platforms tells me that the writing that they do drives me batty, because these platforms sort of have a way of making writing so general and so smooth that you float your way all the way to the bottom of the paragraph, and then you have no idea what they've said. And often that's because it's so general that there's nothing concrete that the human brain can hold on to. Just yesterday, I was writing a document where that was the case. I put in information. I said, don't get rid of any of my good content. And it got rid of all of my good content and said it hadn't, because it just made it really general. Okay, so if you don't have basic communication skills, you're not even going to be able to know that ChatGPT is doing that to your work, or that it's producing communication that isn't worthwhile. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask another question from Samir Akbaf in South Korea. well, sorry, I actually read it the wrong line. Sorry. So the next question is from Delina in Bulgaria. So how can organizations, especially governments, practically support this reskilling and skill? So just to reflect on the answers to the previous question, apparently the skills that is needed nowadays as AI get adopted, they become less possible to actually add them to the CVs, right? So how can government and firms assess that and support the reskilling and skill? So for instance, previously we can write on CV that we have this certificate and that certificate. But how do the government and organizations now practically support this reskilling? Is it also through like certification or training programs? And if the firms are not inclined to providing this kind of support, what can governments do? I feel like it is a kind of very related to Professor Hausman, your research, and also Professor Khanna, your study about AI subsidy. Maybe we can start from you, and then Dr. Chen, please join in if you have anything you would like to share. Thank you.
Okay, I wasn't sure whether I'm supposed to go first or Professor Khanna. It's actually a really hard question, and I don't think anyone really knows the answer yet. I think that part of what's going to happen, or part of what should happen, is that firms probably have to have more sort of apprenticeships to do more training on the job. You know, firms aren't willing to hire junior workers, as in Ruyu's work. If firms aren't willing to hire junior workers at a positive wage, they might be willing to hire them at zero or a negative wage. And, you know, if governments really want them to do that and firms are not deciding to do that on their own, one thing that could happen is that the government gets involved in terms of subsidizing those apprenticeships. But there may be a way to encourage the market to do that on its own, or there may be some way it does it on its own. The other thing is, you know, to the extent that public universities are influenced by governments, the government can provide the university with incentives to reshape its curriculum to provide the right sorts of skills.
I was just going to say, I mean, since this particular project that I did was in the context of Sweden, I know there's a Swedish agency that, you know, educates a bunch of workers that are trying to reskill. And part of their model is to, again, offer courses or offer training programs in partnership with firms. So they sort of go to firms and ask them, like, you know, what do you need? What sort of workers do you need? Would you be willing to be a part of our training program, right? Help us design the curriculum. And then you sort of connect them to workers who are trying to either retrain or workers that are just entering the labor market for the first time and trying to get their hands dirty with some, you know, vocational skills in that process. So I think those sorts of models could be very beneficial. Or anticipate accurately in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, I also want to follow up on the apprenticeship system, because we find that firms care about the tacit knowledge. If we compare a senior lawyer versus a junior lawyer, we will say, okay, the senior lawyer, they have the networks, they have the experience, they have all the industry-specific or firm-specific knowledge, like the customer relation, everything is so important. So the tacit knowledge make them even more valuable. And the senior lawyers came from the juniors. So the apprenticeship system supported by the government can better help the young workers have or equip some of those tacit knowledge needed by firms. And we already have some experience in Germany where their system turns to be very effective, especially during the AI age. So I think maybe that's one important way we can consider.
Thank you very much. So we are heading towards the last question before our coffee break. So this question is from Iram. So what he is asking is that we are seeing those results in developed countries, so like US, Sweden, you know, so what if you are applying the same design in a developing country? What do you think the results will be, and whether your suggestion will still be applicable for developing countries? And what are the driving factors that make the results maybe different in a developing country context? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to sort of take a first stab at that. Yeah, I'm when I think about again, the work that I presented was on Sweden, and it's in many ways been at the forefront of these kinds of programs. I mean, there was also a question I saw in the chat about just having, governments being very anxious about AI adoption, and here is a government that's encouraging AI adoption through subsidies, right? Um, I kind of feel like the skill shortages are even perhaps more important. I've done a fair bit of work in India, and when it comes to, there are certain complementarities India's really benefited from and led in, the ICT space historically since the 1980s. But when it comes to the sort of like when I think about the labor market and its structure in India right now, right? And I think about again college education and the direction in which that's going, um, and a lot of the employment being generated by gig economy jobs, right? Which may be using AI in some way, but it's not the workers in that economy that are using AI. That makes it very important that I think again reskilling or upskilling in a way that you can again connect firms that are adopting these technologies and workers that want to work in these firms and be at the cutting edge of AI. Uh, it's a arguably even more difficult problem to solve there, and it's more important because again the scale of the disruption that can happen there um, worries me a little bit. But again, the sort of work that I'm showing right now was showing complementarities and the fact that, labor demand increases. I'm worried about the fact that, again, skill shortages there could mean that this doesn't translate into any employment gains in the short run. And again, there's no way of knowing whether this could actually lead to, uh, job losses in the future. So yeah, I mean, it's again, this sort of depends from country to country, but that's my take on it based on the work that I've done in one particular context in India. But I'd be happy to hear from other panelists on this.
Yeah, so I'll just say very quickly that I think we could also focus on the positive side in developing countries and think about how in many of them there's such a large number of people that we would like to bring up in terms of their education level to be on par with the developed world, and AI represents an amazing opportunity to do that very cheaply if we develop specialized tools properly.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Dr. Chen, I really need to cut you short here. So maybe one sentence. Yeah.
And thanks for the organization in one sentence.
Okay. So thank you very much. So the next, sorry that it is a little bit longer and we're cutting to the coffee break. So the next session will start on time. And thanks again for the presenters for their insightful presentation and audience for the nice questions. So we are collecting the questions and we will now take a coffee break until 11:20 a.m. After the break, please join us for the panel discussion. How can people learn to work with AI? And if you're interested, just Google the titles of the 3 papers presented today. You will see a full version of them and you can read more in details. So I personally have read three of the papers last night. They are very insightful. And I really want to follow up with the researchers to understand what are the new insights they will provide with the ongoing projects. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to start in just a minute as soon as our panelists come up on screen. Okay, great. I see everyone. All right, so welcome back. I hope you had a good coffee break. This is the panel about AI and skills. And just briefly to introduce it, I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation. It's already come up quite a bit in our earlier discussion. Maybe a year ago, we were worrying about this generic threat of AI on jobs. As you've seen from the previous presentations, now we are going to a level that is much more about AI and skills. So we're trying to think about the question of today's question is really not just which jobs disappear, but I think perhaps more constructively, which skills matter? How do we build expertise? What's the role of firms in helping build expertise? And today we have 50 minutes. And three people, actually. Unfortunately, one of the panelists got stuck with a snowstorm. She's traveling. But from very different perspectives, people who really are working very practically and on the front line of these questions, be it for global policy, commercial AI, economic analysis. I mean, we have a very, very interesting panel here. So let me just introduce it very quickly. Maria Barron is the co-lead of the EdTech team at the World Bank. And Maria has played a very important role shaping digital education policy across 30 countries. She led one of the first randomized trials on AI tutoring in Nigeria, Maria, if that's correct. We were talking about the differences between developing and developed economies. Maria, I hope that you will touch on this topic in your comments. Tim Spittle is a data science manager at Analysis Group. Welcome, Tim. Fascinated by your job. You model economic impacts across industries. You also really are probably the person who has spent most time implementing AI in real organizations. So we'd love to hear from your experience. Tell us all about the messiness of this adoption process, but also what you're learning. I think that's really the hope here. And Tianchang Wang, you're a senior lecturer at Flinders University, consultant for the UNESCO. Fascinated work. You've created the first master's course on AI in education for Hong Kong. So we'd love to hear more about how AI can help building teachers' capabilities. With Naomi Husband's paper just now, we were talking about the students, but clearly there is a lot of work for teachers as well. So I hope you are as excited as I am about having the opportunity to learn from this panel. Let me start very, very quickly, just a quick round. This is the $1 million question now. What's the one skill that you've seen becoming dramatically more valuable now that AI is part of the picture? Real quick, let's start with Maria, then we go to Tim, and then Tianchang. What's your sense?
Thank you, Rafaela, and a pleasure to be here with you and all of the panelists. This is a very important event. Very difficult to choose just one, but let me go because the previous panel touched upon many of what we call soft skills. Let me go to a more technical one. I think AI strategy and management, especially how to incorporate AI workflows in your day-to-day job, is going to become increasingly important.
Great, Tim.
Yeah, again, it all depends, and I'm sure we'll dig into how it depends. But if I had to distill it down into one skill, it would definitely be initiative. I think in terms of continuous learning, in terms of adaptation of your workflows, curiosity about seeking out new knowledge and tools. It's all about taking the initiative for sort of executing at the highest level you can with the tools that are constantly evolving around you.
Yeah. Tianchang.
Thank you. I think one of the key skill is about the contextual knowledge and application, because AI has a broad knowledge but fundamentally lacks context. So it doesn't really know about your organization culture, your community needs, your industry's unwritten rules, your customer specific circumstances. So this is the part where human skills matters that bring context that AI cannot access.
Wonderful. You know, what's interesting across all your answers is that you didn't mention anything technical or technological in what you're saying, which gives me hope. Being a middle-aged woman, I think that's good. Now, let's go maybe a little bit deeper into the work that you do, and we'd love for you to share a little bit more about your experience and your knowledge in the development and study of AI in the real world. So Maria, maybe if we can start with you. You've done really, really fascinating work on AI-enabled learning. We talk a lot about it, and this happens to be also a big commercial in the market. So I'm sure there are many people that are trying to get into this industry. You studied this in a low resource, low digital literacy context. What have you learned from this experience? And specifically, what are the biggest bottlenecks, or what's working? What should make us optimistic about the deployment of AI in low resource settings?
Thank you, Rafaela. That's a great question. I want to build on the lessons that I have learned so far deploying AI educational programs in low resource contexts, such as Nigeria, Brazil, Peru, but also draw from my previous experience in EdTech. I think that a lot of the successes and the failures we have seen on EdTech programs are transferable and applicable to the way we design AI-enabled programs. In the same way that for the specific topic of workers and firms, this is a new technology, right? Like when ICT developed. So I think it's always good to build on what has already been done and research. And because we did so much research in the World Bank during the COVID pandemic, and we know what works, what I have done to try to support global audiences, researchers, and also policymakers when thinking about AI-enabled programs is to develop a simple framework. And this framework aims to focus on two things. First, let's not shy away from complexity. Let's embrace complexity. Let's embrace holistic design. These programs are a learning opportunity. Nothing is written in stone. And I think if we have that mindset, that scientific mindset into these programs, is a good first step. And this is not only for low and middle income countries, but also for the global north. I think this is important all across. But let me walk you through this framework super quickly. I call it the 5 Ps. And it focuses basically on how we most focus on people rather than the technology for these programs to have a shot at being successful. The first P is the problem. So what is the problem we're trying to solve in education with AI? Let's say that we are trying to support teachers using AI to produce better lesson plans. Let's use that as an example. Then the second P is the purpose of the program. So many in this audience can be economists, perhaps some of you are not. I think laying out a very strong theory of change can help us really illustrate the vision we have. But when you illustrate how that vision correlates, you also see the challenges that you may face. For example, fears from teachers, for example, lack of access to devices, and so forth. And you can control on that when you design your program itself. And this leads me to the third P, which is the place. So what are the conditions there? What is the connectivity? What is the electricity, the device availability? And that needs to shape the choice of tools and contents. For example, in low resources, we are seeing an emergence of chatbots that are WhatsApp-based. And that can be a solution that we're seeing, for example, in Brazil, in Ghana, in Nigeria, and South Africa. And that can be something that can work across context. In addition to that, I think we need to think about contextualizing for the training. So the materials that we produce for AI literacy, for AI fluency, they need to reflect the specific contextual barriers and the culture. For example, when we were training teachers in Nigeria, for us, it was very important to reflect specific aspects of Edo culture. And it was very important for us to do some part of the training in person because we knew that some teachers had good levels of digital skills, some others maybe not so much. If you don't create these spaces to not only create top-down type of learning, but also peer learning, and you develop these networks of teachers working through problems as a group, then you can have better outcomes, I feel, for any specific intervention that you have in mind. And finally, the product. I think in the World Bank, we always try to highlight the importance of low bandwidth solutions, offline functionalities, and smaller language models that can operate in resource-constrained environments. In addition to that, specific for the education and K-12 and teachers' safety and privacy, we need to think about also how to build more cultural and linguistic appropriateness, but also inclusion. We still know that many large language models don't operate well across all languages, and this is something that is not trivial. We also need to think to adapt how we fit these tools into a day-to-day classroom setting, which goes beyond the tool, to go back to my previous point. And finally, I think we need to think of products that are not general, but that are optimized for learning. And this is something that we are seeing emerging across research. Big tech companies are now producing large language models that are primed for learning. Also, local developers are using this type of approach. So I think that we need to keep abreast of all of these changes to be able to make sure that the product is the best for the setting we're working with, but also not forgetting that the product is just one part of the whole design. And with that, let me stop. Maybe I went a little bit over time.
No, that's great. Actually, let me maybe go to Tim. Tim, what's interesting about Maria is that the principles of what she's describing, clearly they apply to the specific education setting, but I'm just wondering, as you were listening to her, how much of this sounds familiar for the work that you're doing in relation to the work that you're doing in organizations. Is it really that different, the approach? And if so, how?
I was writing down the 5 Ps because I might steal that because it's very, very similar. I think, as a consultant, our job is, as much as I can simplify or pull a common theme amongst all the different types of engagements we have, is matching solutions to problems. And I think you just walked us through some of the more important decisions along the way that might get you to a specific product. So I think, my experience both working with clients and trying to sort of help my firm across many different practice areas, offices, levels of AI literacy, think about the way to make AI tools and solutions available to people. I think more and more people will start to look like a consultant, right? You have to think about and break down the problems, align with the purpose, think in that way where it's not just I repeat the same sort of thing every day. You have to think about alignment of the tools that are available to you that are constantly changing and how those align with the problem you're trying to solve. So it's very similar what you've described. And I think, in my experience, what's been so challenging about this is, when we talk about AI, I think we are always, or more recently, implicitly talking about LLMs, right? And this really generalizable model, because AI has been around forever. We've already built AI models that can beat us at chess and Go, and they can recommend movies for us and optimize our supply chains. We don't talk about those anymore. We sort of take them for granted because they're so narrow and specific, and we just assume they're there to provide value. The whole sort of game that we're playing now is we have this generalizable model with this exploding frontier of things it can do. And so the alignment of, well, is it good for this task? Is it not good for that task? Well, ChatGPT 4.1 wasn't that good at that task, but now 5.1 is actually pretty good at it. And someone's taken an LLM and adapted it into a learning-based environment, so it's tailored for that. We are sort of unable to, and I am, as best as I can in my professional work, trying to keep up. I cannot. I don't think any one of us can keep up with what the tools are that are available to us now. So, we're all becoming these little consultants in our own day-to-day lives who have to break down our problems, understand our sort of alignment of tools that might be available to help us, when that is moving so fast. And of course, the organizations need to catch up. When we're talking about getting AI tools, procurement, right? IT software and security that needs to be set up to make sure that we're using these things in the way that's aligned with how our organization needs to manage our information technology. Knowledge management, where do those things live? Training, how do you teach people? HR, how do you staff around that? All of that has to catch up when the bleeding edge is moving faster than even all of the early adopters. I would consider myself one, can barely keep up. So I think that's why, to come back to my answer from before, is being able to take initiative and take some risks and try things is definitely advantageous for workers in this period, because we're still exploring, we're trying to keep up, and a lot of things are sort of shifting under our feet, even once we think we have them nailed down.
So Tim, from your perspective, having seen this process playing out across different organizations, are you seeing some repeatable patterns of organizations that are able to better manage this process of continuous exploration and adaptation?
I mean, the classic consultant answer is it depends. And so I always sort of start there. I like the way that I've seen thinking about how AI tools can support us broken down in this continuum of sort of automatable tasks versus where we need to augment. I think the repeatable pattern, to the extent I can sort of extract one from my own experience at my firm and what I've seen, is the more you can help organize your workers in those experimental roles versus the people who might need to be trained, and sort of follow suit of what those experimenters find, I think the better you will be positioned to let the best solutions rise to the top. In my experience, my inclination as a consultant is typically, measure twice, cut once. You want to plan ahead. You want to find the perfect tool before you get too far ahead of yourself. I've had to let go of that, right? It's just, let's try a few things. This group might try this tool. This group might try that tool. Let's see what comes out. And then once they learn some repeatable patterns of the ways these can really help us, we try to, make that, push that through the rest of the firm. So getting those lessons learned, finding the patterns, providing guidance, it just has to be a little bit more exploratory, less defined up front. That can make ROI very difficult to think about when you're moving that quickly, when you're making potentially multiple competing decisions. So I think the flexibility there of letting go of some of the patterns that we might have otherwise had before for designing solutions and being more experimental is very valuable.
And, maybe this is a good way transition to Tiancheng, because, in a sense, the process that Tim is describing seems completely unsuitable for education, where we care about certification and specific pathways. There is a reason why you might want more standardization, and instead what Tim is describing is something that is constantly changing, constantly adapting. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how does this relate to the specific industry you work with, and also more specifically, how did you think about these problems for the work that you have done designing for teachers?
Yeah, I quite agree with Timothy about the technologies has always been evolving. So if we train the teachers specific tools, we are always going to be behind. So for us, we start to feel like the answer comes down to two levels of competency. The first is about the fundamental conceptualization and the awareness about the nature of AI as a genre of technology. So this stays constant regardless of which AI to emerge. So teachers don't need to have a high level technical skills, but they need to understand what AI can do or cannot do in practical terms. And when I just started those AI courses, so I noticed that teachers often have unfounded fears, or for example, being replaced by AI, or having the unrealistic expectations of AI can solving all kinds of problems that they are facing. So really they need to have a good understanding of what is AI is all about as a genre of technology, and because by understanding its nature for example, about, oh, it's AI, it's a surely recognizing by recognizing the patterns in the existing data and can generate the output from that pattern. So teachers start to come to appreciate what AI can do or cannot do. And also teachers, we think it's important that they need to understand the ethical implications, because like unlike the traditional ICT tools, I think this responds to one of the previous question, like unlike the traditional digital ICT tools, like if you don't use it, it's okay. Teachers can do perfect job without new technology. But now because of the AI, it has implications with multiple areas, really like challenge the status quo. So it is important for teachers to have a deep understanding on these implications, or whether they are being about the privacy, about the biases, about the equity, all these kind of issues related. And the second part is about how we can work with AI meaningfully. So this is about determining that what AI can generally serve the intended learning outcomes, the learning goals, not just using technology for the technology's sake. So, and here are like our observer, like working with teachers globally, like some teachers use AI for improving efficiency of automating routine tasks. Some teachers use it as a thinking partner, brainstorming ideas. Some teachers use AI as a safe space to test out their innovative ideas. So there's no one size fits all way, but what matters is the use it to meaningfully connect to what they wish to achieve. So I guess this is down to links to the corporate training world, which is facing the similar situation. Is about the digitalization versus digital transformation with AI. So it's not just about, oh, we have the AI and then we can make everything more efficient, solving all those challenges we're having, but more about fundamentally rethink how we can get work done with AI. And this might mean that redefining the entire job roles, because AI handles certain tasks, freeing humans for higher value work, and how we can work along with AI. I think that's something that we have to reconsider.
So I hear what you say, and it sounds very consistent with what I'm hearing and seeing. At the same time, I can imagine how what you're saying might sound terrifying to a big chunk of teachers, or in general professionals who have done their jobs in a certain way. So I'd be curious to know, and I'll start with you, Tiancheng, then maybe if Tim and Maria want to chime in, I'd love to hear their thoughts. How have you won these teachers over? Or in general, how do you bring the skepticals to the point of wanting to experiment and trying out and doing different things? The caveat is maybe we don't want everybody to become an experimenter. That goes back to Tim's point earlier, but I'd just be curious to know, from your experience, how did you build the motivation, I guess, of people who effectively, you're saying, need to rechange their jobs, they reconsider and reconfigure their jobs?
I think because I think one of the challenges we are facing at the moment in terms of the training is about like lots of guiding frameworks, lots of policies having been really focused on the principles. Like we'll talk about how we need to use AI more ethically, responsibly, pay critically. But there is a significant gap between the translating those principles into the practice. I think that's the part when I work as an educator, I try to help to bridge that kind of gap. So often people hear about, oh, AI can hallucinate, but they don't know like where or when or how they can spot the hallucination in their domain, or like they understand, okay, AI has a limitation or biases conceptually, but cannot identify where, what they are need to be looking at. So I think this is something that I have always been trying to do in a way of, like bring up some concrete examples in a contextual way, so that can help. Okay, if we are facing this kind of issue when you are working with AI for this particular task, here are some of the key areas that you probably want to pay actual attention to. I think this is some thing that I've been working a lot on. And another thing is, I think we have been promoting this idea about prompt engineering, about helping, like we're talking about, if you are able to ask better questions, you better get better outputs. But we're also facing in a situation of a dangerous areas of having, like, assuming that by only asking those right questions, we will definitely having those results that is not being biased or not being accurate, but and being 100% accurate. And then this creates a situation that we become over relying on AI sometimes, as we start to accept that the fact, oh, AI is getting really good. So this is the part also I think it's important to pay attention to, that not having because one of the study that I come across previously done by one of my colleagues is about the so-called the metacognitive laziness, as like people actually using AI for an extended period of time and start to have or becoming over relying AI, but actually not having the sufficient critical thinking that as they should have.
Yeah. I'm curious, if Tim does this, the approach of winning resistance by having people go deep or do a practical application have you seen or experiences, or do you have other tips to share?
It definitely resonates. I think the resistance I typically see is not one of interest usually, but of time and attention, right? You're asking people sometimes who are very successful and know how to do their job to try something new that might allow them to augment that, do it faster, do it better. And they have an incentive problem, which is, well, I'm already doing fine. Why would I need to try that?
Yeah.
So I do think that getting a success story, sort of helping get them across that first threshold of seeing what it could look like, getting used to the tool. Like we see a lot of repeat customers that way, right? Once you get that first experience of seeing it work, having someone sort of hold your hand through using the tool and who understands your vision and alignment with what success should look like and whatever task you're trying to augment or automate, then the sort of curiosity will plant a seed in people and say, well, what else could I be using here? Or maybe I could improve this system with a better prompt, or if it was integrated with the workflow a little bit better. Then they start thinking about those questions as opposed to the binary, should I use AI or not?
Yeah, it's interesting. I have a student at HBS that he trains other people, and he starts by having people prompt their own song. So there is an AI application that allows you to create your own song, and that's typically what, in his experience, turns the brain on. Say, okay, maybe these are the things that I can do. Maria, let me come to you. I mean, I'm going to ask the same question, but with a little bit of nuance because of the environments. They're fundamentally different, the context in which you are doing this job. And we also have a question in the Q&A. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how much of the bottlenecks that you've experienced are universal, or how much is actually specific to, maybe low resource context. If you can just, both elaborate on what you heard from Tim and Tianchong, as well as tell us what might be we missing if we ignore the low resource context of the rollout.
Thank you, Rafaela, and I think it's a very important question. I agree with what Tianchong and Tim have been saying, and to be honest, I think most of these translate across contexts because it's mostly related to how humans interact with technology rather than necessarily the constraints, which should take into account, of course, when you want to roll out a program, but that's the ecosystem, right? If we're talking about human adoption, it's quite similar, I feel, in my view, working across the global north and the global south. But let me draw from a couple of experiences and just highlight 3 ideas. So I have experience designing education programs, but also I have an informal part of my role in the World Bank, where with another colleagues in the EdTech team in Latin America, we provide peer support on AI learning for World Bank workers. And I would like to draw from this because it's not that different from teachers in Nigeria or teachers in Peru, in the sense that I highly agree with the point that has come across that we need to show the value added, and we need to show the value added through experimentation. Role playing was a tactic I used in Nigeria, in Peru. When you test a use case and you see that it literally saves you time, then you are more likely to then be motivated to use it. Rather than having a long dissertation on why this is useful for you, try it and see the benefits for yourself. Then I would say something critical across firms and across education systems is co-designing. We know that among teachers, among workers, we have some who are a bit ahead of the curve and have already been testing these tools, maybe have found these workflows or use cases where the impact can be greater. Therefore, you can use them to co-design. This is what we did in Peru, AI to empower teachers, and we co-designed the use cases with some of the teachers who were already a bit ahead on the use of AI. And finally, I think it's important to teach, when we teach AI fluency or when we teach AI for work, it's important to focus in both benefits and also risks and limitations. This I think is key, because then you address some of the fears that both workers, teachers are having, right? So look at the lights and the shadows. We know that there are risks, we know that they make mistakes, and I think highlighting these things actually gives more confidence to the user, rather than just focusing, okay, this is going to be make you more productive, but at the same time, it is your human judgment, your ability to actually validate what the tool is giving you. How do you incorporate these things? You have to establish a workflow that establishes a part for human oversight, right? So I think this focus on both the promise and the peril is appreciated across different areas.
You know, hearing you speak, it seems like we should be incorporating a time as well for experimentation, which is typically not budgeted, right, in normal jobs. We have to do what we have to do. And actually, one of the questions that we are getting is specifically about how much constraint on their time teachers already have. Managing not only their jobs on a daily way, in a daily manner, but also other challenges that may, social challenges, violence in the classroom. And so I think I'd be curious to understand, how do you create that? I mean, first of all, do you have to create that dedicated time for experimentation? Is that what you are doing, Maria, in your work?
Yes, usually when we develop programs on AI in education, we try to understand the user. So we design focus groups to understand the needs and the current levels of usage of teachers. And that's the time that we use for experimentation. However, just talking beyond pilots and talking about education systems and how they can incorporate this, I think we can learn from high achieving educational systems. For example, Korea, Estonia, who have plenty of experience incorporating EdTech and ICT in education, right? So it's just not a one-off training. It's training and then refreshers every year. And this is built into most teacher professional developments across the countries who already have had these digital transformation strategies across different sectors. But I think there are lessons from there that can be applied to the global south, where we can think also about the long term. how do we make sure something that Tianchong was mentioning, right? There are foundational skills. Of course, the technology is changing, but things like learning how to prompt, learning basic concepts on AI fluency, that is going to be useful even if the tools change every 6 months. So we need to make sure to provide that foundational content and also provide refreshers. And refreshers not only based on the changes of technology, but also changes in terms of guidance from education systems, the new emergence of different products that the government may be using, because an education system may introduce a product that comes across for all teachers, but if they don't incorporate teachers into education on how to use it, it's not going to be taken up very well. So I think having this, let's say, my approach so far has been working on pilots and a smaller scale. But I think it's important to think also how the education systems need to incorporate this in the very short term as well. It's not a one and off, and I think lifelong learning is something that we have been talking for so long, but it is true. It needs to be lifelong, and not only for teachers, also for us, because technology is changing very fast.
Tianchong, I see you unmuted yourself.
I think in responding to Maria's comment, I think yes, it's indeed that we need to learn from those countries that have been doing so well with adopting AI. But at the same time, we cannot simply just transplant approaches designed for the digitally fluent populations, because we are actually facing the issue of second level digital divide, meaning that it's not really about the access to technology. So like in those low income countries, many people already own a smartphone. Those smartphones have good internet connections so that they can access to AI easily. But the problem is that, like, because of the lack of experience of working with technology, that they don't have the ability to actually to be able to critically judge the information offered by AI, and that making them even more vulnerable in terms of like misinformation, biased content. So that's something that we have to be very careful with. Another issue is about the AI systems available today are overwhelmingly trained on the English language data from Western contexts. So when we introduce these systems in the non-English language context, we can see that the performance downgrade significantly. And also, like some of the like what we see from the output from the AI system doesn't really apply to the local context. So there are significant work needed for the Global South in terms of redesigning the digital literacy programs for their context that make sense to them, about the investment of AI infrastructure that for the underserved language and context. Maybe it's also about it's important to have a multi-stakeholder collaboration between the government, between the industry, and the education and industry sectors. Yeah.
Maybe going to as you were speaking, Tianchong, one question I have. Probably younger workers may be more familiar with the digital tools that we are, for generational reasons. And yet a lot of the discussion about AI, including some of the papers that we've seen earlier, pose the question of whether AI will become so good that it will actually take on some of the entry-level jobs that typically bring young people to the workforce. So they may be better at using the technologies, but easily substitutable. If AI catches on, they may not be equally good as AI. So I'm just wondering, maybe Tim, I'll start with you. What are you seeing inside organizations in terms of career ladders? Are you observing any difference between younger and older generations in a way that should make us more concerned or less concerned about the future of these younger workers coming into the labor market?
Yeah, I mean, from at least my personal experience and perspective, what I've seen is, there's increasing pressure because of the availability of AI tools for efficiency, right? And that starts to squeeze out some of, like, when I was an analyst 10 years ago, and I needed to write a program. We do a lot of software coding for our work to do our analyses. I could just sort of shadow a more senior analyst. I could read their code. I could make some small mistakes and sort of learn on my way up to catching up to their example. Nowadays, if you told me as a manager, hey, I want this younger analyst to shadow me, I say, that's going to be a little expensive. Can you just use AI to help you? Obviously, I want to give everyone an experience like that. So we do look for opportunities, but that is the pressure we face, right? That's just the reality of sort of the squeezing of the bottom of the ladder, so to speak. So what I'm seeing is, sometimes it's harder to get those opportunities now to learn, which would help you progress up the ladder. But I also see much more of a willingness, or I should say an exposure, from some of our newer hires and younger folks who are now more accustomed to, I need to be able to use AI tools. I need to be able to sort of look for solutions that might complement my work and help me learn faster, help me sort of move faster. And there's a shift then in the sort of, what are you expecting from more junior folks? They're almost becoming mini managers in a way. They're managing these AI colleagues, which I think was, the paper you actually presented about in your keynote, right? This idea that you're working together with the AI. And a concept that you brought up before, Tiancheng, about conceptualization. You have to actually teach people sooner in their careers how to think about designing a good research question, designing a good process to get from that research question, working with the data you have, to a solution, judgment on whether that solution has actually aligned with your vision of answering the research question. You're almost pushing a lot of those down now to the more entry-level folks who are able to use AI to then sort of fill in the blank. In the middle there is a step like writing code or doing research that you can augment or automate or do a lot faster. And so they can take that preliminary step of now being more of a critical thinking micromanager, a mini manager, excuse me. So that's the skill set shift that I'm seeing, and I am seeing sort of more openness to that from younger folks who may have before sort of been a bit tentative. They just sort of need to follow the instructions, go do the job they're asking, and now they're being asked to lead a little bit more holistically. But I think that's the shift that I hope that makes me optimistic, right? It just sort of everyone gets to level up a little bit, but it does put a lot of pressure on folks.
It's a business school education for everybody.
Yeah.
Sounds like everybody should. I love that. Okay, that's good. Let's keep it that way. Maria, does this resonate? What Tim is suggesting is a fundamental change in the curricula, not just how we have people learn.
Well, that resonates a lot with me. I think we have, as educators, as people working in education for a long time, we are aware that this traditional learning model has many limitations. Even with the ICT revolution, digital skills revolution, we need to think. We have been all talking for a long time about active learning, about flipped classrooms methodologies, and I think it's time we really walk the talk on all of those. Because here, your first question, Rafaela, was about the key skills that we need, right? Some of those key skills are very human: our relational intelligence, our adaptability, our resilience, teamwork, creativity, and that's usually not necessarily the core part of the curricula. We tend to care more about content, understanding content, and producing a lot of content as part of traditional education systems. That is important, but we need to think about all other important skills that are going to serve students when they grow up. One of these, being flexible, being creative, those skills you build in relation to your peers. One of the previous panelists also mentioned communications, incorporating, and this I draw more from experiences or research I have seen in higher education, different type of assessments that address these different type of skills. There are assessments that can be resistant to AI. There are assessments that allow you to work with AI as your assistant. That way, it doesn't feel like okay, every student is delivering this with the help of AI, but actually we are adapting to tasks that require them to use AI when it can be augmenting what they are learning, and not using it when you want them to focus on other things. So for me, it's important to think about this transformation of education systems and the day-to-day curricula that we have, that is not only about memorizing concepts, but also being very critical about them. We always talk about Socratic teaching, Socratic methods, especially in tutoring, and I think that is key. Personally, in the education I received, I was very bad at memorization. And when I started going to university and it was the UK system of education, it was a smaller group of work. And it was a lot of questioning yourself and discussing with your peers. And I excelled at those type of methodologies of assessment. I'm not saying this is the way to go, but I think having some variety in the way we assess what we understand is knowledge, I think that is something that is coming up. And a lot of people are working at the higher education level, a lot of research on these assessments. How do we make assessments that actually help to build these different types of skills, rather than just having metrics, okay, this is enough to pass mathematics at level K2. We need to think about different type of assessments for different type of skills that we need the students to develop.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to Naomi Hausmann's paper earlier, we really want to make sure that we change the assessments also because there is going to be a massive, and we already see a massive grade inflation. If everybody can look like they know something on the surface, we absolutely need to be ready to evaluate and assess the depth of knowledge. And in fact, one of the panelists is asking whether we should be worried about AI encroaching on our capacity of imagining or being creative on our own. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this based on the work that you are doing, but I think it's the notion of this cognitive offload that may be happening. Is this something that could paradoxically make us worse on our very humane human skills?
Yes, I think so. For me, and for what I advise to any colleague or any researcher doing AI-enabled programs in education, I think it's important to always train teachers and students in the responsible use of AI. And we have data now that shows that when you train on AI fluency, people tend to over-rely less on AI tools, tend to be a bit more cognizant of their limitations, right? I think this is a first foundational step and non-negotiable, because what for me was interesting in one of the focus groups that we had in Peru is that one of the teachers said, I like this because now I know how not to just copy paste from what AI gives me. I know the workflow that I need to do for this to be useful. I know that this is not perfect, therefore I need to review the outputs that I get. So for me, it goes to this foundational knowledge and this responsible approach.
Yeah. Quickly, we have like a couple of minutes. I'd love to hear Tim, and then we'll conclude with Tianchang. Tim, what do you think?
I think like any tool, it's how you use it, and we increasingly need to be conscious of how we're using it. Think of social media, think of the internet, this is just one more in the line of technologies that are, things that we need to focus on how we use and what our attention is doing when we use them. Attention's at a premium, right? And so for me, in my professional career, my personal life, I find it very hard to find times to be imaginative. That doesn't fit with a view of sort of, I need to be productive, I need to follow the lists, I need to just get everything done. And so, I tend to equate imagination with sitting and just letting my thoughts wander, think, leave some space for that. If that's at a premium, I have found it extremely helpful to have ChatGPT or something like that, where I can I'm in the car, I put it on voice, I just sort of spit out some ideas that I would never say out loud to anyone else. And it helps me just think, and you hear back some ideas, and maybe it organizes your thoughts. Maybe it sort of sparks something in you of something else, some new project that you would start. So I have found it, because I use it intentionally in that way, very helpful for imagination. I'm not asking it to solve a problem for me. I'm just asking it to help me organize my thoughts, make me, spend some focused time thinking about new solutions or new questions I haven't thought of before. So, like any tool, it's how you use it for sure.
Yeah, and infinitely more patient than a human being, probably, right?
Yep.
Tianchang,
Yeah.
you are our last. Any thoughts for the
Okay.
concluding 2 minutes?
I think my answer to that question is both yes and no. On the one hand, we see that like because of the use of AI, like we see the pattern of the homogenization of the ideas, even or expression, even like even you see the emails, the way of people addressing language, they starting to have certain way of addressing language becoming very similar. But at the same time, this is also opportunities for education institutions to really reimagine of what we are teaching our students. So it's not just about previously about having the technology altered how we how we teach, but now with AI, it's make us to rethink about what do we teach and why we are teaching. So these are the things in terms of, I think one of the framework that I want to reference is Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, who is the former president of Google China and also an AI researcher. He actually came up these are two dimensions that it's important to think about. AI cannot replace human. One is about the creativity, what the other is about human empathy. So if it's on the job is on the creativity, side of or highly complex side, those kind of jobs can hardly be replaced by AI. Those jobs are on the human empathy side requires high level of human touch. Now those jobs cannot be replaced by AI. Whereas the other jobs, if it's being repetitive, it's required just simply by having the optimization by AI. Those kind of things can be easily replaced by AI. So I think for our educators, we need to focus on those higher level thinking skills that we have been talking about 21st century skills for years, but this is really give us the urgency to really rethink about our education system.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our panelists. We are going to take a break now. It's lunch break, and we will reconvene here at in about an hour at 1:10 p.m. Eastern. So thank you so much to Maria, Tim, and Tianchang. Lovely spending time with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
And anyone who is still on the call, let me know if you can see my slides and hear me well.
Yes, I can see your slides and I can hear you well.
Excellent. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a gentle reminder that our next session will start in 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's get started on our second session for the AI in Action Conference, Making AI Work, What Firms and Workers Need. This is a very exciting session that's going to focus on the importance of data for AI, and we're very pleased to welcome the audience today with three very distinguished speakers and researchers and academics in this particular area. We're going to start with Chiara Faronata, who's a professor at Harvard Business School. That's an amazing researcher, does a lot of work on AI. I recommend you exploring her work. She's going to be talking about data as the new oil. We're then followed by Neil Thompson, who I've also followed for many years. He's the director of Future Tech at MIT, and he's going to talk about the importance of compute and computing power for AI. And finally, we'll be followed up by Laura Brandymart, who also does excellent research. And she's going to talk about a study that she did on privacy concerns and the willingness to adopt AI products. And she's from the University of Arizona. So without further ado, Chiara, let's kick it off.
All right. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to start this panel. Let me see if you can see the slides. Yes, thumbs up. Okay, wonderful. So this is, I have to admit, oh, sorry. I have to admit, this is not sort of the typical research paper that I normally do, but the NBR volume on political economy and AI has given me a chance to think about some of the things that we say about data and try to think deeply about, you know, how much these metaphors work and what are some of the pitfalls of these metaphors. And you know, the metaphor that I'll be focusing on is data as the new oil, but one that I also have in the back of my mind is sort of AI or data or democratizing access to knowledge. Those are some of the things that we hear say, and yet we don't really think deeply about the limitations of those metaphors. Data is the new oil. I actually didn't know this when I first started thinking about this. Dates back all the way to 20 years ago. Exactly 20 years ago, when a British mathematician really emphasized that raw data are like crude oil. It's really not valuable at all unless you use it in combination with technologies that refine it into useful outputs. Depending on your own experience with data, this description oftentimes actually reflects the way we get insights from data. The raw form is actually not very, very useful, but when we start digging deep, creating averages, looking at dispersion, maybe analyzing correlation and maybe causal links, we can do something more about the context that we are studying. Why do I care about this? Because oftentimes when we think about this analogy, we think, well, we've solved oil, you know, with the regulatory approaches that we had. We can solve the data revolution, the AI revolution with the regulatory approaches that we use for oil. And in fact, I think that's very limiting because there's a lot of differences about these two that I think are important for regulatory approaches that we may want to take now. Just as sort of a recognition of the fact that oftentimes we find ourselves in a world where the regulation cannot keep up with the innovation, with the pace of innovation. And I think it makes a lot of sense. We should not be regulating something that we don't know anything about. And it is a very recurring pattern, even in the last 15 years or so that I've been in this discipline. I've seen a lot of innovators exploiting regulatory gray areas. E-commerce, one of the biggest advantages of e-commerce back in the days was the fact that they didn't have to charge sales taxes. That, for many consumers, amounted for a big chunk of the price that they ultimately paid. And so it was a really large cost advantage, price advantage that they exploited. Ride-sharing platforms entered in a regulatory gray area where taxi drivers had to comply with licensing, taxi medallions regulation, and these new occasional service providers didn't have. The same thing for short-term rentals with Airbnb and the lodging laws that eventually caught up with the changing nature of the service being provided, either by applying exactly the same regulation that we had before or banning these service providers altogether, as we see a bit of these across all the jurisdictions where these providers are present, or adapting the regulation, which I think makes the most sense, to this new form of service provision. Regulation lags for many, many, many different reasons. I think I emphasize the uncertainty of the value and the use of innovation across different contexts, use and misuse of innovation, but also the fact that we have many fragmented jurisdictions and even national jurisdictions at this point are somewhat limited in what they can do, given the amount of global and international organizations and companies that we have operating in this space. We have a lot of incumbents effectively lobbying as a form of non-market strategy that limits the ability of facilitating some of the entry that would otherwise be beneficial. And then we just have a long regulatory process. I'll give you an example in a couple of minutes about how long the regulatory process took to catch up with sort of Google News snippets. You may remember sort of those snippets that Google News was sort of sharing as a list of the news articles that it was presenting to readers. Now, I think the metaphor works because the value of both of these resources is really unlocked through these refining technologies developed over the course of many, many, many years. It's not one single technology revolution, it's actually decades of changes. In the case of oil, you had drilling in Pennsylvania in the 50s and 60s. You had refining with cracking as well, all the way through the 1910s. Then you had gasoline engines that really unlocked the value of oil for cars. You had other revolutions with plastics and so on and so forth. And with data, perhaps the difference is sort of the shorter time spans. I actually have a typo here. It's not 1900. It should be 1990s to 2000. The time span has been shorter within the last 30 years. We've seen large-scale collection and storage at much lower costs, deep learning that has really sort of stopped the AI winter and has given huge improvements in the way machines can understand images, for example, and find patterns in images. And then in the last 5 years or so, foundation models and generative AI, actually, technically transformers were from 2017, so almost 10 years with foundation models and generative AI. Where the metaphor breaks down is really where the nature of data comes in. Oil is a pretty easy type of good to think about. It's rivalrous. If I have it, you don't. Data is not the case, right? We all know that if we have a piece of information, somebody else can have that piece of information without that sense of scarcity attached to physical goods. Oil is finite. We can always dig more wells, but at some point, unless there's a way of recreating that resource, that is going to be to run out, and it's tangible, right? Like it takes up sort of actual physical spaces. Data is actually can be shared, it's reproducible, and most importantly, perhaps, it's endogenously created. So it's not a fixed resource, but actually the new technologies are giving us new opportunities for creating an ever-increasing amount of data that then get fed into these new technology for creating an ever-increasing amount of insights. What does this mean? It means that it's very hard to value information. There's this sort of famous errors information paradox that it's very easy for us to sort of value a piece of information once we know it, but ex ante it's very, very, very hard. And it's increasingly hard given the heterogeneity of data and the heterogeneity of context in which these data get used. One distinction that I like to make, but there is potentially many, many more distinctions around different data, data is static versus dynamic or behavioral data. If I think about static characteristics of a person, of a worker, of a company, the date of birth, the address, those are a little bit closer to oil. They're easier to value because they are not changing. The value can change over time, obviously, just like the price of oil, but it's a little bit easier to value them. For behavioral data, like your recent searches, your recent clicks, your purchases, those are time sensitive. They are hard to price, and they are actually co-created with the organization that is collecting them. So think about, for example, Amazon sort of creating recommendations that lead you to conduct particular searches, particular clicks, particular purchases. There's an additional complication with the generative AI that, as we all know, it's sort of a recombinant way in which you collect different types of data from many, many different inputs. And the complementarities are so large that it makes it very difficult to trace the marginal contributions, for example, of the New York Times articles to, ChatGPT, to OpenAI's various models. And so there's at least 3 dimensions of regulation that I think are affected by the different nature of data and that we want to keep in mind. The first one is copyright. There's a lot of companies that are now sort of suing a lot of these generative AI producers of foundation models because they don't consider the training on text, images, and music fair use. And that is something that I'm not going to deal with. I'm sure there's lawyers in the rooms that have a lot more context than I do to really give you a deterministic answer about that. But when we think about the role of generative AI in creative works, we have 2 very important opposing effects that Joel Wolfogel has sort of identified across many, many, many different industries. The first one is that there is a potential for substitution, right? Now that I can find information on through a foundation model, through a chat service, I may be less likely to go directly to the source of the information, the Wikipedia of the world, the New York Times of the world. And so there's a decrease in returns to the creators themselves, not a decrease in the returns overall, but those that get captured by creators. But then on the other opposing side, there's also a decrease in the costs of creation. And so an increase in the productivity that we may have seen from some of the productivity work that Rafaela, for example, has discussed this morning. And so the net effect is very unclear. And so it's not obvious which direction we should take, whether that use is good or bad, and whether we should restrict that use or we should expand that use. As a lesson from news aggregators that I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, we know Google News has used the sort of snippets of news articles to sort of attract users to browsing Google News. And the news media had thought that for decades at this point, the publishers. Why? Because that could have been, they argued that the effect on substitution was very, very, very big. Well, turns out that the regulation cleared more than a decade later. So if we waited for sort of regulation to catch up, we would have waited to sort of take advantage of these useful source of information for at least a decade. And actually, regulation took very different approaches. In the EU, limited snippets, so limited descriptions that are copy-pasted from the publisher's articles are actually allowed, while in the Anglo-Saxon world, particularly Australia and Canada, we actually have link taxes. So a company like Google News needs to pay a tax for showing a little snippet to reward the publishers for that knowledge. When we think about antitrust, that's the one that I worry a bit the most, because if you think about the use of data, really the value gets co-created with these complementary technologies. And so whoever can use those complementary technologies the best is going to have potentially very large competitive advantage. Now, in the case of oil, the market power really arose from the control of a scarce resource. You had access to the oil, you had the power to price it. And the more access to the limited scarce resource you had, the more market power you had. And so one way in which you could break that market power was what happened in the early 1900s, just breaking up companies, in particular Standard Oil. With data, the market power, though, comes from a different nature of the organizations, from scale economies in data aggregation, learning by doing in algorithms, and data network effects. And so the classic antitrust tools that we've had so far may not necessarily translate. And so we may want to focus less on size and sort of dividing the market, because again, some of the benefits of having aggregated network effects in data is the fact that you can learn from more data at a higher rate. But we may want to focus more on the actual conduct, thinking about self-preferencing, for example, access, interoperability, and contestability. I'm a little bit over time, but let me conclude with sort of externalities. Externalities are typically the hardest thing to regulate in general. And even in a context like oil, where we have clearly measurable externalities around pollution and climate change, we have a hard time solving for that externality. With data, we have a whole sorts of externalities around privacy erosion that Laura is going to talk about in a second, surveillance, toxic content, deep fakes, and bias that really span many different industries, many different contexts, affect minorities and subgroups more than others, and so it creates very difficult a difficult regulatory framework. Now, the analogy, just to summarize, I think is helpful for understanding the need for these complementary technologies and the risk that these complementary technologies may create some source of competitive advantage. But I think the non-rivalrous and the endogenously generated nature of data actually also requires fundamentally different regulatory approaches. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Chiara, thank you very much for that great discussion and presentation. Really appreciate it. Next, we'll move to Neil Thompson.
Wonderful. So first of all, my hats off to the organizers. Thank you both for having me, but particularly for pivoting so remarkably well. I was shocked at how well it came together and how quickly. So, okay, so what I want to talk to you about today is a paper that we wrote in my lab. And this is with two folks, Hans Gundlach and Jason from my group. And what we want to talk about specifically is this idea of the models we're training. And is it going to be a situation where like they're going to be incredibly big, powerful models, or are they going to be like meek models? And those are the ones who are going to inherit the earth. And what I'm going to try to do as I talk about this is to weave together both sort of technically what's going on as people are training models. So my group at MIT, we are jointly in the computer science and AI lab and also in the business school. And so we have engineers and computer scientists, and we also have economists. And so we're going to talk about sort of the technical trends driving AI and what that means in practice from the point of view of the capabilities that someone who doesn't have very much money, could be in the developing world, could be in another situation, that the capabilities they're going to have with their AI models. Okay. So let's start us out by just giving a bit of a flavor for what this looks like. So this is some data that Latent Space put together. And what you can do here is focus on the two axes. So first of all, on the x-axis, we have the cost of using this model per million tokens that you use. And the crucial thing here is to notice that Of course, you want it to cost less, so that's why the lower numbers are to the right here. But these are very big differences. This is a factor of 1,000 in terms of the cost of running it. And then on the y-axis, here we have a measure of the quality of the model. Here it's measured in terms of an ELO score. For those who play chess or Go, right, that's going to sound a little familiar, sort of like comparisons between quality of the players. But this is just sort of one way that you could measure how good different models are. And what you get here, this graph was produced just after the release of GPT-5, is you get these lines where you say, well, GPT-5 itself, right, actually costs dollars to use per million tokens and does quite well. But they also released a smaller model, GPT-5 Mini, and an even smaller one, GPT-5 Nano. And GPT-5 Nano, for example, might be maybe 50 times cheaper to run, but it also does less well. Okay, so that's, this turns out to be a very general phenomenon. This is what I'm showing you here is information about the inference cost of using an AI model. You can also see similar patterns in terms of the actual cost of training these models. If anything, actually, that's sort of steeper. These differences tend to be something like to the square of it. So if you had a 100-fold difference in inference cost, you'd have a 10,000 times difference in training costs. But you still see these kind of patterns. Larger models do better. And this is driven by something called scaling laws, which some of your audience may know. Okay, so the key focus that we're going to talk about today is this question of, well, how steep are these lines? Because you can imagine if these lines are pretty flat, so in fact, it turns out the Anthropic releases for Claude were like this. If they're pretty flat, then that means that even someone who doesn't have very much money is using a model that is almost as good as the cutting edge. And if it's steep, like the GPT-5 one, or of course, it could be even steeper, then you're in a situation where the people who have a lot of money can get way better capabilities than the people who have less money. And that might be associated with a larger gap, say, between the developed and developing world. Okay, all right, so let's play this out in our mind. So if only big models can have these advanced capabilities, what happens? Well, then you end up with a situation that's kind of like a natural monopoly, right? You have big fixed costs driving the creation of these models. You end up with a small number of them. That's either a small number of companies, it might be a small number of countries that do this, and the pretty high financial and environmental costs that come with it, right? Because you want those advanced capabilities. Things like cybersecurity become incredibly important to protect models because typically it costs so much more to train a model than to do a simple inference on it that people are going to try and steal it. And there's a large developing world gap that opens up in terms of the capabilities of these models. Okay, so that's a world where big models dominate, right? I think that's sort of our intuition based on what we've seen over the last few years. What if that's not true? What if small models catch up and are almost as good? Well, then these advanced capabilities diffuse very widely. In some cases, this democratization is great, right? The developing world has better tools. Because of this, there's much more ability to harness these really fantastic AI tools for development. Of course, that spread also means that other people, like cyber criminals, have these incredible capabilities. And so you might expect a lot more fraud. You might expect very, very sophisticated cyber crime going on at the same time. And here you would actually, the environmental footprint would drop considerably. As you saw, at least a factor of 50 just between GPT-5 models. And as you see, it could be greater. Okay, all right, so let's start to get some intuition about why we should expect one or the other of these to actually happen. So this is showing the quarterly spend on CapEx by the big tech companies. And I think this is sort of, we see this even at the level of US GDP. This has been a major source of the growth that we've had, but we're getting something on the order of 60 billion a quarter in terms of the investment in this. These are really enormous amounts of money. Much of this is not the sort of physical shell. You always see these pictures of data centers. It's actually the computation GPUs that are inside of it that are taking so much money. Okay, so this might point us in the direction of thinking you really need these very big models to do it. Okay, so let's be a little more quantitative about it. So it turns out that you can disaggregate what is driving the improvement in an AI model into basically three categories. So the first category is the sort of intuitive one. you have more GPUs and you run them for longer. Okay, this is a dominant way that we have been doing this. And this has been growing by 3.6 times per year, right? I want to sort of reinforce that. So like every 2 years, we have like 10 times as many computers building a cutting edge model as we had before, or they're running 10 times as longer or some combination thereof, right? An enormous scale up that we've had. This is really driven in a lot of what we're going to see. But that's only one thing that's going on. And in fact, if anything, this is sort of like the least desirable, you might imagine, from an economic point of view, because this is saying, like, if you want better performance, I give you better performance, but it's going to cost you more. So this is sort of like moving up the luxury chain, right? What we really want is like efficiency improvements, productivity improvements. Well, it turns out there are two sources that give us that. The first one is AI algorithms. So people have probably heard of transformers. That's just one of the things that are going on. That has also been improving dramatically quickly, 2.x per year. This is an estimate that my lab did in some work with Epoch AI. So just to keep in the back of our heads, right? Society-wide productivity improvement, like 1 to 2%. This is 280% per year, right? Enormous increases. And then we have more efficient hardware, the actual like NVIDIA chips, and those have been improving in terms of efficiency about 40% per year. Okay. All right. So you can actually look across the history of, in this case, large language models, and you can look at how much of the sort of benefit has come from it. Here, the y-axis is effective compute. You can just think of that as sort of like fraction of the benefit that has come in. And you can see that hardware efficiency has provided about a factor of 45, algorithmic efficiency a factor of 22,000, and by far the biggest one has been scaling up the number of chips that we run. Okay, so this is still pointing us in the direction of big models doing more. Okay, so let's actually be more concrete about what we mean by these two models. So we're going to have a big model that gets to use newer GPUs, new algorithms as they come in. And it's going to start, we're going to start our simulation at a cost of $1,000, and we're going to let it grow with that increase in the amount of chips that are being used. So by 3.x per year. So this is very quickly going to go from 1,000 into millions and so on. And then we're going to have our Meek model, right? Our Meek model also gets to use new GPUs and algorithmic improvement, but it's going to be $1,000. We're going to train it each year. So it's a much more manageable type of model to actually be building. Okay, so how does this actually play out? So this is the only real math I'm going to show you here. So this formula here, and I'll focus on the bottom version of it here, is describing the loss of a model. So this is how computer scientists think about these models, but think about this as like the number of mistakes it makes. And it's a function of some initial amount of error that you're going to make, and then another piece that goes down, because we have this negative exponent, as the amount of computation goes up. Okay, so this is basically like if I throw more compute at it, I am able to train a better model by using data and extracting more from it. Very much, they were sort of refining metaphor of the Chiara was saying before. All right, so it turns out that because this coefficient, this alpha here is quite low, there are steeply decreasing returns to building these AI models, and that's going to be important here. Okay, so if each model that we're training follows the same loss curve, then what we care about is the gap between the two of these things. Okay, so we're going to take the loss that we have with our Meek model versus the state of the art. You can write it out like this. The only crucial part to notice here is that if you are the Meek model, you only get the algorithmic progress and the hardware progress, this G algorithm and G hardware. Whereas if you are the state of the art model, you get those two, but then you also get this investment scale up. Okay, and so what you basically have is this decreasing marginal return curve, and somebody's moving up faster than the other, and the other one is following. And the question is, how big is the gap between them in actually performing? And the answer looks like this. Okay, so what's happening here? So for the first 4 years, remember we started out these models at the same cost. For the first 4 years, that investment in better performance is driving up the loss difference between the two of them. So this going up says that the state-of-the-art model is getting more differentiated from the Meek model. But because these returns are so steeply decreasing, pretty soon the state-of-the-art models gets on this very flat part of the curve, and the other models are still going up pretty quickly, and so the gap starts to close. And in fact, you'll see here that in this case, sort of over a 10 to 15 year horizon, it disappears almost entirely, meaning that the meek model is now basically as capable as the strong model. Okay, that's pretty powerful, right? This is saying that this incredibly foundational thing, that formula I wrote for computation, that is actually an incredibly baseline thing that all of these AI companies use, produces this effect. Okay, now you might say, well, this is measured in loss. This is a little abstract. What about a particular benchmark that might capture some skills? Here you get exactly the same pattern. If anything, actually the transition happens faster. And so if you focus here on the the darkest blue line here, and this is the difference in MMLU performance, one of the particular benchmarks. And what you can see is it rises as that investment goes up, and again, at about 4 years, it starts to fall. And so this is again telling us we have this a rapid transition. Somebody gets it, other folks are going to get it, those capabilities quite soon. And in fact, the gap between the strong model and the meek model are going to get narrowed pretty quickly. Also showed on this, we also have these other ones, this 2, 5, and 10 benchmark. This is more if you're thinking, so maybe you're in an agentic world, or you're building these very complicated things where you have to do something not once, but like 2 times or 5 times or 10 times in order to get an answer. This is compounding those things, and you can see that this also has the same phenomenon going on. Okay, so as I come to the close here, I just want to sort of say, okay, well, we sort of told you the math of how these models are trained tells us that we should expect this gap to be narrowing. Do we actually see the gap narrowing? And so this is, again, benchmark performance, and we'll focus here on the green line. So this is comparing the best overall model on this benchmark versus what you can achieve for a fixed cost of inference. And indeed, you can see that it is falling. So this is the gap is falling. That in fact is telling us that these meek models are catching up, exactly as we were suggesting. Okay, now before I get to my summary, I just want to say, what's crucial here is I've been telling you about this is about training models. This turns out also to be true about if you're doing inference, like zero-shot learning or something on these models. It turns out if you're trying to distinguish between a good model and a bad model, this plays out many, many different ways. You can think about sort of caring about how good a model is. You see this phenomenon emerge because these scaling laws are so central to how they're trained. And so all of that produces this effect, pushing us in the direction of these meek models becoming more powerful. And that has, I think, important implications for the world. So let me just end by talking a little bit about that. Okay, so I told you cutting edge performance, and in fact, sort of the performance of these models is overwhelmingly determined by how much computation you use, driven by these things called AI scaling laws, how fast your GPUs are getting better, and how efficient the coding for these systems is getting better. Initially, scaling up computation gives better performance, right? That's the era we've been living in, where people have been fighting so strong to build incredibly big models. But within just a few years, what we find is that these meek models that only are costing $1,000 per year quickly start to improve as fast, and then eventually actually faster, and then therefore close the gap between these really powerful models. And this arises just because the returns to more data and compute decrease so rapidly that once you get ahead, it gets very, very hard to keep making progress. And this means that there's going to be much greater democratization of AI capabilities in the coming years. And I think that's interesting for the developing world. It's interesting for the issues of cyber crimes and things going on, and lots of other folks, but hopefully that will be a little bit of a vignette into what we're seeing in terms of the capabilities of the models that are coming.
Thank you very much, Neil, for a great presentation. Let's switch to the final presenter, Laura Brandimart. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Hi, team, and thanks again. I echo Neil's sentiment. You guys have done a phenomenal job at turning this into an online conference, so congrats on that. And it's a pleasure to be here, guys. Actually, a lot of the previous talks have very much to do with what I'm going to talk about. We've heard from Shantanu Khanna about AI adoption being endogenous. We've heard, I think, from Ruyu Chen, who talked about data related to firm adoption of AI. So my talk is a little bit in that direction. And then, of course, Chiara talked about regulation. And then just now, Neil talked about the implications in terms of cybersecurity of using large versus smaller models. So it's a perfect introduction. I'm going to talk about a randomized experiment that I ran with Jörg Gutmann and Gerd Mühlhauser over at the University of Hamburg and Franziska Weber at Erasmus. The motivation for this paper comes from really observing that there seem to be two different stories about AI adoption in different parts of the world. In the US, the latest data that I could find comes from the Stanford AI Index, suggesting that about 78% of organizations use AI. This is data that relates to 2024. I would imagine that in 2025, it has gone up a little bit. However, in the EU, we sort of observe kind of like the opposite, very, very little adoption of AI technologies. This is data that comes, again, it's the end of 2025, but it relates to 2024. 20% of EU enterprises use AI technologies. And so the question that we ask in this paper is basically, why do we see these different gaps? And there may be different reasons, a lot of different reasons why AI adoption varies across country. And the one reason that we focus on is privacy concerns. So do people in different countries have different degrees of privacy concerns? The reason why we focus on privacy is because I think that there is something that is inherent to AI adoption that regards privacy. So if you think about the standard types of technologies, if you have privacy concerns, technology is going to fix those privacy concerns. It's going to allow you to use the technology, but protecting your privacy. So stuff like social media, for instance, right? If you're concerned about the concentration of data in one provider, such as X, for instance, you use a decentralized type of social media. So we've seen, for instance, over the years how so X, former Twitter, a lot of people migrated from a centralized version to the decentralized version. So it was Mastodon and then Blue Sky. So you can use privacy enhancing technologies to assuage your privacy concerns pretty much for any kind of technology, anonymous browsing, anonymous communications in general. However, with artificial intelligence, you can't do that. So there is this inherent trade-off between willingness to provide data and adoption of AI. As for their nature, AI models only work if you provide a lot of data to them. There is nothing you can do to prevent that from happening. So there is that very, very much inherent trade-off to the adoption of AI, which we think has a lot to do with the reason why people don't adopt. And so that's why we explore the role of privacy concerns in AI adoption. So what we do is we run a survey experiment across the US and Europe, measuring willingness to adopt a hypothetical AI-based app. We called it Smart Scan. And what it does is it accesses your emails and essentially simplifies the writing and the quality of your email with a lot of different languages. It's a very, very standard type of AI application. And what we manipulate in this experiment is 3 different dimensions, whether the app is activated by default or not. So we have sort of like an opt-in, opt-out type of technology, whether we explain explicitly the data privacy risks, so the salience of privacy concerns, and the regulatory regime. So we manipulate the location where the server sits, and I'll tell you the different countries in a second. And then we measure a bunch of different personal characteristics, including risk preferences, generalized trust, overall level of privacy concerns, and other attitudes towards AI, essentially. And to give you a preview of what we find, basically, perhaps surprisingly, if you come from a behavioral economics background, default effects don't really matter. Salience doesn't matter, but what really does matter is the regulatory regime that basically regulates the company that runs the servers. Personal characteristics matter as well, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. So here's the hypothesis. They're all built, these are all expected hypotheses. If you read the literature, these are all straightforward derivations from the literature. So there's nothing really surprising about them. So I'll go pretty fast. Essentially, you would expect a technology like SmartScan to be more adopted if it's activated by default, as opposed to if you have to activate it. If you are less clear about what the data privacy risks are. Also, if the data is better protected by law. We expect some kind of, so these first three hypotheses are the things that we manipulate in the experiment, and the other stuff is observational, so what we observe in individual characteristics. So you would expect people to be more willing to adopt the technology if the data is stored in their home jurisdiction. If people are less concerned about privacy in general, if they have low risk aversion and high generalized trust, as well as lower concerns about AI adoption in general. So these are pretty straightforward hypotheses. I don't think anybody would be surprised by that. I think what we uncovered maybe is something interesting, and in part it's associated with exactly the features of our experimental design. So let me go over it real quick. So we ran this survey back in April of 2024, and we had over 1,700 respondents from both the US and continental Europe. So we manipulated, as I mentioned, default and salience the way that you would expect. So the default basically says, SmartScan is either going to be activated by default or you have to activate it yourself. In the salience manipulation, we say we either provide a very descriptive and thorough explanation of what the data risks might be if you provide SmartScan access to your email versus this data privacy risks are not salient at all. And the one manipulation that I want to spend a second on is the regulatory regime. So what we did is we varied the jurisdiction governing data protection by varying the location where the servers that store all of this data are located. We manipulated the location three ways. So we had servers either sitting in the EU or the US or Hong Kong. Why this choice? EU and US was pretty immediate because the regulation around data is vastly different in these two regions of the world. There's no federal regulation at all in the United States. There is only state or local regulation, versus the EU uses this approach of heavy-handed regulation all throughout Europe. And then there is Hong Kong. Why were we interested in Hong Kong? Because the recent regulation in Hong Kong essentially allows government to access any kind of data, whether it's personal, whether it's commercial, with very little restrictions. So in this respect, Hong Kong is probably the least protective type of data regulation that we have. And so you have a spectrum, right, of regulatory regimes in these manipulations. And then we used a bunch of existing measures for individual characteristics. So scales that we didn't develop, we just used whatever was available to measure risk preference, generalized trust, use of algorithms, privacy concerns, demographics, all that stuff. So the study was pre-registered, so just for transparency. So here are the findings. The first two, so the left and the center, the middle picture here tell you basically that default and salience didn't matter at all, which was kind of surprising to us coming from a behavioral economics perspective. Default effects tend to work always, and they're typically very strong all the time. They didn't work at all in our case. But what did matter was the regulatory regime. And I'll show you in the regression results the significance of these factors here. So as you can see here, willingness to adopt is basically a lot higher in the EU as compared to Hong Kong, and is only slightly higher in the US as opposed to Hong Kong. This is hard to read, guys, so I'm not going to bother you with the exact numbers, but basically, so default and salience don't really matter. In the last column that you see here, these columns only differ by the number of variables that we include in our regression model. The dependent variable is always willingness to adopt. But I'm going to summarize the results in words, which is probably easier for everybody to understand in the following slide. So basically, willingness to use SmartScan, we find that it's 8 to 11 percentage points higher if the data is stored in the EU as compared to Hong Kong. That's a pretty strong effect. There is a certain level of home bias, which basically means if you're a participant that lives in the US and I tell you that your data is going to be stored in the US, or the participant lives in Europe and I tell you that the data is going to be stored in Europe, there's going to be a 4 to 6% point higher willingness to use the app. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the home bias, except I'm going to tell you that this assumes that the home bias is homogeneous across the EU and the US. In the next couple of slides, I'm going to tell you what happens if we break down that hypothesis. So if we actually look at heterogeneous effects. So here's what happens. Look at the right-hand side of this figure. Basically, I hope that you guys can see my cursor. So if you look at the effect of the EU location versus the US location, in green, I show you US participants. In blue, I show you Europe participants. So basically what this means is that if I tell you that the location is in the US, only folks that live in the US have a preference for US-based servers as compared to Hong Kong. Hong Kong is our excluded category, so the comparison group. However, if I tell you that the server is in the EU, both US and EU participant will prefer that location as compared to Hong Kong. So that tells me essentially that there is a home bias, but it only exists, or at least it's much higher in the US as compared to Europe, because it's only if the location is in the US that you see the difference as compared to Hong Kong. So there is some level of heterogeneity there. And the other results are that, some of the personal characteristics matter too. So obviously you would expect privacy concerns to matter. So participants who prefer strong data protection, do not trust websites regarding secondary use of data. These guys are less willing to adopt the app. Again, not surprising. Risk preference and generalized trust have the expected effect. And similarly, general attitudes towards algorithms and artificial intelligence. So we ran a bunch of robustness tests. We actually use alternative dependent variables. We look at how convinced participants are of SmartScan. We also use an incentivized measure of, basically we ask, how do you think how many other participants will adopt this app? And these guys were incentivized. So 5 randomly selected participants who got the exact estimate were paid about $50, which is a non-negligible for our sample. We used linear probability models instead of probit specification. Nothing changes. Stricter participation inclusion criteria. Also, the basic results don't change. The only thing that we see if we restrict the inclusion criteria a little bit more is that salience becomes significant a little bit. And then we, as an extension, we also did a different type of manipulation of salience. Rather than salience of data privacy risks, we explained the jurisdiction protection, so it became more salient. But even that didn't actually matter. Salience did not have a significant effect there. So the takeaway here, first of all, jurisdiction matters. So stronger data protection afforded by the EU, which comes from GDPR type regulation. So you can think of GDPR, you can think of the AI Act, related, the data markets legislation, all of that stuff does seem to assuage privacy concerns when it comes to the use of an application that is extremely data intensive, such as an AI-based application. So the implication for managers is either you keep your servers in the EU or you extend the types of protections that exist in the EU abroad as well. And similarly, from a policy perspective, this means that clearly the EU might have these spillover effects, right? There is this de facto spillovers where even if, for instance, GDPR doesn't apply to places like the US or Hong Kong, factually, there will be a spillover where some non-EU organizations will adopt tighter standards, even if they're not necessarily regulated. And then also individual characteristics matter. So if you build a product like Neil suggested, one of the newer models are going to be better and more performing. Superior functionality alone may not be enough in terms of adoption if you want to penetrate a market where another product already exists and maybe provides different kinds of data privacy protection. So that's it, guys. And I'm going to stop the share right now and welcome questions.
Thank you very much, Laura, for a great presentation. We'll start first by taking a question from one of the registrants to the conference. This is Nikolai Servidius from the United States. And I think this question could be addressed both to Chiara and Laura based on the context of the question. And that is, how do organizations balance efficiency gains from AI with concerns about data security, ethics, and accountability, especially within regulated settings? Would you like to start first, Chiara?
Sounds good. Yes. The answer is, I think without regulation or without consumers having the ability to choose alternative products, organizations don't, right? So in a sense, there's I think what police organizations from potentially misusing or protecting the data that they collect are reputational concerns, competition, and regulation. We have seen the reputational concerns, I think, can delay also innovation in this space. So I'm thinking about Google. Google was sitting on generative AI solutions for quite a few years before OpenAI, a company that didn't have anything to lose, showed up with the ChatGPT, and that led to what Neil beautifully described as a lot of competition in the market for foundation models. That's great, but it comes with some risks to the reputation of the organization and to the data that people are sharing. I think Laura has a lot more research on this. I think what I can say here is that for as much as Laura showed that defaults are not important in that specific case, I think defaults are still incredibly influential in making people choose what companies want them to select. And so having regulation that imposes a series of defaults that are actually, to some extent, aligned with overall welfare, not just the welfare of the most privacy conscious people, but overall welfare, while allowing for others to deviate from it with ease, I think is the way to go.
Thank you very much. Laura?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Kat. I think that the strongest tool here at disposal of companies is actually regulation. This is a conversation that dates back to the days of Cambridge Analytica. I remember all of the big tech companies basically demanding regulation. On the one side, you can say they want to have their say in this, which makes sense. But on the other hand, they do want to have a clear space where they can move into. And to give you one example, the Meta glasses, the Ray-Ban Meta AI glasses, they were not allowed in Europe because of GDPR up until the spring of 2024. When they actually were deployed, Meta had to shut down the multimodality of it in most countries in Europe. I believe that it finally came through sometime in May 2025. So regulation is probably the strongest tool that we have right now to provide companies with some certainty around what they can and cannot do, which affects obviously the kind of productivity that they can offer. Regulation. I would say regulation 100%.
If I can add though, like 30 seconds, like we need to be smart in terms of regulation. I don't think GDPR has solved the problem of consumers feeling that like they have control of their data, right? Why? Because it creates a hassle every time you visit a new website. There are other ways of getting information from consumers about what kind of data they want collected and what kind of uses are allowed. For example, browser level consents could be extremely efficient. The problem is that right now, who wants to do browser level consent? Well, Google, because it would be a way for them to collect and control an increasing amount of information about consumers. And so that's why the Privacy Sandbox, which was this initiative by Google for browser level privacy control, sort of failed because it interacts with market dominance in a very, very complex way.
Thank you very much. Next question is more targeted towards Neil. And an audience member has asked if possible you could provide more specific examples on what is a meek model and how it differs from the large models that you're referring to. And the follow-up question to that is, even if meek models are able to converge with the performance of large-scale models over periods of time, given the fact that many countries and firms look at large language models as competitive towards both their national security and their competitiveness, even if they lag by several years, does it not still risk people being left behind?
Okay, so let me tackle the first part of that and then come back to the second and make sure I've understood the question exactly. So when I say meek models here, I mean it quite broadly in the sense of a model that is cheap to train. So that could be, like I gave the example of, GPT-5 Nano or even smaller. You can imagine some of the Llama models, the Qwen models and stuff that have come out. These all are, much, much cheaper to run. They were much cheaper to train. The DeepSeek models would fall into this category. Many open source models fall into this category. And so I guess the point is that group of models that are sort of inexpensive, that, somebody who says, oh, well, like maybe I'm in a particular country and I don't want somebody else to have control of my model. If I train my own model for $1,000 or something like that, like, will my model be any good, right? And this is saying historically, no, but like getting much better. Now, notice in our assumptions here, you had to be able to take advantage of algorithmic progress and hardware. So you still got to get some GPUs, you still got to get some good programmers, but this isn't like, the OpenAIs of the world have an insurmountable lead, and that's just going to keep growing up to eternity. That's not the case. What this means in terms of people getting left behind is for any particular benchmark, so it could be the MMLU one that I showed, but any other benchmark as well, you're going to have this period where, like, as AI, the most powerful AI systems can finally do that task. And so the gap will open up, and then a few years later it will close down. And so that does indeed, of course, mean that the developed world, people who have access to that really big chunk of change will probably be able to do those things first, right? Self-driving cars and other things probably happens, but not too long after, lots and lots of people will be able to build models of that strength. And that means that we shouldn't expect this to be a very durable difference, and hopefully on the scale of development of 3 years or 7 years or something like that is not such an enormous number that it will sort of inevitably leave the developing world behind.
Great. And sort of a follow-up question to that is that in your slide you mentioned the three important components for continued progress in LLMs. And one of the things that one of the audience members noticed that you left out was data, which was something that was discussed by Chiara and Laura. So can you elaborate a bit on that and discuss the extent to which you think data is important as well?
Yeah, so data is very, very important here. In the graphs that I showed, it really, the data is always sort of what's being processed on the front end of these things. So it's the computation that's being used, it's the quality of the algorithms that are extracting it, and so on. So it was implicitly in my slides, but given the topic of the thing, I probably should have mentioned it more explicitly. In terms of the importance of it, so I think the data really, really matters here, and it matters, I think, in sort of two different ways. So one way is that when we think about sort of the path that AI is going to take through society, a big part of that is going to be determined by where the data is available and where it isn't, right? We recently did a study where we actually went out to like people in businesses, and we said, oh, well, if you wanted to gather training data for these kind of things, and if I give you a full day to go and gather as many examples as you could of like a training, like here's the question, here's the answer. Many of these people said, oh, even if you gave me a full day, I could maybe gather 20 or 30 examples, right? That's not even remotely on the scale of training these systems. And so a big part that's going to happen is these systems are going to gain capabilities, but as they move into new areas, it's going to be about the data being provided and there enough available to train these models.
Excellent. I really wish we had another hour. That was a fascinating session. I'd just like to thank Chiara, Neil, and Laura again for your amazing presentations and sharing your research. And we look forward to talking to you again. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Bye.
Next up, we will be joined by a panel discussion, which is going to discuss, does it matter where, when, and who develops AI models? And that's going to be moderated by Scott Wolston. Take it away, Scott.
All right. Thanks, Tim. And thank you all for organizing this conference. It's always a great one. So like Tim said, this panel is titled, Does it matter where, when, or who develops AI models? And I'm Scott Wolston, president of the Technology Policy Institute. For the US and China, this question is central to strategic competition in all kinds of ways. Who gets there first, who controls the infrastructure, whether open development helps or hurts national interests. But most countries aren't in that specific race. So for everyone else, what are the realistic choices? When should you adopt? What should you build versus buy? Is sovereign AI a coherent goal or a distraction? And does being late compound disadvantage, or is there a way to benefit from what the frontrunners have already built? So we have two people uniquely positioned to answer these issues. First, we have Frank Nagel, who is the chief economist of the Linux Foundation and a research scientist at MIT. And we have Jesse Wang, who is an economist and professor of policy analysis at the Rand School of Public Policy. There was a third person who's supposed to be on the panel, Nozomi Nakajima from Boston Dynamics, but she had to cancel for a family emergency. So we wish her the best. Now, Frank and Jesse actually participated in a Georgetown panel about 6 months ago on open versus closed source AI development that Tim moderated very, very well. I commend everyone to search for that panel and listen to it. It's a great discussion. So we're not going to cover that ground specifically, but we'll build on some of it in a way that doesn't require you to have seen the panel. Think of today's panel as Mad Max Fury Road. You didn't have to see the original Mad Max movies to appreciate its awesomeness, but it adds some depth, and you really should go back and watch them because they're great. All right. So let's start with building on the open versus closed model debate, because Frank actually sent me some interesting comment just before we started. And so maybe I'm hoping we can start with him. Frank, you've noted that closed models generally lead on benchmarks, but open models catch up quickly, and that the catch-up rate is accelerating. And you said in the past, and I hope I'm quoting you correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, in the past couple of months, there have even been claims that some open models have pulled ahead. Is this evidence of really good competition, good and productive competition happening among models, or is it something else? And what are the implications of the dynamics we're seeing?
Great. Thanks, Scott, for the opening and for moderating. Thanks for the organizers for having me here. Looking forward to the discussion. So yes, what Scott's referring to is that we released a paper a month or two ago now, which is ancient history and AI time. But we were looking at kind of some of the differences between open models and closed models, especially on the economic side. But we did find that the leading model along numerous AI benchmarks at any given time was generally a closed source model or a closed proprietary model, but that open models would catch up to that benchmark rather quickly. And that time of catch up is getting even faster over the last 6 months to a year from the time before that. And so, you know, how we think about this in terms of kind of competition, right, is that, you know, people aren't only using one model versus another model for, you know, just because of the benchmark performance. That may be one reason that they're using it. But this certainly is a factor that we're seeing play in. Now, that said, in that paper, we do, you know, show evidence that there's kind of billions of dollars of underutilization of open models because people are using closed proprietary models that are actually older and not as good as some of the leading edge open models. And so the question sort of becomes why, right? So in the paper, we talk about a handful of different reasons we can think about this. I think we'll probably dig into some of these today on the geopolitical side and why companies may be, you know, hesitant to use some of these models that are coming out of you know, certain countries, China in particular. But also, you know, when we think about classic economic concepts like switching costs or you know, fixed investments, what we see is that lots of companies, and we're trying to do some new research to dig deeper on this, but we see lots of companies, you know, specialize or build their whole ecosystem around one given model. And so they've engineered all their prompts and made all their designs and everything to work with this one specific model. And you can't just take those prompts and jump to another model, right? So we, or else, you know, everything will kind of break and it won't work the same way that it was working before. And so we see this kind of stickiness in this market that, you know, we've seen in many markets in economics, that these higher switching costs lead to kind of some potentially inefficient behaviors.
So I'd like to ask more about those inefficient behaviors. I mean, the panel is about model development, but you know, we really can't talk about where we are and where we're going if we completely ignore adoption. What we observe is just the intersection of supply and demand all the time, right? And so you say that, you didn't put it exactly this way, but you're saying that firms are leaving billions of dollars on the table by choosing closed models. Why? I mean, on the face of it, that's totally irrational. So tell us why it's not.
So yeah, that was sort of our starting point, was like, oh, this seems crazy, right? Why would you use a more expensive but worse model when a cheaper alternative that is actually better, you know, sort of a Pareto improvement type of situation. And so that's when, you know, again, we've sort of talked to people, right? Which turns out economists, you know, can learn a whole lot from talking to people, not just digging deep in the data.
We don't like to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but that's where we got these, you know, insights into the switching costs, but that's certainly not the only thing, right? And so we can think about, you know, I think about the old days of open source, where there was a preference to use closed source, like operating systems or applications, because not only, you know, you weren't just buying the kind of algorithm or the software itself, you were buying the support that comes with that, right? And so, you know, if you're using something from OpenAI and something goes weird, then you can call OpenAI and yell at them, right? Or you know, get some technical support. Whereas with the open models, you're relying on sort of third parties, and you know, maybe you're doing it and implementing it yourself, and so there's also that kind of ecosystem that comes with the higher priced, you know, proprietary models, right? And so that would be another reason. And then I think, you know, we can dig deeper in this, but certainly there's this hesitancy to thinking about using models coming out of China for a variety of reasons, depending on the use case, I think, and where people are located. There may be more or less concerns about that. And so I think in the paper, we talk about kind of like valid concerns or valid potential concerns, and those would all fall into that bucket. But then there's another bucket of sort of misinformation, right? And just misunderstanding. So I've worked with groups at governments and companies and various places where there's sort of this misunderstanding that, you know, people literally have said to me, if I use an open model, that means my data is going to be open to the world, right? Because I'm using this open model, which couldn't be further from the truth, right? Like, and in many of these contexts, actually, the open models, you can run them on your own servers because they're open. You don't have to send your data out to OpenAI or Anthropic or whoever. So depending on the context, it may actually be more secure to use an open model because you're doing it all in-house and your data never leaves your systems, right? And so, you know, and the proprietary models are starting to do more to think about that kind of in-house versus remote in the cloud as well. But certainly there's some of these like misconceptions about what open models are and how they operate that are leading to that, you know, again, that kind of inefficient behavior that we're seeing as well.
Jesse, since you work at a center that's called the Geopolitics of AI, that opens you up to lots of big questions. So tell us a little bit about how different countries around the world companies in different countries around the world think about this question, and whether it's different in more industrialized countries and less industrialized countries.
Sure. Thank you for starting the conversation around the panel that Frank and I were serving the last time. It did feel like it was a while ago, and so many things have happened since then. And I just want to add a little bit to follow up on the conversation, the discussion that you and Frank had. A lot of the times we talk about competition around AI as if it's one monolith of a market where on the demand side, people are wanting the same thing. On the supply side, it's direct head-to-head competition across all models. That's simply not true. And we've heard from previous presentations, there's many different types of models on the market. There's many different types of users, right? So in a way, when we are thinking about, as products and technology mature, you're going to naturally have this market segmentation where you kind of have demand and supply that's of similar products, but that are differentiated. And so in a way, you don't have that direct competition. In the same way, users are also not always looking for that frontier capability. A lot of times, I think what we see is we may not be directly observing that from the data, but I think a lot of it does depend on people are prioritizing slightly different things, such as maybe reliability, maybe integration with their existing system. And so it's not always capability and cost, which are the metrics that we usually follow for thinking about AI development. But in reality, that's just not the only dimension of metrics that users care about. On the other hand, you talk about rational behaviors.
So what are some of the other metrics that they care about, and does that differ by region, country, so on?
Sure. So for example, there are certain tasks that do not need that frontier capability. Right, smaller model may actually give you an advantage. It doesn't cost as many resources to run, which are especially important in resource-constrained environment. Then in that case, a lot of discussion around frontier deployment and frontier capability actually doesn't apply as much. It's really the adoption and the application layer of the model that matters more. And I think that's especially true, for countries that are resource-constrained, where building your own model essentially is out of the question. It's really about how to take advantage of this technology to the best of your ability, given the resources you have, and how to adapt it to the use cases that you want to prioritize in an environment where there's the least amount of kind of unintended consequences, for example, privacy concerns and data concerns. So I think that is where, even though we share a lot of common kind of considerations when it comes to adoption, there's really a lot of variety of different things that go into consideration when we are thinking about adoption, what to adopt, how much to adapt or fine tune, right? Like all of these are actually a lot more to just a question of do we adopt or not. So I'll just emphasize the nuance there is really the key consideration here, the trade-offs of those considerations.
So given this issue that lots of firms and presumably governments and policymakers don't really understand many aspects, such as thinking that they're giving away their data just by using the model, are some countries and firms, particularly countries that are more resource constrained, being pressured to buy more than they need? Do we see that happening?
Well, I think that requires, that is mostly an empirical question, right? Do we see that happening? And a lot of the times, I think one thing that's coming out of this line of research is the realization that we simply don't have data that's high quality enough to really answer what we want to answer. But I think there's certainly a risk because it's a race, right? Everyone is more or less afraid of missing out on this huge opportunity for growth, for getting ahead, having that competitive edge. That I think, for me, a question that we should all ask is, when we are making these adoption decisions, what should be the considerations we have in mind, given our specific needs, given our specific priorities? And we all prioritize different things. So I think being very thoughtful in this aspect in terms of what resources we have and what should be our priorities when we are adopting AI is something that we should all think more about. And I think that goes beyond just countries that are resource constrained. I think that's true for everyone who's making this decision, right? We want to be the early adopters. We want to be the person, we want to be the institutions that take advantage of this opportunity. But at the same time, have we thought enough about potentially what are the consequences, and are we willing or are we able to deal with the fallout if things doesn't quite go as what we hope?
Frank, let me put you in the role of advocate for a minute, because Linux has long been in the business, I guess, of using more open source models to compete with closed source. And so, how does a place like Linux see this sort of competition between models?
Yeah, no, I think my personal view and mostly reflects Linux's view as well, is that often we or most of the time we want to use the right tool for whatever problem it is we're solving, right? Sometimes that's more open, sometimes it's more closed. And I think even in very recent weeks, we've seen some of the closed source or the closed model providers come together to actually share and open standards to be able to allow AI agents to be interoperable, right? And so this was, Anthropic donated MCP to what is now being called the Agentic AI Foundation, which is a subsidiary sort of the Linux Foundation. OpenAI donated some things to it as well, Agents.md, and there were a few others. And so, even in the context where, the models themselves are proprietary or closed, I think we've gotten to a point in history where we all, for the most part, agree that the standards should be open, especially for these types of technologies where it's very important for communication to be a part of it, right? And so if, I have some agent doing whatever for me and it wants to talk to your agent that's doing whatever for you, if we're not speaking the same language, then those agents can't talk to each other, right? And so I think that's one of the areas that we're seeing, a broad agreement that openness is going to be very good. Now, at the model level, we're also seeing, this kind of competition, and that's where we, this paper from a month or two ago focused on is more at the model level. And there, again, I think to Jesse's point and your earlier question, the kind of use cases can differ, right? Some people are willing to pay more for that, little bit of extra performance that they're going to get out of proprietary models, as well as the sort of complementary ecosystem of tech support and reliability or anything else that they may get from going the proprietary route. Whereas many, including those that are more price sensitive, are going to be, hey, this is on average we found that the open models are 6 times cheaper than the proprietary models, and to some people that matters a whole lot more, right? The cost factor matters even more, right? And so and that's actually when you're using a third party to do your kind of AI, your inference for you. If you were doing it yourself on your own servers, then it's essentially free, except you have to pay for your own servers and pay for your people. And so there's no such thing as a free lunch, but at least in that context, kind of the model itself is essentially free. And so I do think that we'll continue to kind of see this this kind of tension play, or not even tension, but this competition play out, right? And that my guess is that we will see kind of this bifurcation, and just like we did with Linux and Windows, right, where we see each of these kind of open and closed models finding their the right place for them, right? Like, and we saw it's not like most people aren't using Linux as their desktop or their laptop operating system, although if you're using a Mac, like you're it's under in the weeds under that. Whereas now basically everybody up to and including Microsoft is using Linux for their servers, right, and for their for their infrastructure and for the cloud and things like that. And so I think at this point we're still early in the days of Gen AI, but there will, if I had to guess, we'll see history repeat itself, and that we see the proprietary models have their niche in their place, and the closed models, the open models have their own niche. And that's actually I think from a competitive standpoint that's a good thing, right? And so we have more options, we have more choices, and the freeness and the openness of the open models helps keep the prices in check for the closed models, so that there's always some layer of competition.
So let's keep adoption and model development separate. And if you are a policymaker in a developing country, should you be spending any effort on model development at all? Or is that just a complete waste of resources given how much is being spent elsewhere, and you should focus more on adoption, or not focus on it all? Just let companies and maybe your agencies use models the way they want and for the issues they want to use it for, or tasks they want to use it for.
Yeah, so to me, one of the best use cases I've seen in kind of thinking about it, the answer to that question was I was on a panel with, I think he was the Minister of Digital Economy, Communication and Innovation for Nigeria, and so we were talking about kind of exactly this, like how they're investing their resources in model development, and for them, I don't want to mess this up, but like Nigeria has a number of languages that are used that are not widely prevalent on the internet, and therefore not widely prevalent in the training data of the big language models, right? And so where Nigeria invested their efforts was to retrain and kind of help these models better understand the languages that are important in Nigeria, and not only the languages like the spoken language or written language, but also just the context and the culture and everything like that. Where if you're asking an LLM a question and you're coming from Nigeria, you want a more Nigerian culture kind of answer, right? If you're versus somewhere else, and so that was the way that they were sort of investing their resources, was fine-tuning these models and helping them better work for their citizens, right, for their society. Now I will say the minister and I got a little back and forth about openness versus closeness, and he was like, we don't really like open source, or we don't rely. And I when he was talking about this fine-tuning, I said, so what model are you using as the base? And he said Meta's Llama, which is an open model, or at least open weights. And so, okay, so you are using open models and open weights and things like that, and that's fine. I think that is a great use case for that type of investment, right? So they're spending their dollars wisely, or their equivalent wisely, and they're not reinventing stuff from the ground up, but they are making these investments in AI that help them make them more useful for their country.
And if I can add a little bit more to that, I think I completely agree that in that sense, kind of thinking about adapting to your specific use is probably the most efficient kind of return to investment for resource-constrained countries, especially if you kind of have to fine-tune the models for language and cultural reasons. But I also want to add that I don't think it's a one decision per country kind of consideration, right? It definitely matters what type of sector you're thinking about. Are you talking about national security and defense? Are you talking about healthcare? Are you talking about, finance? There's definitely different considerations going into sector and industry specific adoptions for these countries. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration as well, especially since these frontier models, these models you're potentially considering come out of the US and China. They're different. And even if the problems at hand that we're hoping I would solve would be similar, the ecosystem, the structure that the problem lives in is different. And so the type of deployment, the type of approach that AI would have in countries like China and the US, they may not even be applicable for some of these other countries. So that's where I think additional consideration needs to go into. And in that case, again, I think I would then definitely agree that fine-tuning adoption would be a particularly important aspect to consider, because that would likely be where the most effort needs to go into, which also has to do with the expertise. In order to fine-tune, you need some level of expertise. So I think that is another area that most of these countries should think about, fostering their own kind of group of talents that would allow them to fine-tune these models so that they remain a certain level of control of the use of AI, even if they don't develop or build their own models.
So it's a little too early for us to know the effects of AI on anything. We're still figuring out how to measure it. That being said, what do we know about how well this has worked? Even though I just said we of course can't know, but in Nigeria, for example, do they have a sense that their efforts have made a difference? Have made models better at understanding the Nigerian context? And is it a model for places to use elsewhere? Or are we still learning how to do it?
Yeah, I mean, so this panel was also 6 months ago, I think. So everything has changed in related to this in the last 6 months. But yeah, I mean, I think that there have been at least inklings of good responses, right? Like, and seeing and I think to Jesse's point too, like in kind of the context dependent, we're also seeing more and better smaller models, right? That can run on a laptop, can run on a phone, and these types of things, both open and closed models. And so I think as we get these types of models that can better run in a localized manner and on a less beefy hardware, then we're going to see the kind of impact even more, right? And so I think about, I've heard examples of small models being used by restaurants in emerging markets that will allow them to kind of automate the reservation process, right? Where they used to have somebody answering the phone and writing things down on a piece of paper because they don't have a big whole infrastructure and everything like that. They don't have OpenTable or Resi or any of these things. And so, I think we're seeing those starting to see those types of use cases. But to your point, like, at least from what I've seen, it's we're still too early to have much data on that that we're really going to be able to say, X causes Y, right? And I think, that said, there are many efforts at this point to kind of gather that data and to start working on it. I know the World Bank itself is working on an effort with a number of the large AI providers, Float and Open, to better collect even just data on kind of usage across the world, right? And to better understand, even at a country level, right? Like how much AI is kind of Gen AI is being used and how prevalent is it? And we've already seen, Microsoft released a nice report related to that. It was kind of coming from their perspective just a few weeks ago, to show, again, kind of global use cases. Obviously, they're seeing kind of just what Microsoft users are doing, but still, that's a pretty wide swath of the economy. So that's useful, right? So I think we'll continue to see more and more of this data, and certainly, at least anecdotally, there's a lot of interesting use cases that I believe can have some substantial impacts on again, emerging economies, developed economies, you name it, everybody.
So an audience member from Argentina asked an important question, and it's my fault I didn't sort of start with this. But tell us what an open model means. What are the parts of it that are open and what parts aren't? Because open, it has different meanings in different circumstances. So here, when we're talking about open versus closed model, give us a definition.
Absolutely.
Or definitions, however you want to.
We dove into the deep end. Yes. No. Yeah. So definitions is the right way to think about it, right? So, in the old days, open source software was pretty straightforward, right? Is the code open to the world, and the world can see the underlying source code, or not, right? And yeah, there's some gradations in between, but that was a pretty clear dichotomy. In the Gen AI space, the sort of modern or the AI space that everybody's focused on these days, what we usually think about on openness is that there's 3 or 4 different layers, right? And so when we talk about Gen AI, we often hear this term of open weights. And so we'll call that kind of the first step towards openness. So open weights means that you cannot see the source code or the algorithms that are underlying the model, nor can you see the training data or anything else. But what you can see is the neural network weights that allow you to actually build that model and use that model essentially for free, right? So without cost. So you can replicate, Meta's Llama, for example, is open weight, and so you can't see exactly how they built it, but
tell people what the weights are. I think often people don't really know that either.
Sure. Yeah. So, this is like back to neuroscience almost. If you're familiar with how a neuron works, then you can sort of understand how modern Gen AI works, right? And so essentially, it's they build these sort of neural networks that have multiple pathways, and so and they throw massive amounts of training data at these neural networks, and then as the system kind of trains on this data and learns this data, it learns what a dog is, for example, what a picture of a dog is in an image type of one, where and what the weights would be is that different neurons are going to fire on different images that it has learned are a dog, right? So I see this thing has 4 legs, right? That's going to fire one neuron and tell you some information there. I see this thing has a tail, right? And so that's going to fire and you get this eventually kind of complete picture of what a dog ends up being. So what the model weights are how heavily those neurons are that should be firing given any kind of question or piece of information or anything like that, right? And so in an open weight model, we see those weights, right? So there can be billions of parameters and billions of weights, and we can see those weights, and therefore you can reconstruct, again, just as an example, Meta's Llama, IBM's Granite, or DeepSeek's, deep research, like all these types of things. And so that's kind of the baseline. Then we have models that are their source code and their underlying source code is actually open, right? And so this is a little more akin to traditional open source software. So we can actually see, kind of how the model was trained or how the algorithms were built. And things like that. And then finally, we have open data as well. And so even if you can see the source code, if you're not seeing those reams of data that are training this thing, you don't know, just for example, is there some sort of bias built into the images that you're training on that, just as an example, like all dog images were labeled as cats. And so, you wouldn't know why the model is getting this image recognition wrong unless you really saw the training data and you came to understand, oh, they mistakenly labeled every picture of a dog as a cat. And that's why the model thinks that a dog is a cat. Right? So those are kind of the three main layers that we think about when we talk about openness. The Open Source Initiative, a year, maybe a little more than a year ago, released their definition of for a model, an AI model, to be open source. It has to have all three of those things. But I think my employer, the Linux Foundation, and myself, like we think more of this gradient of openness, right? And so there's varying levels of openness in the context of AI, and more open is better, but open is still allows for a lot of things, especially when we pull this back to kind of the economic perspective. Even just having open weights allows you to use that model for free, or essentially free, and that's a big deal when we're thinking about the difference between proprietary and open models.
So this goes back to, Jesse's point about all the nuances of making this decision. So now if you're a company anywhere in the world really, but a company or country with very limited resources, you choose between closed and open with different flavors of open. And how do you know what to focus on? When do you care about a model that allows you to tweak the weights? When do you want to be able to see the model? And when do you want to be able to use your own training data?
I can jump in there. I think yeah, these are complicated questions, as it requires us to have a good level of understanding of what we're doing when we're doing the adoption. And as Frank was explaining, even just when it comes to the open and closed kind of dimension, there's so many considerations that goes in there. Even within kind of open weights, how many of those weights are open, or is it completely open, right? There's a really a spectrum of things to choose from. And I think so, for me, I think one good way to think about it is, what is your strategic goal of adopting AI? And what are the type of consequences you're willing or can live with? And so I think this goes back to not thinking about AI as just a sole solution to a problem, but think about how integrating AI affect your overall operation. And so I think then that comes to really being specific about the problem you're hoping AI to solve, and understanding, if you choose any of these options that you have, what are the consequences, right? Like, I think the example Frank gave, like, understanding whether or not using an open model means making your data publicly available. That is actually the right question to ask, right? When you are thinking about these adoption decisions. So I think when it comes to, especially for companies, I think it's really easy to look at kind of the cost saving dimension, right? Looking at the capability dimension a little bit more than anything else. But I think the determinants to whether or not it is a good decision, especially in the long run, really lives in these nuances of understanding what control you're giving up and what control you're attaining. So it's for me, it's really a trade-off decision. It's not whether or not adopting A or B. It is, I have something to gain and something to lose with A. I have something else to gain and something else to lose with B. Which is the better trade-off for me, given my strategic goal of integrating AI in my operations right now?
Well, maybe it's too hypothetical to ask in general, but I mean, can you give an example of what a trade-off would be between working with the weights as opposed to working with the model?
On the technical level or on the operation?
For a firm, yeah. I mean, can you give, like, is there an example of a task where you need to choose a model, or you need to choose which type of model you're going to go with? What are the costs of one versus another? What are the things you're trading off?
Sure, I can give a general example of, for example, thinking about how much do I fine tune my model, right? If you're doing a task that's relatively general purpose, that's not too specific to your company or to your operation, then maybe without fine-tuning, it's going to be fine, right? If you talk to an LLM, most of the time, if you ask questions that are not too out of the box, it gives you like a reasonably good answer. So this is where probably the cost of fine-tuning is, right? It's not going to be worth the return you get from fine-tuning it. But for example, what you were expecting is the task to be more operational specific. You want the LLM to answer ways in a specific fashion that is not as generalized as what the models are trained to do. Then this is where you really need to think about, well, maybe I should do some fine tuning. And then this is where the second layer comes in. How much fine tuning do I want to do? Because some models do allow you to fine tune without you putting in a whole lot of effort. So if only minor fine tuning is enough, then that's a little cost, but then you still have a wide selection of options on the market that allow you to fine tune to a certain degree. But if you want to fine tune to a very specific purpose, to a point, you need to integrate a lot more of your own data and of your own kind of understanding of the topic, then your kind of selection becomes smaller and smaller as you want to fine tune your model more and more. And of course, once you fine tune your model, it is going to behave in a way that's the most aligned with exactly what you want. So then you gain that piece of customization to the fine tune model you have. But of course, it's a higher cost you're going to pay, and you are going to have a smaller kind of selection of available models that you can do that with on the market. So that is where like you have the spectrum of this trade-off. The example I gave is about how much you want to fine tune and how much you're willing to pay for it. And so I think that's one way to kind of think about it. But of course, there's other dimensions you can think about as well.
We often talk about. Oh, sorry, Frank. Go ahead.
I was just going to add to I saw a question in the chat that's related to this from Omar Arias, that like asking about sort of like why should are there other reasons besides language and culture at the country level that they should be investing in development of LLMs, and Omar gives the example of local MRI images, right? Like, so I think to extend Jesse's example, think about baseline LLMs and Gen AI being trained on like everything that's public information, but there is tons of stuff that is not public information, right? And so to the extent that you as a country or a company have information that can extend and build upon the broad set of public information, then the answer is sort of yes, right? Like that you should be, you can get benefits from investing in these types of things, right? So the MRI example, I mean, certainly, one can imagine, this is I want to be careful. Like one could imagine that in certain parts of the world, there's this kind of goes back to culture, but like there might be differences where yes, it would be valuable to have the MRI training data from the local context that would help the models better understand and predict whatever it is we're trying to detect from an MRI based on the local kind of local biology or whatever, what have you, right? And so I think that's sort of I'm actually having trouble thinking of that one as the right sort of example just because of human anatomy, but like there certainly are things that like we would want to invest a bit on in better training and fine-tuning a given model to make it fit better again with our culture or language, but other localized things where we have specific information that would not be generally available to to the training that the models got out of the box.
Right. Let's move on a little bit to talk about the when part of this this question. AI develops really quickly, as we've said. Everybody said. A panel that you were on 6 months ago. You've already things you want to update, and things have changed. If you're a policymaker, how do you deal with that? I mean, even if you're talking about in the US or China being behind, that might mean only a few weeks. How do we take that into account in any decisions?
Sure, I could take a shot of that first. Mm-hmm. It's a very challenging question, right? And I think exactly because what you said, AI is developing really fast, and at the same time, it's really new, right? Like we can tell from all the research we're doing today, everyone is still trying to figure out what is basic level measurement, how we evaluate things, how we evaluate impact. So even the most frontier research, I felt like it's not caught up with how fast AI is diffusing and impacting everyday life. So it's even harder for regulators because essentially you're trying to think about a moving target. You're not even sure how to deal with the target and it's moving. So I think it really caused a lot of urgency in terms of thinking through the problems we have in hand. And I think a lot of the times, as you mentioned, timing, there's obviously trade-off. It's like, oh, if I move fast, there's definitely an advantage to the first one to use it, or to make sure that we get the frontier of this technology. And then there's always the worry that, well, I kind of want to wait and see just to be safe, but then am I kind of losing this opportunity to move first, to get ahead in the game faster? And I think from a regulatory perspective, first, I think we need to basically face the reality that it is going to be really difficult to regulate our way into safe AI use. It's close to impossible, right? The regulatory jurisdiction is fuzzy. It's difficult to think about how we may be able to regulate into safe use of AI, but I think there are things that regulators can do, mostly to help inform these decisions. And I think it goes back to earlier when you were talking about, rational decision making. Rational decision making really only happens when you have perfect information. So in a world where information is not perfect, you have bounded rationality, as in even when you're doing something that you think is best for you, but because your information set is so limited, you probably are not doing what's the best for you. So I think the role for regulators and for governments can expand a lot on thinking about how to inform the public on these decisions and how to provide guidance on best practices and guiding principles on how to adapt. Basically, the type of conversations we have, kind of form it into something more official, more widespread, so that people who need these type of information and guidance to think about their decisions can use them. And as an economist, I always believe that incentives works better than regulation. And I think providing the right incentives to basically try to incentivize safe behaviors and good behaviors is probably a more plausible path than a regulation. But also looking forward to what Frank might want to say on this for regulators.
I'm glad somebody else gets to put someone on the spot, not me.
No, I think I agree with pretty much everything Jesse said. The one extension I'll do to that is that I think I'll draw an example to another recent technology that I think AI has more legs, but crypto. When various things happened that were bad in crypto space, people were like, "Oh, is this illegal or is it not illegal?" Well, if it's fraud, it's still fraud, right? It doesn't matter that it's in crypto. Like if you're doing stuff you're not supposed to be doing, and it's against the rules and what you're telling your customers, for just example, then it's still fraud, right? And so I think about what's happening, like this week, last week with XAI, and the challenges they're having with image generation. We'll kind of leave it there, but and like if it's illegal, then it's illegal, right? And so I think that not to simplify this certainly, but like we as a society have thought about like where is the line on various things, fraud, image exploitation, like things like this, and so we should be applying that to this new technology. Now that said, there are the new technology is fresh and opens up new questions as well that we also need to figure out about kind of where do we draw lines and what are we okay with as a society and what are we not, right? So certainly not super easy, but when we think about existing things that we as humanity have come to agree are okay or not okay, then we should be using that as the base point, right? And I do think too on kind of the timing standpoint. I lived in DC for a long time and worked adjacent to the policy world, but thinking about flexibility, right, and thinking about like trying to regulate for the state of the technology today is always going to fail, right? Because we're especially in a space like AI that's moving so quickly, like it's just not going to work to think about today's technologies, right? So thinking about the broader what this technology can do and what are the guardrails we want to put around a broader technology rather than trying to regulate today's specific models, I think is the only way that we're going to have any success there, and even that is also going to be hard. I'll say one other thing on kind of the timing perspective too is that the pendulum kind of swings here, and from the company perspective, the firm perspective, being on, like, having the most cutting edge model, like the newest, latest, greatest model, is not always the right thing to do, right? Again, going back to this kind of switching costs, and for some companies that may be easy to jump to the new model. For others, they've fine-tuned their systems around an existing model, and it's very expensive and very costly to jump to a new model. And even more than that, when we think about, again, I'll reiterate the importance of smaller models. I think that's where a lot of the energy is around now. Yes, the big companies are doing these things with these crazy big models that can do everything. But you as an individual company, like, you don't need it to do everything. You need it to do the 10 things that your company does. You need it to do that really well, right? And so I think we're seeing the evolution and the advancements of smaller models that are kind of specifically designed to do X or Y extremely good. Back to the example from the chat, like MRI imaging. I don't need all of the power of ChatGPT to do MRI imaging, right? I need something that is excellent at doing MRI imaging and cancer detection or whatever it is we're want it to do. And so I think that's going to be where a lot of the kind of speed is going to come from, is kind of jumping on these smaller models that are specifically fine-tuned for whatever it is you as a company, organization, country are trying to do.
We're beginning to run out of time. Let me ask another question that I don't know has an answer. It's related to the where part of AI development. You were talking about AI safety. Now, there are places in the world where they don't have the luxury of thinking about it the same way we do. If you're Ukraine, are you going to worry about AI safety in the same way we do, where the cost might be that Russia can keep slaughtering you? So how does any one country's policies affect AI development globally?
Yeah, that's way to end on super intricate, hard question while we have just a couple of minutes left. Right? No, but it's a super important question, and I think that's in any technology, any topic, there's always been this, especially what we call dual use technologies, right? Where there's a military or sort of offensive use case for it, and there's other types of use cases for it, right? Like production, innovation, kind of science, and anything else. And I think that certainly is something that has to be thought about at kind of the country level in the example you give, right? Like, and so I mean, look, there's been some amazing innovations in the AI and the drone technology space coming out of Ukraine, and that's are they going to be worried about the same type of thing that we're talking about in terms of like image generation and exploitation? Like, no, they want they're fighting for survival, right? And they need to do whatever they can to get things moving quickly. And so I think we'll continue to see this kind of back and forth and striking of a balance that's right for any given country, population, and like all of us as a humanity at any given time, right? And so I think that we'll continue to see the evolution of what we think is right, what we think is wrong, and I think that again, in many contexts, we understand where right and wrong is in fraud and image exploitation, like all these types of things, but we just have to think about, okay, how do we apply those lines that we all agreed on as humanity, as humans? How do we apply those to this new context, right? I think there's certainly my wife is in the music industry and the entertainment industry, and so like intellectual property, right? Like, okay, well we've had these rules for 100 years. Yes, like we have to think about when exactly is it intellectual property infringement and various things like that. There's going to be some cases that are very clear cut that, just as an example, like on the training material side of things, there are clearly things that these models were trained on that they were not supposed to be. And that's pretty clear and dry, at least in some contexts. Versus on the output side, where okay, this looks like an image made by Picasso, but it was not actually made by Picasso. And is it his style, or is it the specific implementation of his paintings that are his intellectual property? Just as an example, right? So I think those are some of the blurrier lines that we're going to have to think more about.
Yeah, and I just want to add that this is just simply true with all dual use and powerful technology, which is like there's always going to be trade-offs involved. And since there's trade-off involved in spaces where the gain is so large, of course, then you need to overlook the risks that's involved. And so I think that does mean that, let me flip the question to a more positive side, which is, well, we do have the luxury to think standard, to think measurement, to think about fundamental research that can teach us what's the best way to use this technology. We should take advantage of that, right? Like, because there are certainly going to be cases, like the example you gave, Scott, where we just can't afford the time to take it slowly, to think through it before we take action. There are a lot of use cases where we can, and I think this is essential where policy and regulators can step in to guide us to think a little bit more thoughtfully about adoption consequences, about thinking about how to evaluate impact, how to think about dealing with consequences, right? Because we just know there are times we can't. So when we can, let's try to do it.
So that's good. I think earlier you all sort of outlined an extension of the Heisenberg principle. You can't know how fast something is going and its location at the same time. Here, we don't know how fast it's going. We don't know its location. We don't know anything else. But it sounds like that is an outline for productive thinking as we move forward. So thank you both for participating in this. I thought it was really interesting, and I certainly learned a lot. I hope everyone else did. So I'm told to let everybody know that there's now a break until 3:20. The organizers have managed to provide exactly what you all like for your individual coffee break needs. It's right in your kitchen. So everyone be back at 3:20 for the rest of the conference. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our next session will start in exactly 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just to note that we'll start in about a minute. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I suggest that we get started with our next session. So my name is Ellen Davis. I'm at the World Bank, where among other things I work on the World Development Report on AI, and I'll be moderating the next session, which is on AI and reorganization. Rafaela Sardón in the talk this morning already highlighted that this is very much a key challenge when we talk about the adoption of this wonderful technology. And it's a big challenge, kind of how do we actually get AI embedded in organizations, and what should these organizations look like? So for this session, we're having an exciting lineup of papers. First, we have Chiara Crisciullo, who's with us at the World Bank Group in the Private Markets Research Group, which is closely aligned with the IFC. And she will talk about the diffusion of AI in multinationals. We know that multinationals are often at the frontier, but is that also the case for AI? Then we'll be moving on to a more forward-looking question. Eduard Talamas, who is an assistant professor at IEC Business School in Barcelona, will share insights on what it means for firms if AI becomes truly transformative. What does this mean for firm structures and investment decisions? And the third paper in today, this afternoon, will focus on what does AI mean for the international outsourcing of services. And we have Maggie Chan with us, who is a professor of economics and international affairs at George Washington University here in DC. And she will present evidence on how online markets for services are adjusting since the arrival of Gen AI. Every paper presentation will be about 15 minutes. We have over 180 attendees, actually, and I think a few of them actually identify themselves as AI agents. So I encourage everyone, human or AI agents, to ask any questions you have in the chat. We will have about 15 minutes towards the end for Q&A. But let's get started. Chiara, over to you.
Thank you very much, Elwin, and it's a pleasure to be here. Let me repeat what other speakers have already said, and big, thank you and compliments and congratulations to Jonathan and team who have organized the conference. And in addition to this, I should say they're also co-authors on the papers, on the paper that I'm going to present now, and I hope you can see my screen. So let me try to make it bigger, which I don't manage with the... Okay, tell me if you can see the full screen now. So I hope you do. So this is, as I said, joint work with Tim and Jonathan, but also with Flavio Calvino from the OECD and Antonio Ughi from the Paris School of Economics. As the title says, first of all, this is work in progress, so comments are very welcome, and be forgiving on the fact that some of the results are very much preliminary. Now, the title also says quite clearly what we are going to look at, which is AI diffusion within multinationals. And I hope I can go quickly on why we believe this is an important contribution to a growing literature. And today we have had the chance from the keynote, but throughout the rest of the day, to really discuss the fact that AI adoption is highly uneven across firms, and diffusion of this technology is also highly uneven across countries. And you mentioned, Elwin, we don't know, and I'm going to show you that actually MNEs are big players in this AI revolution, as was said before. However, we still do not know very much, and it was nice to see today some, I would say, experimental evidence, but I think we still need to learn a lot on how MNEs actually adopt AI. For example, who are the first plant that get chosen to pilot these AI technologies, and then how these AI technologies diffuse within multinational firms. For example, how much does distance matter? How much similarities across plants matter? Is this diffusion a blanket through all the plants of the multinational, or is there some selection of which plants are going to be adopting these AI technologies? Now, why do I think that this is also an important point? Is the fact that from evidence from previous waves of digitalization, we know that multinationals are important early adopters and as you said, frontier adopters of these digital technologies. But we also know that they might be important vector of diffusion across countries, and diffusion not only of digital technologies, but as Raffaella very nicely discussed in her keynote, of the complementary HR, management, organizational best practices that can actually help firms get a productivity gain or a stronger productivity benefit from adopting this technology. So you can imagine that this is very important to understand this diffusion dynamics within multinationals is particularly important for development and for potentially justifying policies that tend to attract multinationals. So this is where we start, and with this motivation in mind, we are going to answer two very straightforward questions. Where do MNEs first adopt AI? How does AI then diffuse within multinational corporations? And by trying to answer these two questions, we actually provide some very simple, but I think some very clear slides facts. I'm going to present 4 of them today on MNEs AI adoption and diffusion dynamics. And we start, I think, providing evidence on the potential factors that can explain both first adoption of AI, but also how factors that affect the diffusion of AI within multinationals. So before I start, I thought it was useful to start from anecdotal evidence, sort of an example from a multinational, which I think is a household name for many of us in the conference, Bosch. Probably you know Bosch because, of its fridges and washing machine dishwashers, but actually Bosch is a global technology and services supplier. And as such, it has plants in over 60 countries, 500 affiliates, more than 400,000 employees. So a very large player. And as provider of technology, actually has locations focused on research and advanced engineering across the globe. Now, when you look at the slides, I try to highlight a specific location, which is Renningen. Renningen is actually in southwest Germany, as you see in the slide. And in Renningen, Bosch has what he calls the Bosch Central AI Hub. This is where Bosch sort of experiments and start pilots AI systems and everything that is related to, for example, computer vision, predictive maintenance, zero defect manufacturing. So this is really where things start. And what is so specific about Renningen is located in what is called the Cyber Valley. And the Cyber Valley is the largest and most important AI knowledge hub in Europe. where you have the University of Tübingen, the University of Stuttgart, Max Planck Institute, lots of AI startups and lots of other large firms focused on AI, including Bosch. And so here is where Bosch is really embedded in this strong knowledge, AI knowledge base. Once it has started experimenting, and we know from the Bosch website and press releases, is that it really wants to improve its capability, learning by doing, by being close to this AI knowledge. Then in a second step, it actually continues and rolls out this AI system to other subsidiaries in Europe, in Asia, and North America. So you really see that there is a sort of piloting and a rolling out of technologies. And we also know that these subsidiaries where these AI technologies are then diffused are not all of them, they're just some selected plants. So why did I want to tell you this? Because as you will see, this Bosch story is something that we find for our average multinational in the sample that we look at. And the reason is exactly what we discussed before. You know, they want to be close to knowledge in the first place, and then they can implement it relying on their own knowledge. And I'm going to show you this afterwards. So I'm going to go very quickly here. We use a commercial database, which is now called Spiceworks. It used to be Hartanks. Just to say, we have a very large sample, about 30,000 multinational and their establishments, and we have a balance panel over a 5-year period, 2016 and 2022, for over 30 countries. Now, the interesting thing that I want to highlight here is that we are able to geocode the addresses of the plants that we have in our sample, and therefore we can measure the proximity to what we call AI science. So in a way, we can identify the Renningen in our sample, and we measure this AI science using OpenAlex, which is an open source database. And what we do is we look at the publications, if you want, between 2000 and 2015, so in a pre-sample period, and we identify the institutions, the research institutions that actually have published in AI. And so the measure we are going to use is how many establishments are located within a 50-kilometer radius from a specific plant. I mean, obviously we have lots of different robustness checks. I'm not going to show them today, but just to give you an idea of what we are trying to do. So let me start with what I promised, which is giving you some facts. You know, Elwin was asking, do we know whether MNEs are actually also at the frontier of AI adoption? And I hope that these slides convinces you that this is the case. So what this slide shows you is the share of firms in different groups. So we have single plant firm, domestic firms, multi-plant domestic firms, and multinationals. And we look at how many of these firms actually are using AI, defined as machine learning, in each year. So what you see, for example, is that in 2016, you already have a significant difference in the share of multinational using AI, almost 5% relative to the other firms. But you also see that the speed at which AI is diffusing within multinational is actually much higher than in the rest of the firms. So the gap between MNEs using AI and domestic firm has actually opened up over the 5-year periods that we look at, with more than so almost 15% of MNEs actually adopting AI at the end of the period. Second, and this is very much in line with the Bosch story, when we look at the adoption of AI within multinational, we see that in more than 90% of multinational firms in our sample, actually this AI adoption is partial and not complete. So it's not, as I said, a blanket use of AI. And so this sort of suggested to us that there might be some piloting going on and some selection of plants that actually are going to be adopting AI within multinational. And in fact, this is exactly what I'm going to show you in this slide. So what we look at is how many, so if I look at the share of subsidiaries, if you want, adopting AI within multinational in its first year of adoption, we see that a third, sort of almost 35%, only see 20% of plants adopting AI. And similarly, we only see just about 15% having more than 80% of their plant adopting AI. So you see that this is no sort of a done deal, but there is, again, a slow process of diffusion even within the multinational. And let me show you this more clearly in these slides. So let me go slowly because I think it's important to understand what we are showing here is, if you want, two ways of looking at a similar story. So when we look at panel A, what we are trying to explain is how many multinationals actually see more than the first adopter of AI, other plants adopting AI. And what you see is, for example, after the first year of first adoption, less than 15% of M&E firms actually have more than one subsidiary having adopted AI. And what you see is that after 6 years, this number goes up just to 40%. So again, very slow adoption, very partial. And you get a similar story when you look at the fact that even after 6 years of adoption, only 40% of plants on average within multinationals actually do see adoption of AI. So again, very partial adoption within multinationals. So it's important to understand which firms these are. Now, let me go to the last part of the presentation, which is just trying to understand how much this proximity to AI science and AI knowledge actually helps first adoption. And what we show you, and let me, for brevity, just focus on the column 4, what we see is that proximity to AI science is actually an important factor in predicting AI first adoption in multinational, but we also see that internal complementary technologies such as use of ERP and cloud in first adopter is very important and is a strong predictor of AI adoption, while size and age, once we control for this complementary technology, do not matter. What is very important, and I think this is why I'm going to say that M&Es can be a bridge to frontier technology, is that this proximity to AI science actually does not matter for the diffusion of AI technology within multinational, but only for this first adoption. And in fact, let me give you some very preliminary result. We find that once we look at diffusion, what really seems to matter is the fact that there is complementary technology in place, in particular cloud, and that what we also find evidence is that there is a piloting. We see that plants that use the same vendors are the ones that are more likely to adopt technology in the second place. So I don't know if I still have 1 second to conclude. What I wanted to show you was that AI is first piloted in very few establishments and only partially diffused to the rest of the multinational, and that this early adoption is very much a function of proximity to AI knowledge and also to pre-existing complementary technologies being available in these plants, in these subsidiaries. And so, in a way, this is very much multinational adopting these technologies, these frontier technologies close to frontier knowledge. However, this frontier knowledge does not explain, and this does not matter for explaining how AI diffuses to the rest of the M&E company. And so in a way, this helps us maybe better understand how M&E can be bridges for this technology diffusion also to non-frontier location. One final point, you saw it very clearly in the results. the importance of complementary technology. And so this is something that I think has come up also in previous presentation today. So let me stop here and thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Chiara. Edouard, over to you.
Let me unmute myself first. Beautiful. Okay, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I'm learning a lot from all these previous presentations. And I really want to tell you about this joint work with Enrique Ide and also Ronnie Chatterjee and Daniel Rock. It's about transformative AI and firms. And really the beginning of the whole research agenda that I'm involved in these days is this idea that AI is a fundamentally new automation technology. And this is something that Rafaela has already emphasized this morning. And so she said, this is something that blows my mind. It really blows my mind as well. So I want to tell you again about it. And the reason AI is different from previous automation technologies is not because it tackles cognitive work. We've had plenty of automation technologies before that have tackled cognitive work. The difference about AI is a different one, which is about codifiability. Right? What is this codifiable knowledge versus non-codifiable knowledge? What is the distinction? It turns out to be the key distinction for understanding AI, in my view. And the idea is that codifiable knowledge is things that we can write down in code. We can write down. We can explain what is it that we know, and as a result, it's transferable. And previous automation has only been able, so previous machines until now have only been able to do tasks that we could explain very well, that we could codify. The non-codifiable knowledge, things that some humans know, but it's hard to explain, these things were out of reach of automation. And now AI really, it fundamentally breaks this codifiability constraint. This is not new. It's not my point. This has been said by Eric Brynjolfsson and Tom Mitchell almost 10 years ago, also author in this beautiful essay that Rafaela also quoted. So this is an observation that it has been out there for a while, but I think with the recent advances in AI, answering the question of what are the economic implications of this is very central, and that's what I'm trying to do with my research. So what I want to do today is really tell you three answers to this question that I've been involved so far, and it's about three different papers. All of them are published, so I'll put them on the chat later. I'll go very briefly, just three stories about what are the highlights of what are the economic implications from different points of view of this idea that now we have a technology that can get to non-codifiable knowledge. Okay? Now, the first answer is based on this paper with Enrique Ide. And what is the point in this paper? The idea is that we have in economics a whole literature making the point that this non-codifiable knowledge is actually a major bottleneck. And actually, Rafaela and others in the audience have contributed to this literature as well. So the first point is to say, look, AI is a technology that can automate this fundamental bottleneck. That should lead to a reorganization. Why is that? Well, first, let's understand why is it such a big bottleneck, this non-codifiable or this tacit knowledge. The idea is that by being non-codifiable or tacit, this knowledge is embodied in individuals. If a human knows something, he or she knows it, but it's very hard to explain. So in order to access that knowledge, we need his or her time, right? So the use of experts' time the use of experts' knowledge is constrained by their time. As a result, the organizations, and an important part of organizations in the knowledge economy is to actually set up structures around experts to make the best possible use of their scarce time. Okay? And this insightful idea of why organizations, or partly why organizations are hierarchical, and really goes a long way in understanding the labor income dynamics in the knowledge economy in the past couple of decades. So our point in this paper is to say, okay, that's true, but now here comes AI that can automate this non-codifiable knowledge. That should lead to a reorganization because it's automating the bottleneck around which organizations were being structured, right? So in the paper, we take a canonical model in this literature, we introduce AI, and we study the whole reorganization. I'm not going to go into the full detail. Please go to the paper if you're interested. Let me tell you a highlight that we obtain, which is, and it's something that has come up in the morning as well, this idea that the autonomy of AI systems has fundamental distributional consequences. So we can think of an AI system that knows a certain amount, but there's still a question about how much it can do by itself. In a sense, there is this debate about, do we have AI tools that we can access, or do we actually have AI agents that can do work for us? And one thing we're pointing out with this framework is that this has huge implications for labor income inequality. In particular, when we introduce autonomous AI agents in this framework, we find that the most skilled, the most knowledgeable individuals, those who are earning the most, are actually always complemented. Their income goes up. What happens to the lowest skilled individuals depends on how good AI is. Unless AI is very good, actually autonomous AI will replace the least knowledgeable individuals, right? So labor income inequality goes up both because the labor income of the top income go up, but also because the labor income of those in the lower part of the distribution goes down, right? So it's huge increase in labor income inequality. We can look at non-autonomous AI, same knowledge, but now it's non-autonomous in the sense that we can access it, we can ask questions, it can help us solve problems, but it cannot actually do the work for us. And that has the opposite effect on labor income inequality. The most knowledgeable individuals don't have a lot of use for this kind of AI because they already know a lot. They don't benefit much, but the least knowledgeable individuals benefit a lot. And as a result, the most knowledgeable individuals lose because they have to now pay more to those who know less. Okay, so that's essentially the story. So here comes, one of the main points of this paper, which is there's a sharp trade-off between efficiency and inequality. Introducing autonomous AI increases output much more than non-autonomous AI, but it also leads to much bigger labor income inequality. Okay? So that's the essence of, or one of the key messages of this paper. Now, in another paper published actually this month in the Journal of Monetary Economics, we take this analysis to international trade and global knowledge work. Okay, this is something that Maggie is going to talk about in a minute. So I think she's going to present empirical evidence. I have no data. I'm just thinking through using this kind of knowledge economy framework to think through the consequences of AI for offshoring. We start in this paper with three stylized facts. The first is that offshoring is increasingly about services and knowledge work. Second, AI can increasingly do this kind of thing. And third is that a lot of the AI needed to do this knowledge work, the inference compute, is actually in advanced economies. It's very concentrated, mostly around the US and China. So what we ask in this paper is, okay, what is the consequences? What are the consequences of this using the framework I've just described? What are the main messages? Well, the first one is sort of similar to what I've said before. Well, AI is a scalable, is a technology that allows us to use non-codified knowledge at scale. That should lead to a reorganization, in particular in this case, a reorganization of international trade. What's going to happen to offshoring? That's an interesting one. There's a lot of debate about and a lot of concern that individuals in developing countries that have been focusing on this offshoring, doing routine work for more advanced economies, that they might be completely wiped out by AI. Well, our analysis suggests that that's not so clear. So if we introduce autonomous AI, whether this increases offshoring or decreases it depends on how good AI is. The idea here is that if AI is very good, actually it will lead to an increase in demand in routine work. Because AI is so good, it's really focusing on problem solving. Now it needs a lot more people doing routine work, and that's what the developing economies are specializing in. And then we go back to this trade-off between autonomy and labor income inequality. We say, okay, if you can do a global restriction on AI autonomy, same story as before. But what becomes interesting is once we start thinking about regional autonomy. And the fact that there's such a divide between compute-rich regions and regions that have don't have a lot of compute for AI, that means that regions that actually don't have a lot of the developing economies that don't have a lot of compute, we analyze, okay, what are the kinds of regulations these regions can do? And they don't have very, very good options to, it turns out, right? So the fact that there is this divide between compute across the different countries implies also very stark differences in the kind of regulation different regions can do. Okay, so that's the second paper I wanted to tell you about. And finally, I want to go to the third paper, which is really a different kind, using a different kind of framework to think about the implication of AI being able to do non-codified knowledge work. Okay, and this is based on the knowledge view of the firm, in particular on this idea of that has been pushed, in particularly by Nonaka in the 90s, about the spiral of knowledge. Let me tell you about this idea. Okay, it's really, we go back to the same ideas before. There's tacit knowledge. Until now, it was human knowledge. That was what we were calling non-codifiable knowledge. And then there's explicit knowledge, the kinds of things we can codify. Okay, and one fundamental difference between the two is that one is very easy to transfer. The explicit knowledge, the codifiable knowledge, we can write down in code, we can write down in language, in algorithms, and then it's very easy it's very easy to share. It can be transferred across the organization, for example. Human tacit knowledge lives in humans' head. It's very difficult to transfer. Okay, the previous kind of frameworks were all about the idea that given this non-transferability, how do we organize our firm to make the best possible use of this human tacit knowledge? This other framework is all about how do we actually get from human tacit knowledge to explicit knowledge so that the whole organization can actually use this kind of knowledge, okay? So the idea here is the organization is important and it's better than the market because it allows the experts in the firm to actually codify what they know so that everyone can then use this knowledge. So there is this spiral of knowledge that is emphasized about, okay, we need to be creating human tacit knowledge in the organization. We need to be able to codify it so everyone can use it. Then we need everyone to internalize this knowledge so that we can go back and create more human tacit knowledge, okay? So that's the whole idea of the knowledge creating companies. You have to be able to get this spiral of knowledge right. Okay, so that's the framework out there. And we come and say, okay, what about AI? Is it transferable? Is it non-transferable? And actually, it's in between, if you think about it. Because machine tacit knowledge, the thing that AI knows, is really very opaque to humans. So in that sense, it's non-transferable. But it's very easy to transfer across machines. It's digital weights that you can copy across machines. So now there is this new kind of knowledge, which we call machine tacit knowledge, which is neither transferable nor non-transferable, neither transferable nor non-transferable, right? It's transferable across machines, not transferable to humans. And that creates a new constraint, a new challenge for organizations, and which is how do we allow this spiral of knowledge to go from human knowledge to machine knowledge and vice versa, okay? The idea is human and machine knowledge is complementary because they come from different kinds of data. So we want the company, we want the organization to be building all of these sources of knowledge. How do we do that? Well, there are several steps. Some of them are more obvious than others. We call these the challenge, the human-machine spiral of knowledge. The organizations have this new challenge of incorporating this AI knowledge into the picture. What are the ways to do this? Well, the first is encoding, taking explicit knowledge, things that we've written down, and training AI systems so that the AI systems can get this knowledge in the organization. Also embedding, so taking data from human tacit knowledge and trying to train the machines with it. So that these are sort of all about, okay, taking the knowledge in the organization and bringing it into machine form. But then there's the opposite direction as well. So we need to be able to take this machine tacit knowledge and make it explicit so that humans can understand it, right? So there is this role for the organization to extract the knowledge from the machines so that it becomes explicit knowledge and humans can understand it and build off that. And also assimilation, which is going from machine tacit knowledge to human tacit knowledge. right? So that by interacting with the AI, humans can get tacit knowledge directly from this machine tacit knowledge. So now this famous spiral of knowledge of Nonaka becomes a much more complex spiral, which it's all about trying to keep reinforcing all these different kinds of knowledge. Okay, so I'll conclude. New economic reality, AI allows machines to break fundamental codifiability constraint. In terms of this leads to reorganization in many ways, and I've told you three concrete ways in which this happens. And this new reality brings a new kind of knowledge, machine tacit knowledge. It's codified for machines, not for humans. That make it a new kind of knowledge that we want to understand. In terms of policy challenges, we've emphasized autonomy. Leads to this trade-off between efficiency and inequality. And in terms of different regions, there is a sharp divide in regulatory options between compute-rich and compute-poor regions. And in terms of managerial challenges and opportunities, well, the idea is to try to avoid this efficiency trap of organizations using AI a lot, but not incorporating into their knowledge-creating capabilities. That can lead to stagnation. And the idea is instead orchestrate this human-machine knowledge spiral, where humans and machines are continually teaching each other and leading to more innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Edwards. Maggie, over to you for the next presentation.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Let me get my screen shared. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thanks very much for having me. This is a great conference, and I'm really happy to have the opportunity to present my work with one of my PhD students, Niham. And I'm particularly delighted to be on this panel. And I think Edward, for example, did a great job giving the theoretical framework of my paper. And of course, I also learned a lot about these other aspects of AI autonomy. So I really appreciate that. So this is a work in progress. We are trying to add to the literature by highlighting the impact of generative AI on cross-border services trade. And I think, by now we all understand that generative AI is hitting and targeting, the workforce of developed countries, especially the high-skill, white-collar workers. And unlike robotization, as we have already been comparing, today, which replaces physical labor at a localized level, generative AI is performing digital tasks at a global scale. So the question we are trying to answer in this project is, how is this technology going to reshape cross-border services trade? Let's see if I can move this. I don't know if everybody can see the title. Yeah. Okay. So why is it important? Well, in the last decade, many developing countries have relied on digital services exports as a main engine of economic growth, right? If you think about India, Philippines, and quite a few South Asian countries, and Eastern European countries like Poland, and even some African countries in Latin America have been really experiencing this rapid growth in digital services exports. And the question here, though, is, could the services offshoring and exports, once enabled by ICT, now become potentially reversible by AI? Now, so that forms the question we're trying to answer in this project. How does generative AI reshape cross-border outsourcing in digital services? And I don't want to repeat what our panelists and speakers have already been discussing so far, but let's focus on the context of international trade in digital services, right? ICT revolution has lower communication costs, in the last 3 decades, and that enabled global dispersion of work, which, fostered the international outsourcing in not just manufacturing, but also in services. And then robotization came along, which replaced and automates physical tasks, and that reduces the labor cost advantage of a lot of developing countries, leading to reshoring back to the advanced economies. where does generative AI sit? So generative AI is automating digital tasks, cognitive tasks, and that's not bounded by geography. Unlike robotization, which is doing a lot of automation at localized level in developed countries, generative AI potentially can substitute a lot of labor around the world. And that compresses the wage arbitrage, between developed and developing countries. But not only is doing that compression, it also at the same time augmenting the productivity of foreign workers. So the net effect on international outsourcing and international trade can be theoretically ambiguous, and that's why we're trying to tackle this empirically in this project. So how do we answer the question? We try to provide some causal evidence on generative AI's impacts on cross-border task flows by exploiting the setting of cross-border online labor marketplaces. As many of us know, the OOM, the online labor marketplaces, have become an increasingly important global platform for digital services outsourcing, and is covering, growing share of global labor force. And through these platforms, we are able to observe very detailed buyer behavior, worker behavior, and task level transactions in many cases. So for our project, we are going to collect micro-level transaction data across about 2,700 skill areas from January 2022 to December 2024. And we're going to try to gather data from both sides of the market, the buyers as well as the workers, and the transactions that happen in between. And we want to explore not just the time variation, obviously the launch of ChatGPT and the model releases. More importantly, we want to look at the cross-sectional variation across the 2,700 skills. And we have constructed measures of generative AI automation across all the skills in our platform. And this exposure measure is constructed by evaluating AI's own self-assessment of the skill substitutability. And this gives us a perceived capability-based measure that measures how economic agents, including businesses and multinationals themselves, try to assess the capability of AI and update their beliefs in their decisions about outsourcing. So what do we find? At the aggregate level, we find sharp declines in international outsourcing, but that decline is concentrated among the developing countries. And the magnitude is not trivial, right? We're seeing about 34% decline in outsourcing value and 40% in outsourcing value and about 34% in the volume of contracts. Now, what about the buyer side? We are seeing a lot of reorganization, as Edward actually predicted. We're seeing a lot of reorganization. The number of businesses that continue to outsource declines, the number of contracts declines. However, the average contract value actually increases, accompanied by this increase in the budgets allocated to the remaining jobs. And we find AI-related task demand also rises, but not reflected in the pay. On the worker side, we see displacement with some selective adaptations. On the extensive margin, we see fewer workers getting jobs and fewer contracts per worker. However, the average contract value actually increases among the continuing workers. And the workers are also not sitting there absorbing the impact. Some of them actually are transitioning to adjacent and more interactive soft skills. However, we find very limited evidence of AI upskilling at a systematic level. What does all of these mean? We find actually this means concentration of work on the platform, with the top 1% capturing larger share of jobs as well as earnings. I'm going to skip the literature review, but just to say the paper is obviously joining several strands of literature looking at generative AI at online labor marketplaces as well as automation more broadly. Okay, so let me go into details a little bit about the empirical context. We are looking at online labor marketplaces, and in particular, we are zooming into a leading cross-border OOM that specializes more in the international outsourcing. And on this platform, we observe not just large enterprises, but also many small, medium businesses. And one important feature for us is that we know we are looking at transactions across about 2,700 skill areas, spanning the different types of professional services. And as I mentioned, this platform is mainly cross-border, so 91% of transactions are international between countries. And demand concentrated in developed countries, whereas supply mainly comes from developing countries, in particular South Asia. Why this particular platform for studying AI and national outsourcing? As I mentioned, we need very granular task. We have very granular task data. We observe high frequency adjustments, which is important for us to observe the responses to generative AI. And we observe both sides of the market, the buyer behavior, buyer decisions, as well as the worker behavior and adjustments. And it's international by design, which gives us a very natural setting for studying cross-border task flows. Now, the data we collect is essentially a client worker skill transaction microdata. We have worker profile information, client records, as well as detailed project transaction level data. Okay. We observe the types of skills being demanded, being supplied, and not only the volume as well as the pay, the value of the projects, and we also have information about the quality of the work that has been delivered. Okay, a key variable for our analysis is the generative AI exposure. For each skill in our platform, we construct a measure of how substitutable the workers are to generative AI. And we decide to use generative AI ChatGPT in this particular case to have ChatGPT assess its own ability to substitute workers for each skill. And we give the ChatGPT, in the prompt, we provide a task list associated with each skill. And then we ask ChatGPT to evaluate how likely or how well generative AI can perform these tasks associated with a given skill relative to human with minimum human input. We have experimented with different prompts for validation, and we do this type of prompting and data collection 100 times for each skill to reduce stochastic variation. Why this approach other than budget constraints? So this gives us very fine level of measure of exposure for each skill we observe in the marketplace. And it's based on capability rather than actual outcome or actual adoption, because that's what we're trying to measure. And it's capturing perceptions, beliefs, because we believe this reflects how agents, including business executives, actually update their beliefs and make their decisions about outsourcing. And it's scalable. We can do so for all the skills we have available, and we do some validations against existing measures. So here is a list of most exposed skills and a list of least exposed skills. Not surprisingly, the highest exposure is seen for skills like writing, coding, translation, design. A lot of the skills we kind of expect to be highly substitutable. For the least exposed skills, you see a combination of physical skills, including, for example, fashion modeling, and obsolete technologies and highly specialized domains. I actually saw firefighting somewhere, and that really alarmed me. But it turns out it is like firefighting consulting services, the fire safety. So these are very specialized domains that are not as easy to substitute. So this is some validation exercise we did against some of the leading indexes in the literature, and we find we have to aggregate our skill measures to occupational level because a lot of these indexes are measured at the occupation level, and we find high correlation, but still we do have variations, some variations. Okay, so this is the spatial world map of exposure to generative AI based on the online workers in our platform. And you can see the developing countries are really some of the highest exposed countries to generative AI because of the specialization of the online workers in these countries. Okay. All right, very quickly, let me go over some of our results. So at the aggregate level, we find the outsourcing value to decline significantly, especially in the most exposed skill areas. At the mean level, we find about 50 to 40% decrease in value as well as in contract numbers. And the extensive margins are actually driving some of these results. The number of buyers continuing to outsource and number of workers continuing to get jobs, both have declined substantially. And this you can see the dynamic effects that the impact of generative AI was initially fairly modest after GPT 3.5, but accelerated after GPT-4 was introduced across the board. Now, if we go into the disaggregated levels, and let's start with the demand side, among the businesses that continue to hire workers on this platform, we find that the volume of contracts decreased significantly. However, the mean value of the contracts actually increased. So this suggests that even though there is less demand in terms of the number of projects, the complexity, the value per contract actually has been rising. This is also seen in the budget offered for these projects. You can see minimum budget, maximum budget, and budget spread have all increased for the businesses that continue to outsource on the platform. And the complexity, if we look at some measures of complexity of the projects, you can see the projects that continue to be outsourced tend to take longer time to finish, have more descriptions in the demands, and the share of AI complementarity work has also increased after the launch of generative AI. Now, on the worker side, very quickly, we find very much a similar evidence. The number of contracts has declined significantly for the workers that continue to get jobs, but the average value of the contracts actually increased by about 40%. Okay. And how do workers deal with that? How do workers respond to such shifts in labor demand? Well, it turns out this is actually echoing some of the existing work. We find the quality of the work has increased primarily for the underperforming workers before ChatGPT, and you can see that monotonic relationship between the improvement in quality and the pre-GPT ratings. Now, in terms of skill compositions, what we find is that the workers actually not on the one hand, they are losing jobs in some of the old skills, so they're dropping the old skills, but on the other hand, they're also acquiring new skills. And in addition to the skill composition changes, the contracts and they continue to get jobs are actually more complex in terms of the number of skills required. So we are seeing this, this more bigger projects that require a greater number of skills. And just to give you an example about where workers are going and where they are actually adopting new skills, you can see Adobe Workshop is one of the highest exposure skill, and this is pre-GPT. And then after ChatGPT, you see this 4 types of skill transition paths. In addition to persistence, right, staying in the same skill, you are also seeing some upskilling, some movement to creative skills, and some movements to soft skills, right, for marketing, for business skills. At the aggregate level, if you look at the workers overall, you see some corresponding evidence, right? The workers are not running away from automation. They cannot. They are moving to related skills, but there's not systematic AI upskilling, okay? We don't see a lot of workers actually moving to AI skills, right? This is flow data. We're looking at the transitions from one skill to another skill. But on the other hand, they are adopting more interactive skills. And that actually pays off. So
in the interest of time, can I ask you to slowly start wrapping up? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the reminder. So just to wrap up, we are seeing that the return from this reskilling, and the reskilling seems to pay off, especially if you're doing AI specific skill additions. And finally, this is just to show you for the market as a whole, we see this increasing concentration of work and earnings, especially for the workers that are able to upskill. Thank you, and I'll stop right here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you to all 3 of you for a series of very, very interesting papers, both showing new evidence, but also kind of thinking about kind of what this means in the future. We have about 7 minutes left, which gives us time for one round of questions. For Chiara, and I'm going to ask each of you a question, but feel free to also address some of the other questions asked to the others. But for Chiara, Heather in the chat asked the question: how much does your proximity to AI knowledge captures the home country activities of your M&E? That is the location of the headquarters. I could imagine that the headquarters needs to be on board before anything will diffuse to subsidiaries in other countries. And your boss example perfectly captured this. Edward, we received kind of in advance several questions about organizational changes. So Jerwin Pernido from the Philippines asked, when adopting AI at scale, what organizational changes, processes, roles, incentives matter most? And how do you balance innovation with ethics? And Mariela Agorilla from the US asked, for SMEs, what are effective ways to integrate AI into workflows and build a culture of mindful and responsible use? And then for you, Maggie, in the light of your finding of kind of fewer tasks but higher value, Dixon Kawunda from Zambia asks, as AI is reshaping work processes, how can firms use human capital effectively and also address declining confidence or anxiety among employees? So I think we'll have time for one round of questions. So over to you, Chiara.
Thank you, Elwin. And in the interest of time, I will reply quickly and be honest about the fact that we haven't really tested the exact question that Heather is asking, but we have looked at two, at least for the first part of the question. So basically, Heather is asking whether there is a home bias that we are not controlling for relative to the sort of importance of knowledge. We have not looked directly at this. We have looked indirectly at this in the sense that we do not see a particular sort of advantage of first adopting in the headquarters. We see this in about 40% of the cases. But this is a very good question, and we should check this more directly. Now, what we do find, and this is, I think, the question that is also part of Heather's point, which is how much is the decision of diffusing centralized or not. And here the question is slightly more nuanced, because we do not find that being in the same country as the headquarter matters for diffusion, but we see some elements that suggest centralization of this process, because we do find that, for example, plants that use the same vendor as the first adopters actually tend to be the one where we see a rollout of AI diffusion. And this is very much in line with processes of piloting, which we find in other cases. I'm looking, for example, at M&Es in the automation sector in Mexico, and this is part of the way they pilot things using the same type of providers across the whole group. So I hope this answers at least partly Heather's question. If not, she should feel free to get in touch and we can discuss bilaterally. So thank you.
Thanks, Edward.
All right, thank you so much for the questions. In terms of AI's effects, I heard okay, what are the effects on incentives, on ethics? These are all very good questions. The way I'm proceeding, and me and my co-authors are proceeding, is sort of one question at a time, one paper at a time. The papers I've presented don't have much to say really about incentives or ethics. The first two are more about, okay, we have these theories that are not about ethics or incentives, are about structure, how organizations structure the way they work in a way to preserve and you make the best possible use of the expert's time. Okay, and there's whole theories built on that idea, exploring that idea, and it turns out to be very powerful. So what we do is to say, okay, you introduce AI, what happens to this structure, and who is complemented, who is substituted within this framework? Okay, that's what I've tried to understand. But there's many other very good questions about, okay, incentives to, if I think in the organization AI is going to be trained based on my actions. Do I have incentives to do what's right? Like there's all these interesting questions, also touching ethical issues. That's one. And in terms of the question about SMEs, what's the situation for adoption for SMEs? I think it's a great opportunity, to be honest, because all of a sudden we all have access to this amazing knowledge out there, right? So before there were a lot of companies that didn't have the budgets to have all this intelligence that are available, and now we all have a lot of intelligence available. So I think the opportunity is great, especially for those who don't have a lot of resources to actually step up and compete and innovate, just like the top companies. Hopefully that's optimistic. I'm not really sure what's happening and the extent to which they face barriers, but I think in principle this should be a great opportunity.
Thanks, Eduard. Maggie, final words for you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question about worker responses. And I think this is actually the part of the research I find I'm particularly intrigued or excited about, because we see very diverse responses among workers. Some people stay put and some people actively adapt and by reskilling, some people by becoming broader, adopting communication skills and so on. And some people try to move up to upskill. And we find it's better than doing nothing. If you sit still, you're gonna just, be the one that absorbs the impact. But if you are able to move in any of these directions by adopting soft skills, by moving up, by adopting AI skills, you will, get some returns from that kind of effort. And I think this is a key message that has emerged from our worker level analysis. We are trying to look at this at a more granular level, and hopefully we're gonna document some more interesting, more nuanced patterns of transitions.
Thanks, Maggie. So let me take this opportunity to thank Chiara, Eduard, and Maggie for your presentations and insights. Also, thanks everyone for your questions. As far as I could tell, they were all asked by humans. The AI bots that connected were silent. So we're now moving on to the panel discussion on the future of firms. Sam, over to you.
Hey, thanks everybody. We'll wait for everybody to get on here. Our last panel is about AI and reorganization. And I can't help but think about it's close to Groundhog Day here in the United States. Groundhog Day in the US is a fun holiday where we believe that a groundhog can predict the end of winter. And I think with the bombardment of snow and our move to this virtual session, we'd like to think that this groundhog will predict an early end to winter. And how is this relevant? In this session, I think we get to act like our favorite groundhog, Phil, and think about what the future might look like and how policy can help firms adapt. We've got 4 panelists. I think you can see them all here. I'm going to go in alphabetical order, which is not the order they show on my screen, but we'll start with Josh. Josh is the head of data science at New Balance. He's a senior director and head of data science there. He was previously head of data science at Tapestry, and also developed an app to rank potential places to live based on kid friendliness, which I'm sure there's a backstory there. I've known Josh for a little bit, and I didn't realize he has a PhD in molecular physiology, so that's a fun, interesting fact. Mingwei Wang is a distinguished university professor at the National University of Taiwan, and she specializes in AI-driven research on service and marketing and e-commerce. She's the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Service Research and has a book about the feeling economy, how AI is creating an era of empathy. Let's see, Joe Kwan. Joe Kwan is at the Center of Governance for AI. He's previously an engineer at LG AI Research. He's got a bachelor's in computer science and psychology, which is a great combination. And he's currently focused on secretly loyal AI. And I can't wait to figure out what secretly loyal AI means. Hopefully a question will come up about that. And finally, Doug Levin is an executive fellow at the Harvard Business School. He teaches a startup academy, and he's founded I think 5 companies, if I counted correctly, and had management positions at Microsoft. So we've got a great variety of experiences here, and I'll just randomly pick on Doug. We think that AI affordances may rewrite why a lot of firms exist, like reshaping. We were talking about employment. What do you think? Will artificial intelligence change the optimal size of firms?
Unquestionably. Just a recent example from our friends in the venture capital community, where they literally are shifted their focus from building large startup companies to now looking for companies with 1 employee and $1 billion in ARR, or annual recurring revenue. Those kind of proportions are extreme, and they've tempered their expectations. However, it's very important to understand that the coding function specifically within high-tech companies as well as non-tech companies have significantly, poses a very interesting question. Can you get the same results with far fewer employees? And the reason why is code generation is so easy today by individuals who are non-technical, individuals who are technical, and also management, so that there's been a fundamental transformation in not only technical areas, but also non-technical areas.
Yeah, I think the real question is what happens next there. Ming, let's switch to you here. Do you think this automation change is going to favor smaller companies? I mean, one of the things that we had historically is that we're almost not allowed to ask people their revenue, but we can ask how big their company is. That's allowed. It's kind of forbidden to ask someone, oh, how much money did you make? But you can ask how many people. And that used to be a signal of company success with size. And Doug, it's interesting to hear that you see that shift towards smaller. And so Ming, does automation favor these smaller, more modular firms, or is it going to be this large one with giant integrated data pipelines that we've talked about in previous sessions?
Talk about Gen AI. I recently, in a 2025 paper published in Journal Consumer Research, emphasized a 3-stage process, from democratization to the average trap to model collapse. So AI actually really can democratize market participation for firms of different size, but not just the first stage. The first stage, everybody can participate with Gen AI. So that benefits smaller firms. Smaller firms in the past cannot participate, now they can participate. But that's not the whole story. That's just the first stage. After democratization, we observe that there is the average trap. The so-called average trap, I think everybody have experienced that AI generate very generic solutions for the firms. Regardless which firm you are, that you get similar. Or regardless which brand you are, you get very similar solutions. And that is not good, because they could make your solution, the solution you generated, become a commodity. So in that case, that would be the upper bound of AI-enabled democratization. So that's why we observe that we need to take the different stages into consideration. Smaller firms can benefit at the democratization stage, but they also need to be aware of the average trap is the upper bound. They may not go. Their competitiveness can be boosted up to the average, but may not be able to go over the average. So after that stage, bigger firms may have an advantage.
I'm going to have trouble pulling it out exactly, but we've seen several research presentations that seem to support that as well, that there's these differential effects, and getting up to average is quick, and then you brought up the slow thing. Josh, you've done a lot of work with coding in your past. Does that resonate with you? Do you think that we're going to have are we going to be able to turn over as much of the machines as we all may think we might be able to?
I think it's a bit of a nuanced answer, and I think there's a lot of panelists and presentations today that have touched on some of this, which is that in a lot of cases we're in a position now where AI can generate a lot of output and do it very quickly, but whether or not you can trust that output is something that is a really hard thing to quantify. And if you think about code output that it's testing, that's relatively easy to validate and figure out if it's actually working. You write a test for your code, you use the AI to write some code. If it passes the test, it did a good job. Now, your test has to be good as well. But if you're asking, and so there's a lot of cases where if you can validate the output of an AI model, those are the ones that are going to scale quicker. Those are the ones that are going to replace workers quicker. So it really comes down to how hard is it to validate the output of AI. So as much as difficult as it can be, coding is one of those areas where the people who have developed this model are now a little bit more at risk, perhaps, of their jobs becoming requiring a higher productivity, let's say, per employee versus other jobs. Whereas if you're thinking about like a more complicated document, like a legal document or a medical document, the skills to be able to validate that output, it's much, much more complicated. You can't just have like a simple test in code that says, is this a good answer or not? So in my mind, it all comes down to how easy is it to validate the output of a model, and that's probably going to be correlated with how, which jobs are the most affected.
Actually, I really like that because I think we've all had this experience where we use these tools, and if we use the tool and don't know anything about the subject, the answer looks great. But if you do know something about the subject, then you say, what is this tool doing? And I find that in particular with code, and as you say, Josh, code is an area that it ought to be able to test. But yet, frequently, it'll generate code that won't compile, for example, which I feel like that should be a bare minimum. And actually, one of the questions that came from one of the participants, I'm going to go ahead and raise here. I think there's a tradition of using those questions later, but it fits right here. Claire Lee mentioned, if AI is mistake prone, which we know it is, do firms with this lower error tolerance face this hidden tax on adoption? We're not going to be able to measure this very well, I think. Joe, I think you're all about governance and thinking about how we keep up with keeping on top of technologies and making sure they're working like we want them to. Are we going to have the ability to measure these things? How are we going to think about traditional approval chains versus new governance primitives? How's that going to look?
So first, I just want to say that I think Josh was like hitting the nail on the head here about in terms of like the differential progress that AI might be able to help with. It's like very often the case that things with tighter feedback loops like code or math, where you can have just like auto-generated verification of whether the output is correct or not, will help provide the training signal effectively. I think there's a second bottleneck here that ties into this question, which is like related to responsibility and liability. So I've seen some AI experiments, for example, where despite being great reasoners, if you just sort of deploy them as like corporate legal assistants and give them these scenarios where, given a certain context, things become illegal. So scenarios like insider trading or obstruction of justice, the frontier models right now often comply with the legal requests. And I think essentially when businesses try to incorporate AI models into the workplace, there's oversight costs that are involved. There's like slower iteration cycles possibly because you have to be cautious about what kind of effects it'll have. So there might be externalized costs, but a lot of costs to the business will come from AIs making mistakes. And so I think because there's a lot of liability exposure, this will be sort of another natural bottleneck that hopefully will encourage appropriate rather than rushed adoption.
Doug, I think that sort of like cycles perfectly back to you because you've got a lot of experience in dealing with board members, for example. And I think were that group of people to read some of the things that we're reading about the ability to be massively more productive, they would not have heard what Joe just said about the hidden costs of these productivity tools. How's that going to form? How kind of governance is that going to take? And what are the sort of failure points that might bring out?
Well, interestingly, with discussions with the boards, there are these one set of very obvious, very kind of sexy and frequently mentioned in the press kind of issues that they bring about with governance, like work slop, hidden AI, shadow AI, these kind of things where without any permissions, corporations that admit or AIs into the environment, have run into either governance problems or security problems, especially. The security problems related to models are really significant on the board level. I mean, there are lots of worries about data poisoning, and especially given that Hugging Face is like the universal access point for open source models, and several of them have shown that they're poisoned. The board is considering, the boards are aware of this problem and they are sensitized to this. But the larger problem for boards is actual productivity. There seems to be a question right now that is entering into board discussions about actual productivity of AI. And this has one effect of governance and regulatory issues in some cases, and liability, countenance are, slowing down the adoption of AI. But it's actually another thing, which is are agents really that productive? Are AI projects really that productive? And so the ROI standards on the board are now being evaluated more and more closely. And the AI ROI metric is now coming up more and more. So it's this balance between productivity and governance, which is beginning to happen.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting take on it, because if I think when a technology is new, people tend to sort of say, all right, we'll experiment and we'll explore, but then at some point people come back and say, all right, what is my ROI on this, and how do we measure that? Josh, how do people think about it? You're in a private industry company at New Balance. How are people thinking about, hey, I would like to put $1 into this model or $1 into that project? How are people making that decision?
Yeah, and I'll definitely speak more generally, rather than specific to any, New Balance or Tapestry, any company I've worked for. But generally, people are not necessarily thinking about the ROI as much, right? We are in the midst of a hype cycle. Every executive needs to have their AI strategy, and people are trying a lot of different things, and that's kind of naturally how these things work out. When a new market like this opens, there's a lot of different players out there. There's a lot of them that aren't going to stick around for a few years. So, if you're thinking about an enterprise level company, you've got to be worried not only about, is this actually going to be effective, but if I partner with a company, is it going to get bought by something else in a year or two? Is it going to even be around in 3 years if it's one of these hundreds and thousands of startups that are out there? So it's not just the hype that's around it, making sure you're not going to get left behind. It's figuring out, where do you want to go? Where do you think you're going to find success? Are you going to continue to have that success in the future? And then, especially if you're in a creative industry, the laws haven't been settled. Anything dealing with consumers or creativity, like, the laws haven't been settled. You have to worry about if at New Balance, let's say, we're trying to use a generative AI algorithm to create a shoe. A lot of data out there is on Nike, one of our biggest competitors. What if the shoe they designed accidentally adds a Nike swoop in there? That's a very big issue. Whereas you human, that would never happen, but it absolutely could happen, given that since Nike's the biggest sneaker company out there, a lot of the data that the models are trained on are going to have those Nike swooshes on them. So you have to think about all those kinds of risks. So it's a really, really tough balancing point right now. And I kind of want to take it back to the very beginning talk, which I did mention about experimentation being critical. Experimentation in using AI and thinking through, you're not just trying to make sure the AI works for this one particular problem you're trying to face, or, does it save somebody time, but what are the business KPIs you can tie it to? And with all of these things that you have to balance as a person with such uncertainty, I think that a lot of companies are going to have a lot of challenges actually getting AI to work in a consistent manner, because it's very difficult to balance all those.
Consistency has never been a strong point so far. I mean, I think we are still early days, but consistency is not an adjective that I would currently use with our. I mean, it is with our ML models. I mean, when we tend to, I think, gravitate towards generative models when we think about this, but certainly the ML models can be very stable and very, very predictable. Ming, 4 years ago, somebody had a book about empathy and about control. Like that was way early in thinking about those things. when we were talking about these tools, is it going to be a tool for empowerment, or is it going to be a tool for control? Is it going to be if like we keep mentioning coding, if you're a coder, are you going to be judged by your productivity relative to the machine, like the John Henry days? Are you going to be controlled and measured by the output? How is empathy going to play into this?
I'll start from talking about the concept of collaborative intelligence, because I'm in information systems and marketing. And I believe computer scientists, we don't design AI to steal jobs from humans or to hurt humans. That is not the intention. So the starting level of AI always we design AI to help, to support humans. But the problem is, when AI can do the jobs better than humans, how can you tell companies not to replace their workers with AIs? So that there is always a cycle, starting from augmentation and then move to replacement when AI can do better. And that also, in that situation, we need to consider there are multiple AI intelligences. Multiple AI intelligence from mechanical, that's in the history already. And then we are right now in the thinking intelligence, thinking AI stage. And then in the paper, what I talk about is about the feeling intelligence. We tend to ignore that. From today's presentation, we see that that's tomorrow's technology. We assume that it's tomorrow's technology. It's not today yet, because today we have feeling AI. But it's not exactly the case, especially I want to separate two types of AI. One is the discriminant-based recognition AI. And those AI, for example, visual recognition, image recognition, AI is very accurate in doing all this recognition-based job. Try to think about when we were at the airport passport control, how accurate. As long as we stand in front of the machine, it can recognize who we are and then retrieve the passport information indirectly. The accuracy rate is very high. But today, when we talk about Gen AI, that is different from recognition-based AI. Gen AI is designed, it focuses on generating outputs. So we need to understand there are different kinds of AIs, and they have different benefits and different problems. And for a generative AI, especially the prompt response design, that is an interactive design that really can express empathy. Because in general, people think AI don't have empathy because AI is not humans and only humans have empathy. I'm talking about in the paper, I'm talking about AI can express empathy. And that's why a lot of AI users, Gen AI users, really just become so deeply addicted to AI, because the AI really can express sympathy as if it understands human users.
Kind of back to the days of Eliza, expressing the empathy of the original psychology. Joe, I wanted to ask you about your idea of secretly loyal AIs. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I'll be brief here just because I don't know how much of a direct relation there is to the theme of this, but Doug mentioned data poisoning before, which is a case in which you might have some, these generative models are trained on extremely large amounts of data, and there's some amount of filtering being done here, but a lot of data can get fed into the model without being monitored or vetted properly. And secretly loyal AI sounds pretty dramatic, but it's essentially looking at this case of data poisoning where someone may just put some text online, and some AI company who's developing a frontier model might just scrape the whole internet, as it usually does, for data to feed into its model, and not recognize that there's some passcodes or phrases or descriptions of things such that once the model is trained and deployed, there may be certain activation triggers such that the model behaves in ways that you don't want it to behave. There's some light empirical work that's been demonstrated by Anthropic on this called sleeper agents, but it is basically a narrow subset of a threat model you can get from data poisoning.
I mean, I like that. It seems like the spy movies of the past, where sleeper agents are able to infiltrate organizations. But if you think about the rate of adoption that these tools are happening, that's kind of why I thought this was relevant, in that organizations are adopting these tools very quickly. They're adopting agentic AI particularly quickly because I think it's getting shoved into every product that's out there, and before long everyone has adopted, even if they don't know they've adopted. So I guess that's.
I may build on what Joe said.
Yeah.
I think we may be entering an age where there are LLMs and SLMs, meaning small language models as opposed to large language models. And with the advent of small language models that might be, between 1 and 10 billion parameters, they could be much more personal. And I didn't read Joe's paper on secret AI, but maybe SLMs could be considered that. The direction that much of the, or a portion of the AI development is going into is this SLM, specifically on a vertical basis. That is to say, automobile SLMs or packaged goods SLMs or similar ones. And so those SLMs may be the more personal, maybe in Joe's parlance, secret type of AI interactions. The data poisoning problem, however, is going to be universal. And so that's a problem that I'm dealing with, like sort of in the cybersecurity area, and the overlap between cybersecurity AI and modeling.
And I'll just throw out that I do think when companies are adopting models and maybe fine-tuning them or building their own in-house scaffolds with their proprietary data, like data provenance and just a general vetting of what's being fed into the model, I think is just a really important part of the process that for both cybersecurity and just general performance reasons is something that should be considered.
Are people doing that?
Let me ask, sorry about that. I was just one quick point. That large language model and a small language model, if small language models are distilled from large language model, then it will acquire all the bias and the poison from large language model. That would be something when people use small language models need to be aware of.
Right. But companies like Liquid AI, for example, are selling small language models that are not distilled from large language models, and they do have to be trained separately. Especially if they're vertical. So you can imagine healthcare, for example, SLM for a single hospital that focuses on cancer, for example. Anyway, another thing that's really important to talk about in this arena is the new demands for new headcount in companies that are already established. Data wranglers, for example, and this whole thing that Josh reminded us about, which was experimentation, which is intrinsic to AI and mentioned in the first keynote presentation. We're going to see a lot of AI experimentation partnerships inside companies, humans in the loop working with other humans in the loop and trying to encourage experimentation. So I've heard of a number of different cases of this where these new headcount are going to be hired in order to supplement the current group of people who are using generative AIs and are not experimenting to the extent that they need to be.
But how do we govern that sort of thing? That's a process that I don't think we're familiar with now. It's a new task that you've created, that you've invented, whether it's code like Josh mentioned, or other tasks, or if it's generating shoe designs. These are processes we haven't thought about before, and how do we design the organizational processes around those? What do firms need to be doing?
Well, first at the top, there needs to be, I think, in many firms, a CAIO, which is a Chief AI Officer. And that person is going to see the vision for the company and also help with the implementation of certain new headcount, either the recruiting of them or the training of them. There is an influx of new people coming into the market who have either learned AI in the last couple of years or have used AI in the distant past and are kind of, rejiggering their careers so that they can be applied to today's generative AI. And I think that's encouraging, but we're far from, I mean, this is the first inning of not only generative AI, but this whole new set of people who are coming into the enterprise who can help with these new functions.
I would like to mention two concepts. So the first is the AI in the loop, and the second is human in the loop. I think Doug has introduced the concept of human in the loop. For example, I can continue the example of shoe design. When you have a Gen AI design shoes, you need to have a market expert. Shoe experts and market experts know how to design shoes and know what customers would like, customers' preference. So if you incorporate those experts' evaluation into the loop, then you really can generate a better outcome. And the other approach is AI in the loop. AI in the loop is typically you use you use AI to govern AI, and that is more feasible for very complex situations because humans cannot know which part go wrong and how to dig it out. So if you have AI, one AI governs the other AI, or you have AI that generates explanations that is explained for AI, so that help. I would not say that it eliminates hallucination, but those are the two approaches that currently people use AI in the loop for accuracy and they use human in the loop for better quality.
Yeah, it seems like a very complementary thing where you might want human oversight for like critical things. And regardless of the work that's been produced, maybe you want to gate the AI action such that ultimately it's the human who's making the final decision about something. This might be especially pertinent in like medical cases with like radiology. I also think that using AI for AI oversight is really helpful when it's less critical, but you want to be able to handle like vast amounts of data or vast amounts of processes that are happening because, the models are producing things at a very high rate. And so you can have low stakes areas where the AI is helping you monitor for anomalies or other issues. And it can also help with explaining some of the things. So there's like this area of research where you may not be able to read all of the transcripts and look at everything super carefully, but you can have other AIs look at these transcripts, try to summarize things and tell you if things are going wrong. So I think having a complementary approach here would be good.
I think people looked at these panels and they'd like to come away with an answer of like, here's how we do X and here's how we do Y. And it feels like it's particularly challenging in this context because I think we come up with it depends, like we said, okay, well, if it's a high volume, let's say credit card transaction, given the volume of transactions, given the need for speed, we're not going to stick a human in the loop. On the other hand, if it's mergers and acquisitions, perhaps we don't have enough data points or enough too many variables, cursive dimensionality to solve that problem. That's been going on for a while, where we've had automated things that are automated because they happen a lot, and we've had non-automatable things. How is that boundary changing with artificial intelligence? I mean, one argument is that with the use of these artificial intelligence tools, more stuff can be automated. At the same time, one of the flavors that's coming across this panel is a need for more governance and oversight. How do we achieve both of those? Isn't that going to stop the scaling problem?
I could definitely start. So yes, more things are becoming automated now than they could in the past. And we've talked a little bit about human in the loop. It's much easier. It can be much easier and quicker to validate something rather than create something. So that is already a productivity gain. We talked about AI in the loop, and there's AI workflows, agentic workflows, where you have an LLM produce an answer, then you have one, two, or three, or however many other LLMs check it. And you can design workflows where the outcomes in this case, they're all probabilistic, right? We think about code, we think about other things that people are used to testing in automated workflows. It's all deterministic. Does this field have numbers in it? Is this one always a negative value? You can write tests for that. But when you think about tests for something that's inherently probabilistic, you can take the exact same input to give it to the exact same model and get different outputs every single time. And all of them could technically be right or close to what you're looking for. And so, the governance is going to shift is definitely going to shift a little bit into not necessarily understanding every single detail, but better traceability, better understanding of where something might have gone wrong, which I think comes down to data governance. And that's one thing that all firms are going to have to focus a lot on, and likely in a different way than they have in the past. So, with data governance now, it's a lot about, do you have the right access for the data, the right monitoring? Are you following all applicable laws? But if you use something there's a technique for enhancing what an LLM can look at. It's called a RAG, or retrieval augmented generation. It's basically an idea where you can take an LLM and say, point it to the entire backup or hard drive that your cloud storage that your company uses, and then it can look and understand all your practices and all your procedures. But if you have multiple versions of those practices, procedures, you haven't cleaned things up, people are putting maybe private things in areas where they shouldn't have on your cloud storage. Like, those are all things that the RAG can suddenly see, or the LLM could suddenly see, that a human wouldn't. And so the data governance is not just around the accuracy, it's not around privacy and following laws, it's just, have you organized your data properly, or all these LLMs going to find holes that you didn't know existed? So it changes what people have to focus on. And it's going to change kind of how we work and how we interact with a lot of these tools. Certain areas are going to become a little bit more lenient. Certain areas are going to become a little bit more strict, or a lot more strict, depending on the outcome. But we're kind of learning a lot about it as it goes, and it's exposing a lot of areas that we didn't necessarily know we had to really focus on in the past.
I mean, Doug mentioned the word security too. As people think about these things, what do they need to be doing? I mean, what they think about is sort of a general statement. What exactly should people be doing to try to get ready for the increased use of these tools in the future?
I think one of the most basic things that people have to think about is the impact on basic workflows and their basic business. They've got to look at their business and see, where it makes most sense to apply agents, for example, which are in many cases autonomous. And if they are truly autonomous and they really take off and start doing the workflow for individuals and companies, there is going to be another set of impacts which are either related to the nature of the outputs or a reduction in force. So that element, and then when you take that to an extreme, in the coming years, we're going to be talking more and more about general intelligence and super intelligence, which supersede, the capabilities of, single agents. It's going to be that's going to take a couple of years, but we're going to look back on this period and say how simplistic were our thinking, because, today we're talking about some things. One interesting thought I had based on Josh's comment is, we've gotten very used to in the U.S. healthcare systems, which are very slow, and we go to emergency rooms and it takes hours to get, to address serious problems, and then there's a lot of bureaucracy, et cetera. Healthcare in the U.S. is highly regulated. And so the hope is that a highly regulated industry introduces more and more productivity and speed and efficiencies as a result of AI in the loop. So, I think that there's going to be adjustment periods, of course, but there are also going to be major improvements over time. So in the next 5 years, when we're considering the impact of general AI and potentially early superintelligence, simultaneously, we're going to see productivity. I mean, what, it's hard to say, but if I get hit by a snowball tonight, I can definitely wait for 6 hours before I get looked at. Whereas in the future, hopefully, it'll be at least shorter period of time.
Well, I mean, you mentioned healthcare. I think that's a big one because I think if you think about how much healthcare has changed in the last 100 years, it's hard to imagine that level of change over the next 100. It feels like artificial intelligence would be part of it. But if we think about like what this is going to do to firms and the governance around that, I think you mentioned healthcare because it's a highly regulated industry. In some research that we did, we found that there was much more data sharing in that arena because people knew what they could share and what they couldn't share, as opposed to other arenas where it's more squishy. People just automatically say, no, I'm not going to share because I don't want the liability. But I guess where I'm headed with this is that, Josh mentioned governance and keeping up with this data asset, and data asset was the focus of the last panel and the last papers. What kinds of decisions do we need to delegate, for example, to these oversight agents, and what needs to remain human-led? Where are we going to make these decisions?
I think there's a lot there. Again, I'll just go with the standard answer. It depends, right? But there's a lot of different ways you can. Yes, I think the risk has a big impact. If the risks for the outcome going wrong, which it's almost a fundamental aspect of a lot of these LLMs that they will hallucinate at some point. So what's the risk that it goes wrong? I think that's going to have a big impact on where we kind of need to focus a lot of that, and it's definitely going to have an impact on where we kind of have that balance that you're talking about. So if the risk of something going wrong is a loss of a little bit of productivity, maybe no critical business decisions, that has less of a governance need than if it's actually affecting very important business decisions or somebody's health, somebody's privacy. I think I can focus on it from my point, my place as a head of data science for a retail company, but that's nowhere near some of the complexity that people are going to have to think about with actual governmental agencies, with healthcare. There's going to be a very long dividing line, and until there's some regulation around it, I think there's going to be a lot of people who are kind of doing it for whatever makes sense for them. New Balance has their own approach. Tapestry had their own approach. Everybody that I know who works at an individual company has sort of their own approach for AI governance, data governance. And until there's some consistent laws, we typically kind of go towards what's the most stringent in the areas that we operate in. Let's follow at least that, and then we know we're covered almost everywhere. But things change so fast that any sort of line we come up with is going to change tomorrow as new laws get passed, new lawsuits work their way through the courts. It's a very evolving field. So if somebody could predict where that's going, I would love to talk to you because I have no idea.
Well, in the short term, a lot of companies are just doing a belt and suspenders approach. The AI gives you productivity, but simultaneously you keep on people who are going to back up the answer. I mean, we can see this, for example, with the advent of AI in dental x-rays. So they are not getting rid of dentists. They're not getting rid of dental hygienists who have read the x-rays in the past. But the x-rays that have been submitted to the AIs come back and they are double checked and triple checked because of the fear of overlooking them. Just like several of the panelists mentioned errors or hallucinations in generative AI, which is, it's not as serious as dental x-rays, but, you basically have, a doubling, at least for the short term, of help, of human in the loop to just make sure that the results are correct.
But Doug, let me be slightly negative and say that I feel like that's going to play out is that they'll have redundancy for a while, and then it's going to be a little bit cheaper to get rid of some of that redundancy, and market forces will reward someone who's got a lower cost, and that lower cost comes through reducing that redundancy, and then we lead to failure. I mean, maybe that's okay. I mean, I think some of the things you're saying is that some failures are okay and some are not okay. How does that keep from playing out?
There's going to be new workflows. So in the dental office, for example, that I noticed that they were using AIs to examine X-rays, they have new workflows. They do things differently. So in the short term, there's redundancy. There is measures in place to make sure that mistakes are minimalized. But you're absolutely right. Sooner or later, they're going to decide, well, I could lose 1 or 2 headcount here and make more money. So that part is in process, but also the AIs are going to get better. For example, the generative AIs, the hallucinations over time will be reduced. They will never go away because basically new data comes in and that may produce a new hallucination, but hallucinations will reduce. And some of these, but on the security side, I've been to countless cybersecurity conferences where the CISOs, the head of security, are saying this is a new problem. It's expanded. The threat surfaces have increased, and so plus the tools have gotten so much better that the bad actors are learning new tricks faster. So with the period that we're in, there will probably be growth in the cybersecurity and other security areas.
We hope. Now, Joe, will there be more governance? How's that changing?
Well, I just really want to follow up very quickly on some of the things that were just said, where I think I'm also pretty optimistic about AIs becoming generally more capable and hopefully more reliable in that sense. I want to highlight two sort of emerging things that are mostly there's a lot of activity with this in California, but I think some interesting things here are if you can rely on liability as a sort of pricing mechanism so that it's naturally incentivized with businesses. And then they're also looking at third-party auditors and maybe even insurers for AI usage. And I think that could be a pretty helpful thing, and I'm glad some people are exploring that. The last point, I guess, is that this isn't unique to AI, but I do think there needs to be more work on thoughtful regulation where we're not just stifling progress, but we're trying to be very careful about minimizing the negative externalities that come out from people just using AI very efficiently for their businesses, I guess. And for all of these things, I think having transparency about the processes is just a helpful thing, both for AI deployers and their consumers.
I like it, Joe, but I don't think we've seen a lot of evidence of that transparency coming without external influence. I mean, we have a lot of transparency into accounting because we have the stock market and we have the CPA programs that audit books for us. We've had to regulate that. Companies are not necessarily going to be transparent on their own because it's not, I think, particularly self-interested. So I think we've got to come up with something, hoping that they'll be transparent. I don't think is likely to play out very well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I think, I guess I don't want to delve too much into the policy side of things, but California and New York have some new bills that came out this year that, at least for frontier AI developers, have a much higher bar for transparency and reporting and whistleblower protections. I'm not familiar with how this looks for businesses who then use the frontier AI models for their own businesses, but I think, I agree that some regulatory pushes may be
right, but that's counteracted by the White House or the Trump administration, who wants a much lower bar. And
that is correct.
It's going to be really interesting to watch over the next year to see who wins. The Californias and New Yorks are one end of the spectrum, and it seems like the Trump administration's at the other end.
I think we've got time for one more. I wanted to come back to a question that came in from the outside here, and I'll kind of look at Mingwei for this a bit here, because Yuting Fa is asking a question that it seems like the cost is larger for incumbent companies to adopt Gen AI and reorganize. And I think the argument here is that we just talked about process redesign. We talked about changes to organizations. Does that mean that there's a lot of opportunity that's going to happen in the marketplace for new companies to come along and supplant existing companies?
If I say it all depends, it's really it's a cliche, but it really is all depends. And I think the key is not large companies has advantage or small companies has advantage. I would emphasize just more two things. One is more like what is the comparative advantage that I have? My view is there are multiple AI intelligences, from mechanical to thinking to feeling. And each company, when they adopt AI, they should consider what's the nature, what's the core activities of the company. Thinking companies like high-tech companies, they really should adopt thinking AI. And the feeling companies, for example, offer customer service, they should consider feeling AI. And that is a very general principle, congruency effect we observe in our study. And then another issue that is very interesting is that there is a principal agent problem. For companies to enhance, to boost up productivity, they should use AI that is congruent with the company's core activities. But for employees should use the AI that complement their capabilities. So there is an inherent tension between firm use of AI and employees' use of AI. And that would be something that in terms of governance and in terms of what kind of AI capabilities to develop that companies need to consider. Because what is good for the companies may not be good for their employees.
Right. Well, that may not be a very positive way to end, but I think we're kind of at time. I think the questions, these are important questions, and it's not going to be the company that has the best model. It's going to be the company that has the best answers to some of these governance questions about the future that will succeed. I hope the groundhog predicts an early end to this cold, and we can all return to our efforts working on these problems rather than shoveling snow. Thanks to everyone for joining us today. And I think next we're going to John Mayo at Georgetown University to wrap up the day. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. It's delightful to be here. My task is very simple today. It is to simply close the conference. And in doing so, I want to thank the hundreds of participants from all over the world who joined us today. It was clear that we had lots of expertise, not just on the virtual dais, but also from around the world with the participants who asked lots of terrific questions. So I want to thank you. I also want to thank the leaders of our Georgetown and our World Bank teams, Tim DeStefano from Georgetown University and Jonathan Timmis from the World Bank, who I think we could all agree assembled a terrific world-class set of speakers for today's conference. And I also would say that their administrative teams were nothing short of heroic in pivoting the conference from being in person to online. So thanks very much to them. And I think finally, what I want to do is leave you with a thought, and that is I want to urge you not to think of this conference as a one-off event. We're not just shooting off some fireworks here that people can say, ooh, wow, about, and then it goes away. This is part of the AI in Action agenda for the World Bank and for Georgetown. This is our 5th conference. The other 4 have stood the test of time. Please do take a look back at them. I think you'll agree with me. This 5th conference, I'm sure, will do the same. It has been a delightful day of discussion, dialogue, and debate. So there's more to come. And with that, I'll just simply say thank you and stay safe.